Chapter 3549. Under Jian Mayun's lead, the disciples of the Sword Saint Mountain were rushing towards the fire marrow vein where Feng Chun was. "Senior brother, look!" Suddenly a disciple shouted. Jian Mayun jerked his head up and was astonished. After a short moment of shock, excitement appeared on his face. "Is that the fire marrow vein?" The fire marrow vein was the core of the sect's mission. Before entering the magic sky fire domain, although they knew about the fire marrow vein, they didn't know where it was. Only by killing a certain number of fire demons could they enter the fire marrow vein. From there, they could distribute the rights to the fire marrow vein. But now Jian Mayun had discovered the fire marrow vein in advance. This meant that they could enter and obtain the fire marrow vein without anyone noticing. "I didn't expect the fire marrow vein to be here." Jian Mayun's eyes flickered. "I think the other sect's disciples are still killing fire demons. Since we found the fire marrow vein, we have the upper hand." Jian Mayun's intention was simple. He wanted to enter the fire marrow vein first and take it for himself. "Senior brother, don't you think it's strange?" A disciple asked. They had followed Feng Qin all the way here and found the fire marrow vein. What did that mean? "You mean?" One-armed Jian Qingyun frowned. "Has the heaven-defying alliance found the fire marrow vein? But if that's the case, why would they expose the location of the fire marrow vein?" Feng Qin had killed the disciples of the Sword Saint Mountain, so they must have found him. This was tantamount to exposing the location of the fire marrow vein. Jian Qingyun couldn't understand. Did they set a trap to kill us? Suddenly, Jian Qingyun was shocked and his eyelids twitched. He looked at his brother and saw that Jian Mayun was deep in thought. "I think senior brother Jian Qingyun's words make sense. The disciples of the heaven-defying alliance must have heard the news when we posted the bounty. With our understanding of the heaven-defying alliance, they will definitely do everything they can to take revenge." A disciple analyzed. That day, the strength Feng Qin displayed was comparable to the experts in the top 20 of the Sage Emperor rankings. "If he wanted to, none of us would be able to escape, but he let us go." Hearing the analysis of his disciples, Jian Mayun's face darkened. An ambush? His gaze was deep as he looked at the fire essence mine. At the end of the wasteland, there was a mine shrouded in flames. It was very tempting. "With just them," said another disciple disdainfully. In their opinion, Holy Emperor Bingbing was only ranked 4th on the Holy Emperor ranking list, while their eldest disciple was ranked 3rd. In terms of overall strength, Jian Mayun completely suppressed the Frost Holy Emperor. That was because everyone knew that the top 3 on the Sacred Emperor rankings were on a completely different level compared to the bottom 3. With eldest senior brother's strength, even if they set up a trap, we have nothing to fear. The other disciples nodded as well. Since they lured us here to ambush us, there's no need for us to hold back anymore. Let's just kill them and make them stay here forever. When Jian Qingyun heard that, his eyes darted around as he pondered. He hated Feng Qin to the bone. If it weren't for Feng Qin, he wouldn't have lost his arm. The enmity of losing an arm was absolutely irreconcilable. "Big brother." After a long moment of silence, Jian Qingyun finally spoke. "In the heaven-defying alliance, only the Frost Saint Emperor is ranked in the top 10 of the Saint Emperor ranking, and his ranking is lower than yours. I think this is a rare opportunity. In the outside world, even if they had 10 times the courage, they wouldn't dare to do anything to the disciples of the heaven-defying alliance. However, this was the magic skyfire region. Moreover, this was the mysterious fire essence mine. Even if he killed them, there would be no evidence. If we want to take the initiative and secretly mine the mines, we have to kill them all." Soon, the disciples of the Sword Saint Mountain reached a consensus and waited for Jian Mayun to agree. Whoosh! Jian Mayun took a deep breath and a strange smile appeared on his face. He raised his head. His eyes were scarlet, and his body was filled with killing intent. "Fine, I want to see what kind of trap the Frost Saint Emperor has set for me. In the Fire Essence Mine, a circular ball of light appeared in the Frost Saint Emperor's palm. This ball of light contained a spatial mark. They were in an independent space like the magic sky fire region. If they wanted to communicate with the outside world, they could only do so through the spatial mark. The spatial mark was extremely precious. Even experts skilled in the Tao of space might not be able to condense it. Only the heaven-defying alliance could take out such a precious item. Whoa! The Frost Saint Emperor activated the ball, and the spatial mark flashed. The spatial mark has been activated. If you have anything to say it quickly. Fang Qin nodded and sent a message with his primordial spirit. A soul Tao ripple twisted in the void before it was absorbed by the spatial mark and disappeared. Kacha! The spatial mark dissipated and the ball instantly shattered. The Frost Saint Emperor's body staggered a few times. His face was pale. It was obvious that activating the spatial mark had made him uncomfortable. Senior Brother Frost. Fang Qin asked. The Frost Saint Emperor shook his head. I'm fine. The news has already spread. When Peak Master Yin Luo receives the news, he will immediately send a message to Palace Master Lei. However, he wasn't sure if Palace Master Lei would come. After all, the fight for the Fire Essence Mine was a rule set by the various sect. Even the heaven-defying alliance had to abide by the rules. Senior Brother Frost, you should go and rest. I think the people from the Sword Saint Mountain will be here soon. Fang Qin said. As the Frost Saint Emperor rested, Fang Qin took the opportunity to check the situation of the Demon Slayer array. After everything had stabilized, he sat cross-legged in the control center. Rustle, rustle, rustle. After some time, Fang Qin heard the sound of footsteps, following which a clamor of voices could be heard. With a thought, Fang Qin could feel the changes in the devil-slaying formation. Slowly opening his eyes, he discovered that Jian Mayun and the remaining disciples of the Sword Saint Mountain had already entered the devil-slaying formation. Be careful, Jian Mayun exhorted. He walked at the front and felt that something was amiss. All of a sudden he made a grabbing motion in the air, and a ripple was caught in his hand. Array? Jian Mayun shouted and threw out a punch. The Demon Slayer array rippled and shook, but it eventually stabilized. A powerful force swept through the Demon Slayer array. Jian Mayun looked coldly at the control center. It's you, Jian Mayun said coldly. His gaze swept across Saint Emperor Frost and the other three. You want to deal with me, Jian Mayun, with such a formation? Soon, Jian Mayun regained his composure and stood with his hands behind his back. Tao Palace, Myriad Tao World. Palace Master Lei was about to leave the Myriad Tao World after settling the matters of the Tao Palace. However, right at this moment, the void tore apart and a figure flashed out. Daoyin? The person was Wang Daoyin, the genius of the Nine Regions branch. He was also in charge of keeping an eye on Fang Qin's daily life. Palace Master Lei was surprised to see him rushing over. Palace Master, Fang Qin has sent back a message, Wang Daoyin said. Palace Master Lei's face changed instantly. Fang Qin should be aware of the value of the spatial imprint. Back then, he had given them one as a precaution. He would not use it unless he had no other choice. Now that the space mark had sent back a message, something big must have happened. What's the message? Palace Master Lei asked sharply. Peak Master Yin Luo told me that the message from the space mark was from Hukong. In fact, Wang Daoyin was also confused. What did it mean? When Palace Master Lei heard the name Hukong, he was sure that the message was from Fang Qin. I see. You can leave now. Palace Master Lei waved his hand and asked Wang Daoyin to leave. He must have sent back the name Hukong because he did not want the other disciples to know about it. Back then, Hukong Saint and Xue Qi Saint were part of the same batch of experts. He should know about the secret of the perfect bloodline. I think Fang Qin must have obtained the inheritance of Wukong's saint, palace master lay guest. It's a serious matter. I'd better go there personally. No matter what it was, the name Wukong was enough for Palace Master Lei to make a trip there personally. When Palace Master Lei left the myriad Dao world, there was also a fierce battle in the Fire Marrow Mine. Fang Qin had used the power of the Demon Slayer array to kill all the remaining disciples of Sword Saint Mountain, leaving only Jian Qingyun and Jian Moyun. It's your turn now, Fang Qin shrugged. The Demon Slayer array could suppress the origin energy of the disciples of Sword Saint Mountain, but they could not. Instead, it would increase their strength slightly. Damn it! Jian Moyun's eyes were red, and he was furious. He had attacked several times, but was stopped by Sacred Emperor Hanbing, Sacred Emperor Mo Bai, and the other two. He could only watch helplessly as his junior brothers were killed. You have successfully infuriated me. Sword Qi burst out from Jian Moyun's body as he tore apart the seal. I was going to use this trump card to challenge the top of the Sacred Emperor leaderboard, but you made me use it in advance. Today, all of you will die. As he spoke, the aura on Jian Moyun's body had reached its peak. Sacred Emperor Hanbing cursed inwardly. Jian Moyun's strength had broken through the shackles and reached the level of a sage. Rank 7? Sacred Emperor Mo Bai's voice was anxious. No, he did not break through his cultivation level. He must have cultivated some kind of secret technique that allowed his strength to break through the shackles in a short period of time. This kind of secret technique should have a time limit. We can't take it head-on. We just have to drag it out, Purple Butterfly said. Ha ha ha, it's useless. Jian Moyun laughed maniacally as his sword Qi burst out into the sky. Even Jian Qingyun was terrified. Demon Slayer array, slay all evil. Fang Qin quickly formed seals with his hands, and the structure of the Demon Slayer array changed continuously to suppress the berserk Jian Moyun. The four of you, return to your original positions, Fang Qin called out. Sacred Emperor Hanbing and the other three did not hesitate and returned to their original positions to help Fang Qin control the Demon Slayer array. You repulsive people joined hands to deal with my brother. How can I let you succeed? Chapter 3550. Jian Qingyun's goal was simple. He wanted to kill or severely injure any one of the four Saint Emperors. He wanted to destroy their positions and destroy the internal structure of the Demon Slayer array. In that case, he and his brother would no longer be suppressed by the Demon Slayer array and could unleash their full strength. As long as his brother could unleash his full strength, the 5 Saint Emperors would definitely die, even if they all attacked together. Die. Although Jian Qingyun had been lusting after Lu Lanqi's beauty, he did not hesitate to use the strongest swordsmanship of Sword Saint Mountain in such a life-or-death situation. He stabbed his sword at Lu Lanqi. Hiss! The terrifying sword Qi in the Demon Slayer array pierced through the obstacles and appeared in front of Lu Lanqi. If he took another step forward, Lu Lanqi would be severely injured. You are courting death. Fang Qin saw this and attacked in anger. Humph! In front of Fang Qin, Jian Moyun snorted coldly and performed a powerful swordsmanship. He condensed a dense sword light and blocked Fang Qin. He realized the power of the Demon Slayer array and was waiting for his brother, Jian Qingyun, to severely injure Lu Lanqi and destroy the internal structure of the Demon Slayer array. However, he did not expect Fang Qin to be able to control the entire mine. With a thought, a wall made of fire marrow appeared in front of Lu Lanqi. Puchi! The sword Qi was blocked by the fire marrow wall. Lu Lanqi was shocked, but not hurt. Although he was shocked, he heaved a sigh of relief. When the Frost Saint Emperor and the others saw this, their eyes widened and they were tongue-tied. The more time he spent with Fang Qin, the more the Frost Sage Emperor realized that Fang Qin was hiding too many secrets. He was simply unfathomable. Activate. However, he knew that it was not the time to think about this. He shouted, and the 4 of them opened their palms. Strands of origin energy entered the base of the Demon Slayer array. Suddenly, the power of the Demon Slayer array increased greatly, and the pressure on Jian Mayun increased. Bang! Jian Qingyun's sneak attack failed, and he was sent flying by the rebounding force. He forcefully stabilized himself and looked at Jian Mayun anxiously. "Brother, what should we do?" Jian Mayun held his sword and said coldly, "Humph, a third-level Saint King is still a third-level Saint King. Do you think you can defeat me with this array?" Jian Mayun sneered. In his opinion, although the Demon Slayer array could suppress him, Fang Chen was too weak and could not do anything to him. "My partner hasn't drunk human blood for a long time. I think your blood should satisfy him." Buzz! Jian Mayun's aura. Sword Saint's hand. Jian Mayun bellowed as he executed his ultimate technique. His battle prowess was comparable to a 7th Order Saint, and his body exuded an aura of unparalleled arrogance. The Saint Mayun was the Saint Emperor of the Saint Emperor ranking Saint King. His objective this time, besides the right to mine, was an even more important mission, and that was to challenge the top of the Saint Emperor rankings and establish his status as a supreme expert of the younger generation. From there, he would be able to enter the legendary secret realm that could allow him to become a chaotic sovereign. Kill! Sword Demon Yun roared as he waved his long sword. Terrifying sword radiance shot out from his long sword one after another. Fang Chen controlled the Demon Slayer array with ease and suppressed Jian Mayun with absolute power. He took out the star-hidden sword and attacked with all his might. He had to admit that Jian Mayun was very strong. He was the strongest person he had met in the younger generation so far. Jian Mayun was even stronger than Saint Emperor Hanbing. Jian Mayun licked his dry lips, and the blood in his body surged. Only an expert like Jian Mayun was worthy of his full strength. "I'll let you test my true strength," Fang Chen said softly. Then he used the Chaos Sword principle. Sword radiance shot out from his sword and formed a sword net in the Demon Slayer array. It shrunk and tried to trap Jian Mayun. "Humph! I am the strongest sword cultivator in the younger generation. How dare you draw your sword in front of me?" Jian Mayun sneered when he saw Fang Chen attacking. Sword Saint Mountain had always been the strongest sword cultivator sect in the battlefield of gods. They had produced countless sword cultivators, and the heaven-defying alliance couldn't compare to them. There was even a rumor that there had been a half-step chaotic supreme realm super sword cultivator in Sword Saint Mountain before the Battle of Gods in ancient times. Puchi! The star-hidden sword let out a loud sword cry. Terrifying sword radiance shot out at Jian Mayun. The latter roared and slashed out. Boom! A deafening sound reverberated in the sky. A blinding light swept across the entire Demon Slayer array. The Chaos Sword Radiance was shattered by Jian Mayun. The shattered sword radiance shot out in all directions. Puchi, Jian Qingyun, who was standing not too far away, was just about to dodge when he was struck in the chest by a burst of sword chi. Bang! The energy in his body quickly dissipated. His face was pale and his body was trembling. In just a few seconds, he felt the energy in his body being drained. He knelt on one knee and his life force was fading. Big brother. Jian Qingyun's throat moved as he stretched out his hand towards Jian Mayun. His eyes were filled with the desire to live. He felt that he was about to die, and he was unwilling to accept this. "Brother!" Jian Mayun cried out when he saw this. He gave up on attacking and rushed to Jian Qingyun's side to help him up. Wang! He frantically injected energy into Jian Qingyun's body. However, Jian Mayun's face turned increasingly gloomy. This was because his brother's body temperature was constantly dropping and his life force was still fading. "I don't want to die." Big brother Jian Qingyun shook his head in pain. He never imagined that he would end up like this. He was a disciple of Sword Saint Mountain, and was fated to become one of the upper echelons of Sword Saint Mountain. He might even become one of the giants in the battlefield of gods. But now he was going to die in the fire marrow mine. Tears hung from the corners of his eyes as he feared death. Jian Mayun was in pain. He suppressed his grief and comforted his brother. "With me here, you will be fine." Bang! Jian Qingyun's body could no longer support itself as he fell to the ground. Jian Mayun held his brother's hand tightly. "No, I won't let you leave. Take revenge." In the end, Jian Qingyun still died. The primordial chaos, sword qi, contained the origin of metal. It tore apart his organs. Arg! An angry roar came from Jian Mayun's mouth. He closed his brother's eyes. "You will not die in vain. Big Brother will avenge you and bring you back to Sword Saint Mountain." Following that, he placed Jian Qingyun's corpse into his spatial ring. He slowly stood up. His eyes were scarlet and his hair was disheveled. A bloody aura surrounded his body. At this moment, Jian Mayun was like a giant beast. He glared at Fang Chen. Chapter 3551. Jian Mayun's heart was bleeding. He had taken care of his younger brother since he was a child until he became a top disciple of the Sword Saint Mountain. Along the way, he had developed a deep relationship with his younger brother. An image of the past appeared in his mind. Before he became the top disciple of the Sword Saint Mountain, he was in danger. It was his younger brother who stood out at the crucial moment and blocked the most critical attack for him. He vaguely remembered that there was a smile on his younger brother's pale face. That day, he swore that he would never let his younger brother get hurt again. If this world couldn't tolerate him, then he would become the enemy of the whole world. He clenched his fists in anger. His eyes were red and he was panting heavily. He was like a prehistoric monster. He had lost his mind and there was only one thought in his mind, which was to avenge his younger brother. "You shouldn't have attacked my younger brother." Jian Mayun roared. He didn't protect his younger brother and let him die. This was the most painful thing in his life. It was an indescribable pain. He could only use his iron fist to extinguish the anger in his heart. Sword Saint's hand. Jian Mayun made his move. He used the strongest sword technique of the Sword Saint Mountain. It was a supreme sword technique. When cultivated to the peak, one could form the Sword Saint's hand and destroy the world. Wang. Jian Mayun waved his long sword rapidly. Sword qi shot out in front of him and condensed rapidly. In the blink of an eye, a blurry palm appeared in front of him. This was the Sword Saint's hand. Fang Chen was excited. He had heard of the strongest sword technique of the Sword Saint Mountain a long time ago. Today he could finally experience it. This is the Sword Saint's hand. His half-perfect blood was restless. He was getting more and more excited. Fang Chen majored in the Sword Dao, and Jian Mayun was a rare genius in the Sword Dao. How could Fang Chen not be excited when two geniuses of the Sword Dao clashed? Moreover, there weren't many people on the Sacred Emperor ranking board who had personally experienced the Sword Saint's hand. Whoosh! 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 The Sword Saint's hand was condensed. Although it was blurry, it released a thunderous force. Two different types of origin energy rushed into the Sword Saint's hand. In an instant, the power of the Sword Saint's hand soared once again, causing the demon-slaying formation to tremble. The expressions of the Sacred Emperor and the others changed greatly as their hearts skipped a beat. This is... Among the four, the one who was the most shocked was none other than the Frost Saint Emperor. He was ranked 4th on the Holy Emperor ranking list, while Jian Mayun was ranked 3rd. In the past, the two of them had fought to a draw. However, how many years had it been since then? Had Sword Demon Yun become so powerful? The rumors are true! The Frost Saint Emperor's face darkened. He didn't expect Jian Mayun to have taken the last step. He was only one step away from entering the 7th Order Saint realm. Pucci, Lu Lanqi, and the other two were slightly weaker and were pushed back by the terrifying power released by the Sword Saint's hand. Die! all of you will accompany my younger brother in death." Sword Demon Yin roared as he placed the sword in the Sword Saint's hand. At the same time, his entire arm fused into the sword. Then he suddenly raised his arm and the Sword Saint's hand floated in the air. The entire fire marrow mine trembled. "This is—" Fong Qin frowned as he performed the mixed universe sword art to block it. Boom! 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 The power of the Sword Saint's hand was completely revealed. Although Fong Chen's mixed universe sword art was strong, it couldn't block the Sword Saint's hand at all. Seventh Order? Fong Qin quickly retreated and said in a low voice. At the same time, a wisp of Sword Saint's hand's aura entered the Hidden Star Sword, trying to destroy the internal structure of the Hidden Star Sword. Buzz! When Fong Qin sensed this aura, the blood in his body instantly erupted and drilled into the Hidden Star Sword, suppressing this aura. After being suppressed by the blood, the sword chi was immediately dissected and the internal operation was perfectly displayed in front of Fong Qin. Seeing the complicated patterns, Fong Qin was stunned and immediately fell into an epiphany. Sword art can be operated like this? Fong Qin exclaimed. The operation of the Sword Saint's hand was too mysterious. He only glanced at it and felt a great blow from the depths of his primordial spirit. Buzz! Countless images flashed quickly in his mind, all of which were images of him practicing the mixed universe sword art. Boom! In a few seconds, dense sword information gushed out crazily in his mind like a flood breaking through a dam. At this moment, he understood. With a shake of his wrist, the aura of the Sword Saint's hand was instantly crushed. At the same time, Fong Qin once again displayed the mixed universe sword art. However, this time the power of the mixed universe sword art was much stronger than before, because this was the 8th sword of the mixed universe sword art. The trouble of being stuck at a bottleneck was finally solved. Fong Qin mastered the 8th sword of the mixed universe sword art in one fell swoop. I see. Looking at the sword light that evolved into a prairie fire in the Demon Slayer formation, Fong Qin smiled brightly. He had taken the wrong path. If he didn't feel the power of the Sword Saint's hand and the internal patterns, he didn't know when he would be able to master this sword. The world of swords is completely natural. Fong Qin was in high spirits. The 8th sword of the mixed universe sword art seemed to have raised his understanding of the sword to a whole new level. When he looked at Jian Mayun again, there was only a high fighting spirit in his eyes. It's useless. No one can resist my Sword Saint's hand unless they're a saint, Jian Mayun said coldly. In fact, he was overloaded when he displayed the Sword Saint's hand. He couldn't maintain it for a long time. However, it was enough to kill Fong Qin. Sword Saint's hand! He bellowed once again. Under his control, the Sword Saint's hand charged toward Fong Qin from all directions. However, this time, the scales of victory were not tilted in his favor. The 8th sword of the mixed universe sword art unexpectedly blocked the Sword Saint's hand. The tip of the Hidden Star sword pierced into the Sword Saint's hand, blocking its path. Ah! Jian Mayun roared crazily. The Sword Saint's hand shone brightly, but it was useless. The sword art that he was proud of could no longer pose any threat to Fong Qin. No one can resist the Sword Saint's hand. Jian Mayun was in a frenzy. He wanted to avenge his brother. At this moment, he no longer regarded Fong Qin as a 3rd-level Holy King. Instead, he regarded him as an expert of the same level as himself. Your strongest sword art has been blocked by me. What else do you have? Fong Qin said. Ah! Angry roars reverberated throughout the fire essence mine. With a crack, Jian Mayun broke an origin mark in his body. His aura continued to soar. His power was like a flood breaking through a dam. 7th-level saint. Holy Emperor, Frost exclaimed. Jian Mayun had broken through to the 7th-level saint realm at this moment. Chapter 3552. After the Battle of the Gods, Jian Mayun was the most outstanding disciple of the Sword Saint Mountain. He had the potential to revive the sect. The Sword Saint Mountain had used all their resources to nurture Jian Mayun. He was shouldering the hopes of everyone in the Sword Saint Mountain. Therefore, Fang Qin wasn't surprised at all when Jian Mayun broke through. He clenched his fist. The hidden star sword seemed to have sensed the fluctuation in its master's heart and let out a loud sword cry. So far, no one had been able to force Fang Qin to use his strongest combat strength. Fang Qin licked his dry lips and exuded a strong fighting spirit. "Come on, let me see how strong a 7th level saint is." Fang Qin growled. His voice was hoarse and the blood in his body was abnormally excited. Boom! Inside the Demon Slayer array, a terrifying aura was wreaking havoc. The aura of a 7th level saint forced Frost Saint Emperor and the other 3 to retreat. However, the power of the Demon Slayer array was greatly reduced when they took a few steps back. Rip! Countless terrifying sword lights emerged from Jian Mayun's body. They carried endless power and attacked the Demon Slayer array as if they wanted to tear it apart. "Steady!" The Frost Saint Emperor roared and hurriedly returned to his original position. The other 3 also woke up from their shock and hurriedly returned to the base of the array. They continued to work together to control the Demon Slayer array. At this moment, they didn't have the heart to care about how Fang Qin was so strong. All they wanted to do was to kill Jian Mayun as soon as possible. This person's potential was too monstrous. Once he stabilized his realm, the situation would change. The 5 of them might even die here. Facing Fang Qin's eagerness, a crazy smile appeared on Jian Mayun's face. He looked at Fang Qin with scarlet light shooting out from his eyes. It was as if he wanted to tear Fang Qin into pieces. He opened his palm, and the terrifying sword light gathered together to form a sword of light. The sword of light contained his life's strength. As long as this sword slashed down, not to mention Fang Qin, even an ordinary 7th level saint wouldn't be able to block it. Jian Mayun's mind was filled with thoughts of revenge. He slashed down with his sword. In the demonic sky fire region, many disciples were still hunting fire demons. Of course, the top 10 disciples on the Saint Royal ranking were looking for opportunities to increase their strength. At a certain moment, everyone raised their heads at the same time and saw a magnificent scene. In the distant horizon, the clear sky was suddenly covered by thunderclouds. Lightning flickered and exploded. The entire magic sky fire region instantly darkened. Everyone's hearts were trembling. What exactly happened? Why did such a phenomenon appear? At that moment, the top 10 experts on the Holy Royal ranking all came out of seclusion and looked at the strange phenomenon in the sky. Some of the weaker Saint Emperors were forced back by the terrifying power of lightning. They were terrified to the extreme. Very soon, news spread in the demonic Skyfire region that someone was breaking through to the 7th rank Saint realm. It was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. When the news spread, Niu Mo, Luo Zi, Chu Xian, Tang Yi Gufu, and the other top experts on the Saint Royal ranking all moved to the place where the phenomenon was. Could it be him? A bull-headed man stood up on a rock. His eyes were filled with confusion. Among the top 10 on the Saint Emperor leaderboard, there's only that person who reached the 7th Order Saint realm before me. He was talking about the top genius on the Saint Royal ranking. Let's go and take a look. Niu Mo quickly flew towards the place where the phenomenon was. At the same time, Luo Zi from the Purple Robe sect, Chu Xian from the Nine Saint Palace, and Tangyi, the personal disciple of old ancestor Yizong, all rushed over. As for the younger generation who were weaker, they all hid far away and did not dare to get close. They could feel that the lightning energy in the area covered by the thunderclouds was beyond what their physical bodies could withstand. They would definitely die if they went in. Who? Soon, a few cultivators appeared in the wasteland where the fire marrow mine was. The first to arrive was Gu Fu, who used to be 9th on the Saint Royal ranking. As soon as he stopped, he saw Lin Yan coming from another direction. His expression changed, and he nodded to him in greeting. At their level, there were no eternal enemies, only eternal benefits. Although he had been defeated by Lin Yan, there was no deep hatred between them. Furthermore, he represented the ancient clan, so he could not casually make enemies. "What have you discovered?" Lin Yan asked. Gu Fu shook his head. "The flame mine ahead should be the fire marrow mine. I'm guessing that the top 10 experts on the Saint Royal ranking are undergoing their tribulations." Just as the two were talking, there were a few more sounds. Chu Xian from the Nine Saint Palace, Luo Zi from the Purple Robe Sect. Chu Xian was the holy son of the Nine Saint Palace. He gave off a majestic aura, and with his good reputation, he had made many friends. Lin Yan and Gu Fu had a good relationship with him. "You too." Chu Xian held a fan in his hand and smiled. The four of them stood in the wasteland, guessing who was undergoing their tribulations. The aura of the thunderclouds in the sky is very strong. The person undergoing their tribulation is definitely in the top 10 of the Saint Royal ranking. Even I wouldn't be able to do it, Chu Xian said. Luo Zi shook her head. Gu Fu and Lin Yan looked at each other and narrowed the range. On the Saint Royal ranking, Chu Xian was 7th and Luo Zi was 6th. If the two of them couldn't do it, then the person undergoing the tribulation must be in the top 5. Who? At this moment, more experts arrived. "You're early." The one who spoke was wearing crocodile armor and holding an ancient halberd. He was Tang Yi, 5th on the Saint Royal ranking. The other person was Niu Mo, 2nd on the Saint Royal ranking. After seeing the two of them, everyone was even more certain that the person undergoing the tribulation was the legendary 1st on the Saint Royal ranking. Far away, countless disciples of the sect exclaimed when they saw Chu Xian and the others. The top 10 disciples of the Saint Royal ranking are all gathered. How spectacular! I wonder who's undergoing the tribulation. No matter who it is, they'll be attacked by Chu Xian and the others. They'll interrogate them about the treasures they obtained from the fire marrow mine. Fang Chen, who was in the fire marrow mine, didn't know what was going on outside. Crack! At the base of the formation where the purple butterfly was, a huge hand suddenly appeared. With a forceful grip, the base of the formation was directly crushed. The Sword Saint's hand. After reaching the 7th step Saint realm, Jian Mayun used the Sword Saint's hand again. However, this time, the Sword Saint's hand was so strong that it could sweep through Saint Emperors. Moreover, this was the Sword Saint's hand. Although it wasn't the ultimate Sword Saint's hand, its power wasn't something that ordinary Saint Emperors could resist. Chapter 3553. 1. Fang Chen's understanding of the Demon Slayer formation was still at the beginner level. Its power couldn't reach the level of Wukong Saint. But even so, it wasn't something that ordinary people could withstand. Under normal circumstances, no one below the 7th level of the Saint Realm would be able to withstand the power of the Demon Slayer formation. But Jian Moyun was different. He had an origin mark sealed in his body. He activated the origin mark and forcefully absorbed it, stepping into the level 7 Saint Realm. Although saints and sage kings were only one step apart, there was a fundamental difference. The Sword Saint's hand formed from sharp metal, sword, qi, destroyed, one of the formation bases that the purple butterfly was guarding with ease. Immediately, the demon-slaying formation shook as if it was about to collapse. Oh no! Frost Saint King and the other two sensed that something was wrong. They wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Their forces were locked by the Sword Saint's hand. They couldn't escape. Break! Jian Mayun's eyes turned red like a beast. He controlled the Sword Saint's hand and charged at Lu Lanqi with unparalleled sword qi. Among the four, Zidai and Lu Lanqi were the weakest. He chose to break through them. Condense. Fang Chen controlled the flame arrow or to form a barrier, blocking the attack of the Sword Saint's hand. Rip. The Sword Saint's hand exerted force, and wild sword chi surged out, messing up the barrier formed by the flame. Marrow Oregon Fong Chin stepped forward, holding the hidden star sword, and slashed at the Sword Saint's hand. The Demon Slayer formation no longer had any effect on Jian Moyun. His strength had reached its peak. With the might of a saint, he clashed with the hidden star sword. Boom! 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 The terrifying chi blasted Frost Saint King and the other three away. At the same time, the Demon Slayer formation was completely shattered. The surrounding walls were destroyed, and countless flame marrow or fragments danced in the air. Outside, everyone felt the earth shake as if the end of the world had come. The thunderclouds in the sky became even denser. The lightning dragons swimming within them gathered together and transformed into a majestic giant dragon. It dove down and drilled into the fire essence vein that was shaking the earth and mountains. Did it work? Ox Demon and the others had ugly expressions on their faces. The top 10 on the Saint Royal ranking were basically all peak 6th rank Saint Emperors. Although there were differences in strength, the difference was not very big. Now, someone had broken through to the 7th Order Saint realm. This meant that their competitiveness had been weakened. Frost Saint Emperor, Sword Demon Cloud? It's still that monster at the top of the list. Xian guessed. Their gazes landed on Bull Demon because he was the only one who had fought against the top-ranked monster. Ox Demon shook his head in the face of everyone's gazes. His expression was complicated. When he thought back to that battle, his heart began to pound. It shouldn't be him. Ox Demon said, "It's rumored that I fought with him for first place. In fact, I couldn't even block a single attack from him. I didn't even see his face from beginning to end." Everyone was shocked when they heard this. The number 1 expert on the Holy Emperor ranking board had always been a mystery. Almost no one had seen him before, and no one knew his identity. Even Bull Demon, who had fought with him before, did not see his face. This, Xian and the others exclaimed in disbelief. Although it was a few years ago, Ox Demon was already a peak 6th Order Saint Emperor at that time. His strength was not to be underestimated. Defeating Ox Demon in one move and not letting him see his face. Wasn't this strength too terrifying? Everyone's hearts palpitated as they pondered. Then, the person who broke through is most likely Frost Saint Emperor. Suddenly, Lin Yan's voice pulled everyone's thoughts back to reality. Everyone thought carefully. The possibility of it being Frost Saint Emperor was very high. Although the plan to fight for the Fire Marrow Mine was discussed by many top sects, it should be the Heaven-Defying Alliance's subjective idea. Since they dared to send a Saint Emperor disciple here, it means that they have nothing to fear. Xian also analyzed. The Heaven-Defying Alliance controls most of the cultivation resources in the God's Fall battlefield. They also know many secrets. It's understandable that Frost Saint Emperor broke through here. Everyone fell silent. They had strange expressions as they stared at the Fire Marrow Mine. At this moment, the battle in the Fire Marrow Mine had reached its climax. Whoosh! In the void, a terrifying sword chi pierced through Sword Saint Emperor's hand. However, it only pierced through and was instantly crushed by Sword Saint Emperor's hand. Thump! Thump! Fan Chen's body retreated as he felt an unprecedented impact. He licked the blood on his lips. His eyes were overflowing with fighting spirit. It had been a long time since he had experienced such a battle on the edge of life and death. Today, he could finally fight to his heart's content. Flame Demon King could no longer hold back. He was about to attack, but was stopped by Fong Qin. Frost Saint Emperor and the other 3 climbed up from the ground and retreated to a safe area. They stared at the battlefield without blinking. They gradually understood that Fong Qin was tempering himself. Amazing. Saint Emperor Mabai sighed. As a 3rd-level Holy King, he dared to train himself under the might of a 7th-level saint. This in itself required a great deal of courage. Junior Brother Fong is not simple. They had been indifferent at the start of the team mission. Later, they were shocked. Now they were trembling. Frost Saint Emperor's attitude towards Feng Qin had changed completely. He admired Feng Qin from the bottom of his heart. Unknowingly, Feng Qin's strength had surpassed his. Now he finally understood why Yin Luo Peak wanted Feng Qin to take part in this mission. I have cultivated for so many years. Junior Brother Feng is the strongest third-level Saint King I have ever seen. Purple Butterfly said softly. Previously, Feng Qin had saved her life. She was very grateful. A third-level Saint King against a seventh-level Saint King. It was simply a fantasy. However, Feng Qin had done it. Sword after sword, attack after attack. Although every time he would be blocked by Sword Saint Emperor's hand and might even be sent flying, he still enjoyed the intense battle. Damn it! Sword Demon Yin also noticed this. He roared angrily and attacked with all his might, wanting to kill Feng Qin. Indeed, under the pressure of a life-and-death battle, I improve rapidly. Feng Qin said, after such a short battle, the 8th sword of the mixed element sword art had been completed. He had also touched the threshold of the 9th sword. In the past, he would not even dare to think about it. After a fierce collision, Feng Qin quickly retreated. It's about time. There is no point in continuing the battle. The battle here would definitely attract the attention of many disciples of the Magic Sky Fire Domain. Once the higher-ups of the other sects arrived, it would be troublesome. Sword Demon Yin felt that the energy in his body was quickly depleting. He did not want to drag on any longer. He opened his hands, and the Origin Star floated in his palms. He was ready to make the final attack. Feng Qin turned his head and looked at the depths of the Fire Marrow Mine. Chapter 3554. Jian Moyun was prepared for a lose-lose situation. He used his strongest attack, wanting to kill Feng Qin. However, Feng Qin's tempering had already reached a limit. There was no point in continuing to fight. Jian Moyun formed the Sword Saint's hand again. A majestic aura surged out from the Sword Saint's hand, causing the sky and earth to change color. The surrounding fire essence veins were unable to withstand the terrifying impact and were directly annihilated. Die. Jian Moyun's eyes were bloodshot as he went into a frenzy. He only had one thought in his mind, and that was to tear this despicable guy into pieces. Roar! Just as the Sword Saint's hand was about to touch Feng Qin, a demonic beast's roar came from the depths of the Fire Marrow Mine. Immediately after, the Fire Devil King's aura filled every corner of the fire essence vein. The tall and sturdy Fire Devil King rushed out of the lava and rushed over. Crack! It was too powerful. With just a claw, it tore the Sword Saint's hand apart. It then opened its mouth and bit at Jian Moyun. Boom! The Sword Saint's hand shattered, causing a strong backlash to Jian Moyun. His organs were shattered and he was sent flying, crashing into the wall. Pucci! He spat out blood and his face was pale. No. He shook his head frantically, unwilling to accept the reality in front of him. He was the chief disciple of the Sword Saint Mountain and the strongest sword cultivator of the younger generation in the God-Fall battlefield. His attainments in the way of the sword had reached an extremely high level. Especially after entering the Magic Sky Fire Domain, he had refined the Fire Core and taken the most important step. He had also refined the Origin Mark and entered the 7th rank Saint Realm. He had been ambitious and wanted to challenge the top of the Saint Royal ranking. Who would have thought that he would be defeated by a 3rd rank Saint King? Run! Seeing the Fire Demon King rushing towards him, he did not even think. He activated the remaining energy in his body and ran away. However, he did not know that this was the Fire Marrow Mine and Feng Qin was the ruler here. Feng Qin secretly controlled the Fire Marrow Mine and changed its internal structure to block Jian Moyun's escape route. At the same time, the Fire Demon King was extremely fast and caught up with Jian Moyun in the blink of an eye. Rip! At this moment, Sword Demon Cloud no longer had the strength to fight. He was unable to withstand the Fire Demon King's attack and was torn apart by the latter's claws. Ah! Miserable cries reverberated throughout the Fire Essence Mine. After a long time, the voice disappeared, and the Flame Devil King was nowhere to be found. The Frost Holy Emperor and the other 3 looked at each other, feeling extremely shocked. "Jian Moyun is dead," murmured Saint Emperor Hanbing. Beside him, Saint Emperor Mo Bai was speechless. Lu Lanqi and Zi Dai were dumbfounded. Junior brother Fang is truly too powerful. Saint Emperor Ma Bai sighed. Even though the Flame Demon King had killed Jian Mayun at the last moment, there was no doubt about Fang Chen's strength. The fact that he could fight with Jian Mayun, who was a 7th Order Saint, was enough to prove his strength. Hoo! The Fire Essence vein regained its calm, and the ground was covered in blood. When the Frost Saint Emperor and the others saw Fang Chen, they quickly walked towards Fang Chen. "What happened when we arrived just now? Why did the Fire Demon King attack Jian Mayun?" asked Lu Lanqi. That Fire Demon King should be the leader of the Fire Demon clan in the demonic sky Fire Domain. "He should have been hiding in the Fire Essence vein and was awakened by our battle," said Fang Chen. He did not say that the Fire Demon King had recognized him as his master. Outside, Bull Demon and the others felt that the ground was shaking. Their gazes all landed on the Fire Essence lode. "Is it over?" Lin Yan asked softly. Gufu's expression changed and he was confused. "There's no movement. It should be over." The one who spoke was Tang Yi. His body flashed, and he came to the entrance of the Fire Essence vein. He looked down, and what entered his eyes was a chaotic battle scene. "That is," he cried out when he saw the Frost Saint Emperor and the others. "Why are they here? Was it Frost Holy Emperor who had broken through to the Saint Realm?" Tang Yi's expression changed. He was ranked 5th on the Holy Emperor leaderboard, while Frost Holy Emperor was ranked 4th. Their strength was similar. However, if Frost Holy Emperor had really broken through to the Saint Realm, there would be an insurmountable gap between them. Tang Yi could not accept that. "What's going on?" The others also rushed over. When they saw Fang Chen and the others, they were shocked. In the Fire Essence vein, Fang Chen shrugged. He knew that the battle would alert many people, but he did not expect to be discovered so quickly. "Let's go and take a look." They would have to face it sooner or later. Since they had been discovered, it was time to face it. Under Fang Chen's lead, the 5 of them walked out of the Fire Essence vein. "Frost Holy Emperor, were you the one who was undergoing the tribulation?" Bull Demon could not help but ask. However, he soon felt that something was wrong. Frost Holy Emperor did not have the aura of a 7th rank saint. "No, you did not break through." "Then what happened just now?" Bull Demon frowned. The others also looked at Frost Holy Emperor. Why do I feel that there are remnants of sword chi in the air?" Tang Yi said. "It's the Sword Saint Mountain's sword chi. There must have been a great battle here." Tang Yi's eyes were cold as he stared at Saint Emperor Ice. "What happened? Why are you in the Fire Marrow Mine?" Bull Demon's body also emitted a powerful aura that threatened Saint Emperor Frost. Frost Saint Emperor glanced at Fang Chen. The latter took a step forward and stood with his hands behind his back. He said calmly, "When we were hunting fire demons, we accidentally discovered the Fire Marrow Mine. As soon as we entered, we discovered Sword Saint Mountain's Sword Demon Yin." Then Fang Chen made up a lie. He said that Jian Mayun had used his power to take revenge and had attacked them. In the end, they defeated him and he escaped into the depths of the Fire Essence vein. So, the one who just broke through was Jian Mayun? The geniuses on the Saint Royal ranking were confused. If Jian Mayun had broken through to the 7th rank Saint Realm, how could he have been defeated by Saint Emperor Hanning and the others? They looked at each other and felt that something was wrong. They thought that there was a secret in the Fire Essence vein. "Saint Emperor Frost, none of us here are fools. If you've discovered anything, just tell us straight away. Demon Ox said. There was a hint of threat in his voice. Humph! Junior brother Fong already said it clearly. Jian Mayun wanted to kill us, but we defeated him and he escaped into the depths of the fire essence vein. If you don't believe me, go and find him yourself. Frost Holy Emperor sneered. Besides, they were also disciples of the Heaven-Defying Alliance. How could they lose their morale? I've always suspected that the Heaven-Defying Alliance had more information about the fire essence vein. Looking at the current situation, it should be true. Tang Yi said, It's fine that the Heaven-Defying Alliance bullies others, but now you want to take the resources that all of our sects share. Dream on. After Tang Yi spoke, the others also expressed their support. Back then, the rules set by the various forces were that the ownership of the fire essence vein was determined by the proportion of fire cores. Now, the disciples of the Heaven-Defying Alliance have broken the rules by trespassing, Lin Yan said coldly. Frost Holy Emperor, please give us an explanation. Fong Qin looked at this scene quietly. He knew that these people were just using this as an excuse. What they really wanted was the so-called unfounded secret. After such a big commotion, they were sure that the disciples of the Heaven-Defying Alliance had obtained great benefits and wanted to threaten them. I've said what I should say. If you don't believe me, then forget it. Frost Holy Emperor's attitude was firm. The people on the Holy Emperor ranking looked at each other. Then Lin Yan stepped forward and said mockingly, I've long heard that Frost Holy Emperor is very strong. I, Lin Yan, would like to see it for myself. Before Frost Holy Emperor could speak, Fong Qin spoke first. You can't. Hearing Fong Qin's words, Lin Yan glared at him. Humph! How dare a loser like you boast in front of me? Back then, when Lin Yan and Gu Fu fought, Fong Qin did not want to be entangled with Lin Yan and escaped directly. However, he left Lin Yan with the impression that Fong Qin was no match for him. Therefore, he was so arrogant in front of Fong Qin now. If you didn't escape quickly that day, you might have died in my hands. Lin Yan sneered. What? Do you want to die? Fong Qin did not speak. Frost Holy Emperor's face was gloomy. Everyone, the disciples of the Heaven-Defying Alliance, don't cause trouble. But it doesn't mean that we're afraid of trouble, Purple Butterfly said. Even Jian Mayun, who had stepped into the 7th rank Saint Realm, was severely injured by them. They were not afraid of these people in front of them. Humph, I'll cause trouble today. What can you do about it? Lin Yan was very arrogant. He took a step forward and a terrifying aura swept across the world. He looked straight at Fong Qin. Do you dare to attack? Facing Lin Yan's provocation, Fong Qin shrugged helplessly. This is the first time I've seen someone so eager to die, Fong Qin said. I won't attack, but once I do, there will be blood. This sentence made Lin Yan even angrier. You're courting death. Lin Yan attacked with lightning speed. The triple origin fire in the void was collapsing. He clenched his fist and punched out. Boom! A deafening sound resounded through the sky. With a sound, Lin Yan flew out and crashed heavily on the ground. Everyone looked over and gasped in shock. This was especially true for Gu Fu, who was in a state of shock. Back then, he had said with his own eyes that Fong Qin was no match for Lin Yan and escaped into the void. Now, not long after, Lin Yan was seriously injured by the other party. It was unbelievable. What's going on? Ox Demon and the others looked curiously at Fong Qin. Ah! Lin Yan got up from the ground, spitting out blood. He roared angrily and unwillingly. He rushed at Fong Qin again, but the result was the same. Fong Qin sent him flying with a simple punch. His attack was no threat to Fong Qin. Boom! Finally, after being sent flying for the 3rd time, Lin Yan lost his ability to fight. He sat on the ground in a daze, unwilling to wake up. Chapter 35:55. Lin Yan, who had replaced Gu Fu on the Saint Royal ranking, had actually been defeated. It wasn't just him. Even Ox Demon and the others narrowed their eyes. Obviously, they had underestimated Fang Chen's strength. As a third-level Holy King, Lin Yan had been unable to fight back. Gu Fu's heart trembled as he recalled the battle between Fang Chen and Lin Yan. His forehead was covered in sweat. That battle was most likely because Fang Chen didn't want to waste time tangling with Lin Yan. Otherwise, Lin Yan would have been defeated. It's too scary. Thinking of this, Gu Fu had already regarded Fang Chen as a 7th-level Holy King. Anyway, he would rather die than become enemies with such a person. Lin Yan was in great pain. His entire body was covered in blood. He sat on the ground, panting heavily. His eyes were filled with unwillingness. His throat moved as if he wanted to speak, but in the end he didn't. The winner was the king, and the loser was the bandit. Lin Yan also understood this principle. Today he had been defeated by Fang Chen. He had been utterly defeated. He didn't even have the chance to fight back. He had given up. Everyone's gaze turned away from Lin Yan. They happened to hear Fang Chen's words. The disciples of the Heaven-Defying Alliance don't cause trouble, but it doesn't mean that we're afraid of trouble. If you still want to fight with us, then just attack. He stood with his hands behind his back, his aura majestic. Behind him, the Frost Saint Emperor and the other 3 all felt a trace of shame. Especially Frost Saint Emperor. His heart trembled. The monstrous talent that Fang Chen had displayed was enough for him to enter the Holy Ji Palace to cultivate. At this time, he finally understood why Peak Master Yin Luo had personally come forward and asked Fang Chen to participate in this mission. It turned out that the so-called demonic fire domain mission was just a way to train Fang Chen. Compared to Fang Chen's brilliance, Frost Saint Emperor felt ashamed. Xian and Luo Zi looked at each other and didn't say anything. Now that Fang Chen had defeated Lin Yan so powerfully, even if they attacked, they probably wouldn't be able to defeat him completely. Moreover, behind Fang Chen was the Heaven-Defying Alliance. They wanted to see just what the Heaven-Defying Alliance was planning. Could it be that they wanted to become enemies with all the other factions of the God's Fall battlefield and monopolize this flame marrow mine for themselves? However, Tang Yi licked his dry lips and took a step forward, arriving in front of Fang Chen. 3rd-level Holy King. To be able to reach this step in the entire God's Fall battlefield, your potential is undeniably number 1. However, there are times when potential cannot be exchanged for actual combat power. Perhaps you may become a top fighter in the future, but for now, you are at least a 3rd-level Holy King. What Tang meant was, I don't care what happens in the future. As long as I, Tang, am here, you will never be able to steal my limelight. Fang Chen looked at Tang Yi. Tang Yi was the only independent cultivator in the top 10 of the Sacred Emperor ranking who had not joined any sect. However, no one present dared to underestimate him. After all, behind him stood a super powerhouse, Old Ancestor Yizong. Old Ancestor Yizong was a peak invincible saint. He was very famous in the God's Fall battlefield. There were even rumors that he was most likely an old monster who had survived the ancient God's Fall battle. Even the Heaven-Defying Alliance and many other factions were not willing to provoke him. Old Ancestor Yizong had spent all his life on Tang Yi, hoping to train a disciple who could inherit his mantle. Now it seemed that Tang Yi had done well. It could be said that Tang Yi was at the peak of his cultivation. As soon as he finished his apprenticeship, he swept away warriors of the same realm with an invincible stance. When he entered the Saint realm, he was even more arrogant and looked down on those of the same realm. Now he was only 1 step away from entering the 7th-level Holy Realm. He had the right to be proud. Of course, the reason why he took action was mixed with some personal reasons. Jianji of the Sword Saint Mountain was his sworn brother. He was killed by Fang Chen. Jian Qingyun's arm was cut off, and the other disciples of the Sword Saint Mountain were slaughtered. All these factors combined gave Tang Yi a reason to take action. My master used to have some friendship with the higher-ups of the Sword Saint Mountain. When I left the mountain this time, He repeatedly told me to help the disciples of the Sword Saint Mountain if they are in trouble. Tang Yi said. The crocodile armor on his body exuded a terrible light that shrouded his entire body. Not only did you cut off Jian Qingyun's arm, but you also slaughtered so many innocent disciples of the Sword Saint Mountain. It is reasonable for me to take action and suppress an evil villain like you. Fang Qin sneered when he heard this. Just take action. Don't make it sound so righteous. Who didn't know Tang Yi's character? Fang Chen was fearless, but he reminded Tang, "Hey, you can take action if you want, but I have to remind you that my long sword has killed countless people." Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Tang's shameless boasting. "You're still not strong enough to kill me." Tang Yi sneered. Bull Demon and the others were also waiting with interest. Tang Yi's strength was infinitely close to Frost Saint Emperor and Jian Mayun. He should be able to test Fang Chen's strength. "I'm just afraid that when I hit the young one, the old one will jump out." Fang Chen joked. Humph, if you can kill me, I have nothing to say. But if I kill you, I hope the heaven-defying alliance won't come after me," Tang Yi said coldly. Fang Chen waved his hand. "In that case, make your move." Frost Saint Emperor and the others were surprisingly calm. To them, no matter how strong Tang Yi was, could he be stronger than Jian Mayun, who was a 7th Order Saint? Everyone had underestimated Fang Chen's strength, and this would be a huge blow to them. Back then, Wang Daoyun walked out of the Nine Regions branch and became famous. He joined the Holy Ji Palace. I didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, the Nine Regions branch would produce an even more amazing genius, Purple Butterfly said. Lu Lanqi nodded. Among the 4 of them, she had known Fang Chen the longest. She recalled the man who had stepped onto Yunluo Peak for the first time for a stalk of golden flame grass. He had surpassed them in the blink of an eye. Her state of mind had undergone a great change. Junior Brother Fang's potential is unprecedented. Even in the ancient times he would be ranked, Saint Emperor Mabai said. A 3rd Order Saint King is already so strong. I'm curious, how strong will he be when he becomes a 7th Order Saint? Will he be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with an invincible saint? The other 3 were shocked by the Frost Saint Emperor's words. A 7th Order Saint standing shoulder to shoulder with an invincible saint only existed in legends. Even if it was a legend, many people couldn't accept it. Looking at the battle not far away, the 4 of them looked hazy. It was as if they could really see that day coming. Boom! The battle was intense, and there was a lot of commotion. Tang Yi didn't give Fang Chen a chance. He attacked first. With the help of his armor, he exploded with his strongest power. The entire sky darkened. Fang Chen was in the middle of the whirlpool, but he was still calm. It was as if none of this had anything to do with him. In the distance, many disciples of the sect screamed. Chapter 3556. Taking turns to fight. Fang Chen stood in the middle of the whirlpool with his hands clasped behind his back. He looked calm as if he had nothing to do with it. He suddenly raised his head and said something that made everyone's jaws drop. "Those of you who want to fight, come at me together." He patted the dirt off his sleeves and said indifferently. However, it gave the others an incomparable shock. He was going to challenge the top 10 on the Holy Royal ranking? Many of the sect disciples were stupefied. Great waves were stirred up in their hearts. It was just too shocking. Even the top genius on the Holy Royal ranking wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. At the same time, they were also guessing whether Fang Chen really had such confidence, or was he just putting on an act to please the crowd? Buzz! The terrifying chi in the sky suddenly stopped. Tang Yi, who was floating in the air, looked even more gloomy. His body was filled with cold killing intent. Who was Tang Yi? He was 5th on the Holy Royal ranking. His overall strength wasn't any weaker than Holy Emperor Bing and Jian Mo Yin. He wasn't even afraid of Niu Mo. However, he was being humiliated by a 3rd rank Holy King. Boom! He slammed his palms together, causing the ground to explode and dust to fly everywhere. His chest was burning with rage as he looked at Fong Qin with a ferocious expression. At this critical moment, Fong Qin had actually said such words. It was simply a great humiliation to him. No one has ever dared to humiliate me like that. You are the first one. You will pay an unbearable price. Tang, he said coldly. Everyone could hear that Tang, he was furious. Don't waste time. If you want to fight me, just do it. I will take it all. Fong Qin was unyielding. He wasn't afraid of facing the top 10 on the Holy Royal ranking. You are courting death. Finally, Tang, he couldn't control his anger anymore. He clenched his fists and a powerful energy covered his fists. He threw a punch. Boom, boom, boom. That punch contained powerful original strength. Even Xian and Luo Zi didn't dare to take it head-on. Tang Yi has become stronger. Xian and Luo Zi thought to themselves. However, in just a second, there was a deafening sound. The two punches collided and the ground shook. Boom, boom, boom. Out of everyone's expectation, Fong Qin not only blocked Tang Yi's attack, he even pushed Tang Yi back. On the other hand, Fong Qin didn't move at all. He just stood there with his hands behind his back as if he hadn't fought at all. The entire world was in an uproar. Everyone was dumbfounded. How is that possible? Xian. Luo Zi shook her head in disbelief. Niu Mo is... All of a sudden, he was overwhelmed with shock. He looked at Fong Qin in a new light and felt that his guess was correct. Let me experience it as well. The sudden change stunned everyone. No one had expected that Niu Mo, who was ranked second on the Holy Emperor ranking board, would join hands with Tang Yi to attack. Dong! 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 Every time Niu Mo took a step, the ground would crack. At the same time, he raised his head and roared. Two horns appeared on his forehead, and his whole body was covered by the blood armor of the Niu demon clan. At this moment, he turned back to his original form. He stomped his hooves and rushed towards Fong Qin. Boom! When Bull Demon made his move, Tang Yi also made his move. Although it was the first time the two of them worked together, their coordination was very smooth. The two of them had a clear division of labor. One of them attacked Fong Qin's upper body, while the other attacked Fong Qin's lower body. Finally, you can't take it anymore? Fong Qin sneered. He didn't want to waste time here. It was good that Niu Mo and Tang Yi were working together. If he could defeat them, then the younger generation wouldn't have the guts to challenge him. Fong Qin pulled out his hidden star sword. Sharp metal, sword chi gushed out like a tide. Chaotic universe, sword art. He immediately used his strongest sword technique. With a slash of his sword, 8 sword shadows appeared in the void. Each sword shadow contained a different sword principle aura. The 8 auras complemented each other and burst forth with the strongest power. Die! Niu Mo shouted. Terrifying bloodline chi gushed out from his blood armor. His horns tore through the void and pierced towards Fong Qin's head. Puchi! The sword light pierced through one of Niu Mo's horns. He screamed in pain. Another sword light pierced through his blood armor. Niu Mo's body was covered in blood. On the other side, Tang Yi's attack was easily blocked by Fong Qin. His crocodile armor was pierced through by the chaotic universe sword light. Both of them had suffered injuries of varying degrees. This scene shocked many of the cultivators in the distance to the point where they could not be any more shocked. They had never thought that there would be such a monstrous talent among the younger generation. Who is he? Someone asked. Was he really just an ordinary outer disciple of the heaven-defying alliance? But the strength he displayed now was comparable to a 7th level saint. Such a monstrous talent could be ranked among the top even in the Holy Ji Palace. For a moment, all kinds of guesses were made. Xian and Luo Zi were confused. What did they see? Was this really not a dream? Lin Yan lowered his head in shame. He rejoiced in his heart. Fortunately, Fong Qin did not intend to kill him. Otherwise, he would not be standing here. As for Gufu, he looked like he had seen a ghost. From the beginning to the end, only Saint Emperor Bing and the other three were calm. After seeing Fong Chen's battle with Jiao Mo Yun in the Demon Slayer formation, Tang Yi and Niu Mo were nothing. After this battle, junior brother Fong will become famous in the Godfall battlefield, said Saint Emperor Mabai. I'm curious, between him and the guy who ranked first on the Saint Emperor ranking, who is stronger? Zaidi teased. Lu Lanqi had a lot of thoughts in his mind. He looked at Fong Chen with an indescribable look in his eyes. A rare, monstrous talent. He is destined to stir up a storm. Saint Emperor Bing was more and more certain that the Holy Ji Palace had already decided on Fong Chen. This mission was just one of the trials. He was even more certain that Fong Chen had used a special method to send a message back. The upper echelons of the Heaven-Defying Alliance would definitely come. Even Lei Gong would come personally. The Heaven-Defying Alliance could not afford to lose such a genius. The world is changing, Saint Emperor Bing said thoughtfully. On the battlefield, Fong Chen easily blocked Niu Mo and Tang Yi's attacks. In just one round, the two were covered in injuries. Bang! Niu Mo was sent flying by Fong Chen again. One of his horns was broken and the other cracked. He endured the pain and retreated quickly. In the blink of an eye, he was out of the battlefield. Niu Mo admit defeat. Niu Mo, ranked second on the Saint Emperor ranking, admitted defeat in front of everyone. Chapter 35:57. Who was Niu Mo? He was a young genius of the ancient Demon Ox clan. Since the ancient Demon Ox clan had declined after the Battle of the Gods, they had been cultivating generations after generations of geniuses. Finally, Niu Mo had been cultivated. It was said that Niu Mo had the reckless ox battle body, which was extremely strong. Once it was activated, his combat strength could be superimposed 9 times. His power was extraordinary, and there were few among the younger generation who could match him. Back then, when the Sacred Emperor ranking was compiled, he was only ranked second because of the difference of one move. Even so, the other experts on the Sacred Emperor ranking did not dare to disrespect him. However, today Niu Mo, who had the reckless ox battle body, joined forces with Tang Yi, the personal disciple of ancestor Yi Tsang, but they were no match for Fong Chen. The latter's strength was too strong. His swordsmanship had reached an incredible level. People even thought that the unique techniques of the Sword Saint Mountain were no match for him. Before Fong Chen, everyone respectfully called Jiao Mo Yun the Little Sword Saint. However, after seeing Fong Chen's battle, the title of Little Sword Saint belonged to him. He's too strong. Even Jiao Mo Yun is no match for him. I'm beginning to suspect that the vision just now might have been Jiao Mo Yun breaking through, and the 5 from the Heaven-Defying Alliance were blocking him. A great battle broke out. Everyone had different opinions. When they recalled that Niu Mo and the others had sensed a trace of Sword Saint Mountain's aura in the Fire Marrow mine, they were even more certain that there had been a fierce battle. At this moment, a question appeared in everyone's mind. Where did Jiao Mo Yun go? Thinking of this, everyone looked at Fong Chen with their mouths agape. At this moment, their hearts were filled with shock. This was because they had thought of an unimaginable result. Impossible. Jiao Mo Yun is the chief disciple of the Sword Saint Mountain and is respectfully called the Little Sword Saint. His swordsmanship cultivation has reached an incredible level. Even Niu Mo might not be able to defeat him. Moreover, the vision just now clearly showed that someone was undergoing a tribulation. Maybe it was Jiao Mo Yun. He couldn't have died in battle. Many people did not believe that Jiao Mo Yun had died in battle. They shook their heads frantically. Don't. However, at this moment, a deafening voice sounded. After Bull Demon admitted defeat, he left the battlefield. Tang Yi's heart was burning with anger. Although Fong Chen's strength was beyond his imagination, it was too late for him to stop now. This was because his attack had already been unleashed, and it had already arrived in front of Fong Chen. Kill. Without Ox Demon holding him back, he would have to face Fong Chen's strongest attack. However, he had no other choice but to bite the bullet and fight. Die for me! Tang Yi's palm slammed into the void. Suddenly, gray powder scattered. The 3 primordial fires in the void were refined by the gray powder and then condensed together to form a flame. As soon as this flame appeared, it caused the surrounding void to collapse. Humph! Facing Tang Yi's attack, Fong Chen snorted and slashed out with his sword. Even if the 2 of them joined forces, they were still no match for him. A mere Tang crocodile was nothing. Sure enough, the result was as expected. All of Tang Yi's attacks instantly turned into nothingness under Fong Chen's star-hidden sword. Puchi! The star-hidden sword pierced through the void flame and then stabbed Tang Yi as fast as lightning. The latter had almost no time to react and was stabbed by the long sword. Blood spurted out and his body exploded. Flesh and blood splattered, and a miserable scream was heard. Rip! When Tang Yi's body fell to the ground, everyone gasped. The crocodile armor on his body was beyond recognition. Everyone was shocked to the extreme. One should know that the crocodile armor was the remains of old ancestor Eight Song when he stepped into the invincible Saint Realm. He then personally refined it into the crocodile armor and even integrated his blood into the crocodile armor. Strictly speaking, this crocodile armor was considered to be the top among the origin sacred weapons. However, in the face of Fong Chen's attack, the crocodile armor was beyond recognition. It couldn't block the attack for Tang Yi at all. Tang Yi's legs were shattered, and he was dragging half of his body. In the distance, among the crowd, someone exclaimed and wanted to save Tang Yi, but after thinking about it carefully, he stopped in the end. Even Tang Yi and Bull Demon were no match for him. They would be courting death if they went. Quickly inform old ancestor Yi Song. Some disciples of the sect used special means to pass the news back. There were also people who tried to send a message to old ancestor Yi Song. They believed that soon the demonic sky fire domain would become a hell of Azura, and all the top saints would come. You, Tang Yi endured the pain and glared at Fong Chen. You dare to break my legs. You will regret it. At this time, Tang Yi was still threatening Fong Chen. My master, old ancestor, Yi Song, will be here soon. When the time comes, you will die without a burial place. Fong Chen shrugged. I knew it. If I hit the young one, the old one would jump out. Old ancestor, Yi Song, if he wants to avenge you, just come. Does he really think that there is no one in the heaven-defying alliance? He had already sent a message back. Presumably, Palace Master Lei would be arriving soon. Once Palace Master Lei arrived, old ancestor Yi Song would be nothing. You, lowly human with dirty blood in your body. What qualifications do you have to talk about my master? Tang Yi was furious. Fong Chen shook his head. But the lowly human in your eyes defeated you. You will even die in his hands. Who do you think you are? Not far away, Bull Demon was silent. He had fought with Fong Chen and had the right to speak, but he didn't want to speak. He knew very well how terrifying Fong Chen was. If Tang Yi didn't use his master to threaten Fong Chen, he might have a chance to live. However, he was courting death. At this point, he still threatened Fong Chen and even called him a lowly race. It was simply courting death. Xian, Luo Zi, Gu Fu, and the others kept their mouths shut, fearing that they would anger Fong Chen. Everyone's eyes were on Fong Chen. This young guy shocked the world with one battle, sweeping the top 10 of the Saint Royal list. This battle was enough to leave his name in history. Dang, dang, dang. Fong Chen walked towards Tang Yi step by step, and the latter finally felt a trace of fear. What do you want to do? Tang Yi's half-body kept retreating. The ground was stained with blood. His face was full of fear, and his body was trembling slightly. You can't kill me. Fong Chen didn't hide his killing intent. Tang Yi was no longer stubborn and began to beg for mercy. Bang! Fong Chen sent Tang Yi flying with a punch. I have no enmity with you, but you want to kill me. If I let you go today, I can't guarantee that you won't do anything to me in the future. Moreover, it's useless to keep a trash like you alive. I might as well just kill you. He had destroyed half of Tang Yi's body and cut off his cultivation path. This was already an irreconcilable hatred. His master, old ancestor Yitsong, would never let him go. Instead of that, he might as well go all out and kill Tang. No, if you let me go, my master will definitely give you cultivation resources to help you break through to the Saint Royal Realm. Tang Yi was anxious, and from now on, I swear that I will never do anything to you again. I will even become your right-hand man and work for you. If it were an ordinary person, they might be attracted by Tang Yi's conditions, but Fong Qin wasn't. Not to mention that he had a lot of cultivation resources. Just his identity as a disciple of the heaven-defying alliance was enough for him to not worry about resources. Now he even controlled the entire fire marrow lode. Tang Yi's conditions were really not that attractive. I have cultivation resources. It's simply an eyesore for a trash like you to be my right-hand man. Fong Qin took a step forward and came in front of Tang Yi. The latter fled in a panic, but he couldn't escape from Fong Qin's palm at all. Let me tell you a secret. In order to survive, Tang Yi used all his means. Humph, Fong Qin snorted coldly. He didn't want to pay attention to Tang Yi at all. However, the latter's next sentence made him stop abruptly. I once inadvertently obtained a flag at the edge of the primal chaos battlefield. This flag contained a great opportunity. As he spoke, he hurriedly took out an orange flag from his arms. Buzz! On the flag, a murderous aura escaped and instantly swept across the world. Even Fong Qin couldn't help but frown when he felt this aura. What a strong murderous aura. Dong dong dong. The blood in Fong Qin's body suddenly became restless. He looked at the flag seriously and noticed a trace of strangeness. Seeing Fong Qin's reaction, Tang Yi continued, According to my master, the murderous aura contained in this flag is too shocking. If it is released, it will destroy the world. And this flag is very likely to be related to the battle of the ancient gods. Everyone gasped. A flag related to the battle of the ancient gods? Everyone's eyes fell on the flag. This flag, the size of a palm, looked very ordinary. On the orange flag, there was a little light black light. There was nothing except for the murderous aura. What's going on? The more Fong Qin looked at it, the more shocked he became. At some point, he seemed to have fallen into an illusion. He saw that inside the flag, the dark aura condensed into a ferocious face. When he saw this ferocious face, he almost cried out. Fong Qin's face became serious. The ferocious face was actually the face of the mastermind behind the demonic emperor's mausoleum. This discovery made Fong Qin completely shocked. Sure enough, the aura is the same. After calming down, Fong Qin felt that in the murderous aura, there was the same aura as the evil cultivator in the demonic emperor's mausoleum. He suppressed his shock and held the flag in his palm. The terrifying murderous aura madly drilled into his body. Fortunately, the perfect blood blocked it, so he was safe. Who is he? Is he really the mastermind behind the battle of the ancient gods? Tang Yi breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Fong Qin also saw the extraordinary nature of this flag. He could at least delay until his master arrived. Humph! When my master arrives, you will definitely die, Tang Yi thought to himself. Fong Qin looked at Tang Yi sharply. Where did this flag come from? Chapter 3558. Tang Yi could feel the cold, murderous intent from Fong Qin. He began to feel guilty, afraid that Fong Qin would kill him regardless of everything. If that was the case, even if his master avenged him, what could he do? His top priority now was to survive until his master arrived. Therefore, he had told Fong Qin about his greatest fortuitous encounter in order to stall for time. Hearing this, Fong Qin's expression changed. The other sect disciples in the distance were also moved. In the ancient times, the battlefield of gods was originally a macro world. However, after the Battle of Gods, the macro world was completely shattered and all the cultivators were almost wiped out. The battles between the top cultivators created countless dangerous places. The battlefield of chaos was one of them. Although it was called a dangerous place, it was actually a place for training. Of course, this training place was not for ordinary people to enter. Under normal circumstances, one's cultivation had to be at least at the 7th level of saint to be qualified to enter. However, that was only the qualification. If one wanted to obtain an opportunity in it, one had to be at least a 9th level saint. In the battlefield of gods, most of the top cultivators in the sect would go to the battlefield of chaos to look for opportunities. Now, the flag that Tang Yi mentioned was actually from the battlefield of chaos, which surprised everyone. Feeling the change in Fong Chen's mood, Tang Yi breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly took out the flag. Rumble. As soon as the flag appeared, the color of heaven and earth changed. The dark clouds in the sky instantly turned blood red, and the air was filled with a terrible smell of blood. The disciples of the weaker sects in the distance quickly retreated, their hearts full of shock. What is this? Fong Chen's eyes widened, and his primordial spirit locked onto the flag in Tang Yi's hand. At this time, Tang Yi was holding a palm-sized blood-red flag in his hand. This flag released a monstrous evil aura. Buzz! An overwhelming baleful aura surged wildly from the blood-red flag. In the end, it pressed down on Fong Chen at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Dong dong dong! The blood in Fong Chen's body was restless. When he came back to his senses, his face became gloomy. He suddenly rotated his palm and brandished the hidden star sword. The sword light exploded and turned into a 10,000-meter-long sword light in the air. It rushed into the incomparably dense evil qi. The sound of metal clashing could be heard. The evil qi rushing towards Fong Chen was forcibly cut apart by the 10,000-meter-long sword light. At the same time, primordial chaos sword qi erupted, completely suppressing the blood-red flag. The evil aura in the air gradually scattered, and the blood-red flag, which was suppressed by the perfect blood, also gradually calmed down. Bang! Tang Yi, who was still in shock, was slapped away by Fong Chen. Trying to use the murderous aura of the flag to deal with me? Fong Chen's eyes were cold as he walked towards Tang's crocodile. He was a little angry. If he didn't have the perfect bloodline, he might have been killed by Tang's crocodile. Tang, he didn't expect that Fong Chen could resist the evil qi of the flag so easily. He got up from the ground with blood all over his body. A look of horror appeared on his face as he kept retreating. It was an accident. I'll give you the flag now. After that, Tang, he hurriedly threw out the flag in his hand. Fong Chen opened his palm, and the flag fell into his palm. Suddenly, a murderous aura drilled into his palm, trying to destroy his meridians, but it was suppressed by the perfect bloodline. Interesting. After a short contact, Fong Chen felt that the flag was extraordinary. It was very likely that it really came from the chaos battlefield. Fong Chen played with the flag and looked up at Tang Yi with interest. The latter trembled and hurriedly said, I've given you the flag. Shouldn't you fulfill your promise and let me go? Fong Chen didn't say anything. Tang Yi was a little anxious. His master was already rushing over, but the journey was long and it would take some time. In the meantime, he would be in extreme danger. He had to find a way to survive. He clenched his teeth and seemed to have made a decision. He didn't hold back anymore and told Fong Chen everything about the flag. Saint Emperor Hanbing and the others looked at each other. They didn't expect things to develop to this extent. Although they were very curious about the origin of the flag, they knew their own limits. Moreover, they were from the same sect, so it was impossible for them to attack Fong Chen. When they saw Fong Chen and Tang Yi looking at each other, they knew that the two were communicating through telepathy. Saint Emperor Hanbing said, The flag is too important. There will definitely be people who will be jealous. Be careful. If anyone tries to do anything, kill them without mercy. Don't worry. Junior brother Fong is strong. Unless the number one on the Saint Emperor ranking makes a move, no one will have a chance, Saint Emperor Mabai said confidently. Bull Demon, Chu Xian, Luozi, and the others looked at the flag in Fong Chen's hand curiously. A blood-red flag with 3 vertical lines, 6 horizontal lines, and 9 mixed lines. Where have I heard of it before? Bull Demon racked his brain and had a vague impression of it. After a while, Bull Demon slapped his head and his eyes lit up. That's the flag of command. His breathing became a little rushed. He looked at it seriously and was even more certain that the blood-red flag in Fong Chen's hand was the legendary command flag. The flag of command has appeared. Bull Demon was incomparably excited. At the same time, he was also very shocked. He had once heard the patriarch mention a secret in the clan. Their Bull Demon clan had a blue flag of command. It was said that the previous clan leader had brought it back from the chaotic battlefield. Since then, it had become the most precious treasure of the Bull Demon clan. Many ancestors of my Bull Demon clan have studied it for countless years and obtained a terrifying piece of information. Bull Demon thought to himself, the flag of command is actually the key to an ancient ruin. There are 3 of them. If we can gather all of them, we can open the ancient ruin and obtain the ancient inheritance. Moreover, they also found that the inheritance should have come from an invincible saint or even a half-step chaotic supremacy, although they couldn't confirm whether it was true or not. Just the words half-step chaotic supremacy were enough to drive people crazy. Over the years, the Bull Demon clan had been searching for it, but to no avail. Who would have thought that the second flag of command would appear here? There are a total of 3 flags of command. One is blue, one is blood red, and the last one is purple. Bull Demon used a special method to send the news back to the clan. Then he tried hard to remain calm, not wanting others to see any clues. After a while, Fong Chen retracted his gaze and seemed to be thinking. It seemed that he had obtained some important information from Tang. It has something to do with the origins of the 5 elements. Fong Chen thought to himself. Tang, he had told him that after obtaining the flag of command, a piece of information had appeared in his mind. This information was related to the origins of the 5 elements. Chapter 35:59. Fong Chen's expression changed. He did not expect the commanding flag to be related to the Lord of Origin. What was the Lord of Origin? At the beginning of the chaos, the Yin and Yang Qi were created and finally evolved into the 5 elements origin. As everyone knew, the 5 elements origin was the basic structure of the chaotic world and the foundation of the cultivation of saint realm warriors. Every saint stage, cultivator had more or less comprehended an origin. However, there were very few who could truly comprehend the origin to the extreme. Since ancient times, those who could comprehend the 5 elements origin to the extreme and condense a 9-story origin tower would be crowned with the title of Lord of Origin. In fact, there were at most 5 Lords of Origin in an era, each representing the 5 elements. The Lord of Origin was just a title that represented an origin that had reached the extreme. Therefore, only 5 people in each era could obtain this title. However, under normal circumstances, those who could obtain the title of Lord of Origin had most likely reached the level of an invincible saint or even a half-step chaotic sovereign. Fong Chen stared at Tang Yi with scorching eyes. After calming down, he was a little confused and wary of the latter. Why would such an important commanding flag be with him? Even his master, great ancestor Yi Tsang, could not remain calm in the face of the inheritance of the Lord of Origin. What else are you hiding? Fong Chen questioned Tang Yi imposingly. Tang Yi's expression changed, and he said with some fear, I've said everything that needs to be said. You should fulfill your promise. Fong Chen shook his head. He did not believe what Tang Yi said. What do you want? Tang Yi retreated and glared at Fang Chen as he roared. "Let me search your soul," Fang Chen said calmly. Since it was related to the Lord of Origin, he was not willing to let go of any important clues. Tang Yi was infuriated. Searching one's soul was the biggest taboo for a warrior. Once he opened his mind and let the other party search his soul, it was very likely that he would be killed. If Fang Chen secretly made a move, Tang Yi would definitely die. Furthermore, he had many secrets that no one knew about. How could he allow Fang Chen to search his soul? Master hasn't arrived yet? Tang Yi was anxious. He secretly tried to contact his master, but there was no response. He had no choice but to raise his head and pretend to be calm as he faced Fang Chen. "I've already given you this flag and told you everything I know. I believe that a disciple of the Heaven-Defying Alliance wouldn't go back on his word." Fang Chen sneered. He stretched out his hand and arrived in front of Tang Yi at lightning speed. The latter couldn't dodge in time and was grabbed by Fang Chen. A miserable scream came out from Tang Yi's mouth. His face was pale as he struggled, desperately. "I'll give you one last chance." Based on Fang Chen's past character, he would have killed Tang Yi a long time ago, but now, for the sake of the secret of the Origin Lord, he was in no hurry to take action. However, there was a limit to his patience. Swish! At that moment, a blinding light shot over from afar. Following that, the crowd heard a thunderous explosion. Seeing this, Fang Chen threw Tang Yi aside and waved his sword to block the attack. Puchi! With a slash of his sword, the cold sword aura forcefully shattered the layer of energy in front of him. Then, the tip of his sword was pointed at Bull Demon, and with infinite power he stabbed out madly. Bull Demon Fist. Bull Demon's face was ferocious as he shouted loudly. At the same time, he transformed into his human form. He clenched his fists and waved them in front of his chest. The terrifying fist aura condensed into a huge fist shadow. Rip! The hidden star sword didn't stop and pierced into the fist shadow. Then, Fang Chen's wrist shook and instantly shattered the fist shadow. Bull Demon took this opportunity to retreat quickly and came to Tang Yi's side. He pulled him up and retreated to a safe area. "You sneak attacked me?" Fang Chen was furious. Bull Demon had just admitted defeat in front of everyone and swore that he would never attack him again for the rest of his life. Who would have thought that he would sneak attack him in the blink of an eye? "Fang Chen, although Tang Yi offended you first, he has paid a heavy price after all. Why do you have to be so lenient?" Bull Demon said. "Moreover, Tang Yi's master is Ancestor Yitsong. If you alarm him, do you think the Heaven-Defying Alliance can protect you?" Xian and Luo Zi were confused. The Bull Demon they knew wasn't such a reckless person. But why did he lose his mind and become an enemy of Fang Chen? Xian's expression changed. He recalled that when the blood-red flag appeared, Bull Demon was absent-minded for a short moment. He guessed that Bull Demon had attacked him because of the blood-red flag. Could it be that Bull Demon recognized its origin? Xian's expression changed. He was more and more curious. What was the origin of the blood-red flag? Why would Bull Demon become an enemy of Fang Chen? Hee! Fang Chen sneered and stared at Bull Demon sharply. Bull Demon Clan's genius, second on the Saint Emperor ranking list. Bull Demon. But I'm curious. Who gave you the courage to become an enemy of mine? Just now, he had single-handedly defeated the joint attack of Tang Crocodile and Bull Demon. Bull Demon admitted defeat on the spot, while Tang Yi was covered in blood and almost died. Bull Demon supported Tang Yi with one hand, as if he had forgotten what had just happened. He confronted Fang Chen, as if he was determined to save Tang Yi. "Fang Chen, old ancestor, Yitsong has once shown kindness to my Ox Demon clan. Today, can you give my Ox Demon clan some face and let Tang Yi go? My Ox Demon clan will definitely thank you in the future." The Ox Demon brought up his clan, trying to force Fang Chen to back down. Shameless. Lu Lanchi gritted his teeth in anger. Zaidi was so angry that her shoulders trembled. She couldn't help but want to attack. Saint Emperor Mabai and Saint Emperor Hanbing watched quietly. They had never doubted Fang Chen's strength. They believed that Fang Chen could solve all these problems. Boom! Fang Chen slashed out with his sword without warning. The sword light was extremely fast, approaching the speed of light. It instantly arrived in front of Bull Demon, who used the Bull Demon fist to block it. Bang! The combat strength of the two was not on the same level at all. Bull Demon was sent flying in one blow. Thump! 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 After he stabilized himself, he looked down and saw that the bones in his fist were broken and blood was spurting out. He endured the pain and gritted his teeth. Fang Chin, ancestor Yitsong, is already on his way. He will be here soon. If you continue to be stubborn, you will regret it. Hearing Bull Demon's words, everyone understood. It seemed that Bull Demon's attack had something to do with ancestor Yitsong's arrival. However, only Bull Demon himself knew that although ancestor Yitsong had sent him a message through the Bull Demon clan to ask him to help Tang Yi, the real reason why Bull Demon was willing to become enemies with Fang Chin was the commanding flag. Tang Yi knew a lot. Bull Demon might be able to get some clues from him. This was his real purpose. Brother Bull Demon, I can't thank you enough. Chapter 3560. Tang Yi was covered in blood and had lost his fighting strength. If Fang Chin continued to attack, he would not be able to fight back. Therefore, he only had one thought now, and that was to stall for time. Fang Chin, you're going back on your words. Tang Yi was furious. In order to survive, he did not hesitate to take out the commanding flag and told the latter the secret. Who would have thought that Fang Chin would go back on his words and still attack him? I didn't expect that a disciple of the Heaven-Defying Alliance would be so hypocritical. If you kill me, my master will not let you go. Tang Yi said angrily. On the side, Bull Demon also spoke. He claimed to be the descendant of the ancient Bull Demon clan and said, Brother Fang, I admit that you are strong, but please let Brother Tang Yi go for the sake of my Bull Demon clan. How about it? It seemed to be a negotiation, but it was actually a threat. Humph! Fang Chen snorted coldly, not giving Bull Demon any face. Hunyuan sword art. Fang Chin displayed the Hunyuan sword art. Terrifying sword light condensed in the air one after another, exuding a terrifying sword aura. Fang Chen leaped up and floated in the air. He stood on the densely packed sword lights. A terrifying light shot out from his eyes as he looked down at the two of them. Seeing Fang Chen's attack, Bull Demon was shocked and displayed the Bull Demon fist without hesitation. Bull Demon fist. Bull Demon roared and merged his origin strength with the Bull Demon fist perfectly. His combat strength skyrocketed as his fist shadow rushed towards Fang Chen. Pucci! However, in merely a single exchange, the tens of thousands of sword rays pierced through his fist shadows. A frightening power spread out, causing Ox Demon's body to tremble. Break! Bull Demon roared into the sky and let out a beastly roar. He turned into his original form and stomped his hooves on the ground. His huge body rushed towards Fang Chen and stomped his front foot on Fang Chen. In the distance, everyone trembled in fear. The power of this stomp was extraordinary. An ordinary Saint Realm expert would not be able to withstand it at all. They would definitely die. What a terrifying Bull Demon! Xian and Luozi were also shocked. Their impression of Demon Ox wasn't this strong. The Demon Ox in front of them had overturned their understanding, as expected of the strongest genius of the ancient Demon Ox clan. I heard that the hope of the clan's revival is all placed on him. There are even rumors that the Demon Ox clan is secretly plotting something. If it succeeds, the Demon Ox will be able to step into the invincible Saint Realm, Gu Fu whispered. He was a disciple of the ancient clan. The upper echelons of the ancient clan and the ancient Demon Bull clan were both ancient remnant clans. Their influence was outstanding, and there were some connections between the upper echelons. Therefore, he knew this secret. However, it is somewhat reckless of him to make an enemy out of Fang Qin. Gu Fu muttered. Lin Yan was already numb, his heart cold. He was glad that Fang Qin hadn't killed him just now. Otherwise, how could he still be standing here alive? In the distance, those ordinary disciples were even more shocked, to the point that they couldn't be any more shocked. Pucci, even if Demon Ox used a divine skill, like the Demon Ox Fist, it was useless. Fang Chen's strength was too strong. His battle strength was comparable to a 7th Order Saint. With a flick of his wrist, a 10,000-foot-long sword light pierced through Ox Demon's defense and nailed him to the ground. Ox Demon's huge body was drenched in blood. In just a few short seconds, his vitality had been greatly damaged and he was dispirited. Brother Demon Ox. Tang Yi retreated, looking at Demon Ox, and exclaimed. Before his master came, Demon Ox was his only hope of survival. Who would have thought that Fang Qin would dare to kill him? Fang Qin, are you really going to kill us all? Tang Yi roared hysterically. He didn't believe that Fang Qin would offend his master, old ancestor Yi Tsang, and the Demon Ox clan at the same time. Fang Qin ignored Tang Yi's cries. With a slash of his sword, a terrifying sword light wrapped around Demon Ox's body. The latter struggled and roared ferociously, but to no avail. Fang Chen's face was cold. With a flick of his finger, Demon Ox's body was instantly pierced through by thousands of swords. I can't accept this. Demon Ox's unwilling voice came from the blood mist. Boom! Demon Ox's body exploded after being pierced by thousands of swords, shocking everyone. Oh my God! At this moment, everyone exclaimed. The second strongest person on the Saint Royal list, the peerless genius of the ancient Demon Ox clan, Demon Ox, was dead. Moreover, the person who killed him was only a 3rd Order Holy King. This was beyond everyone's imagination. Ah, you killed Brother Demon Ox? The ancient Demon Ox clan will not let you go. Tang Yi was obviously frightened. He screamed crazily and retreated. His eyes were filled with fear, and his heart was trembling. Master, save me. In a hurry! Tang Yi sent out his last call for help. Whoosh! Fang Chen flicked his wrist and took away Demon Ox's summer ring. After all, he was a genius of the Demon Ox clan and should have many good things. As for the revenge of the Demon Ox clan, he did not care. After this matter was over, he would enter the Dao Palace to cultivate. With his potential, it was only a matter of time before he stepped into the Saint Realm. As long as he did not leave the Myriad Path Realm, even the Demon Ox clan could not do anything to him. Furthermore, Fang Chen hated threats the most. Not only did Ox Demon threaten him, but he even tried to sneak an attack on him after he admitted defeat in front of everyone, even though he had let him live. It could only be said that the evils brought on themselves were the hardest to bear. When he attacked Fang Qin and protected Tang Yi, the outcome was already decided. This, even Frost Saint Emperor and the others did not expect the outcome to be like this. Their expressions changed as they thought about the consequences of Demon Ox's death. Kill. Since Tang Yi did not want to tell them the secret of the Origin Lord, they could only kill him. No, you can't kill me. Tang Yi, who was retreating, tripped over Demon Ox's body. He felt the aura of death coming and prayed for his master to come quickly. Pucci, the dazzling sword light, cut off his arm as if it was cutting glass. Blood spurted out, and Tang Yi no longer looked like a human. You will regret this. Tang Yi, who was in despair, let out an angry roar. My master will exterminate your 9 generations and make sure you never reincarnate. At least, you won't be able to see that scene. Now, Tang Yi had completely lost his combat strength. Fang Chen raised the star-hidden sword. With a light wave, he could end Tang Yi's life. Stop, thief! However, at this moment, in the distant sky, the fiery red void was instantly torn apart. A terrifying aura swept across the world and burst out. Everyone was shocked. Old Ancestor Yi Tsang had arrived. At this time, Old Ancestor Yi Tsang did not care so much. He directly activated his supreme technique, forcibly tore the void at the entrance of the demonic sky fire domain, and entered it. When he saw his disciple, Tang Yi, he was even more furious. He punched out across the endless void. Boom! Boom! Chapter 3561. The sky instantly darkened, and dark clouds covered the sky. The void collapsed and cracks spread out. The triple origin fire in the air spun wildly, forming a terrifying vortex. The demonic fire domain instantly turned into a furnace. Everyone was shocked. It was obvious that the person who came was Tang Yi's master, Old Ancestor Yi. Sure enough, after the terrifying fist light dissipated, an old man with wrinkles appeared from the void crack, surpassing the speed of sound. As soon as he appeared, he brought a huge pressure to the world. Fang Qin couldn't help but take a few steps back. Seeing this, Frost Saint Emperor and the other three's faces suddenly changed, and they exclaimed, "Old Ancestor Yi Tsang!" Xian, Luozi, and the others also took a few steps back, fearing that Old Ancestor Yi Tsang would be angry and implicate them. "Master!" Tang Yi almost burst into tears. At the most critical moment, his master had appeared. His hanging heart was finally at ease. Buzz! Old Ancestor Yi Tsang held Tang Yi with one hand. A little starlight flickered, constantly injecting power into Tang Yi's body. At the same time, he fed Tang Yi a healing pill. After a while, Tang Yi's face became a little ruddy. Although his body hadn't recovered yet, his injuries had obviously improved, and his life was no longer in danger. "No matter who it is, no matter how great his background is, I will avenge you." Old Ancestor Yi Tsang gently patted Tang Yi's shoulder and said slowly, "Master, it's this guy. Not only did he want to kill me, but he also took away my flag. Brother Ox Demon of the Ox Demon clan died tragically in his hands in order to save me." With Old Ancestor Yi Tsang around, Tang Yi was fearless and began to complain. After listening, Old Ancestor Yi Tsang's expression didn't change. He looked at Fang Chen with a condescending attitude. In his opinion, as long as it wasn't the invincible sage of the Heaven-Defying Alliance, others were no different from ants. When did the Heaven-Defying Alliance's disciples become so arrogant? Old Ancestor Yi Tsang whispered. Frost Saint Emperor and the others trembled in their hearts. Tang Yi almost died, and Old Ancestor Yi Tsang was famous for being protective. He would never let this matter go. Now, they could only pray that the higher-ups of the Heaven-Defying Alliance would arrive quickly. Otherwise, it would be difficult to bear the anger of Old Ancestor. Senior Yi Tsang, Frost Saint Emperor, cupped his fists. He was a top outer sect disciple of the Heaven-Defying Alliance and also the leader of this mission. It was only right for him to stand up and resist the pressure. "Humph!" Old Ancestor Yi Tsang flicked his sleeve and slapped Frost Saint Emperor away. "I don't want to hear any explanations. I only know that my disciple almost died in the hands of your Heaven-Defying Alliance, so I need an explanation." If they didn't give him a satisfactory explanation, he wouldn't mind going on a killing spree and killing all 5 disciples of the Heaven-Defying Alliance. Xian and Zi shook their heads. Was a rising star going to die just like that? No matter how heaven-defying Fang Chen was, it was impossible to challenge Old Ancestor Yi Tsang. Old Ancestor Yi Tsang stared at Fang Chen. At first, he looked down on him, but the more he looked at him, the more frightened he became. 3rd level Holy King? Killed Bull Demon and severely injured Tang Yi? Old Ancestor Yi Tsang couldn't believe his eyes. After a short thought, a thought emerged in his mind. He believed that Fang Chen must have a secret treasure or a heaven-defying bloodline. "I have never been able to touch the threshold of the half-step chaotic supreme realm. If I can get his bloodline, I might have a chance to become the Origin Lord. Old Ancestor Yi Song thought to himself. He raised his palm and said indifferently, "Where is the flag?" He faced everyone with the attitude of a top powerhouse. In fact, even among the invincible saints, he was a top existence. Few people dared to provoke him. Fang Chen's forehead was dripping with sweat. His body couldn't bear the pressure from Old Ancestor Yi Song. A cracking sound came out, and his bones cracked. He gritted his teeth and persisted. "You have severely injured my disciple. You will pay with your life." As soon as his voice fell, Old Ancestor Yi Song made his move. With a flick of his finger, the entire void trembled. The triple origin fire was directly defeated. A terrifying airwave swept across the world and instantly arrived in front of Fang Chen. Boom! Fang Chen had almost no resistance. The sword Dao armor on his body shattered directly. At the same time, his body flew out upside down. Rip! Blood sprayed and covered his whole body. Fang Chen felt his internal organs trembling. His meridians reversed, and he was seriously injured. After feeling Fang Chen's blood, Old Ancestor Yi Song's eyes flickered. He was even more certain that Fang Chen's bloodline was very heaven-defying. He licked his dry lips and took another step toward Fang Chen. "Bastard, weren't you very arrogant just now? Aren't you like a dog now, waiting to be slaughtered?" Tang Yi Song gloated and constantly mocked Fang Chen. "Master, spare his dog life. I want him to taste all the poisons in the world, and then kill him with my own hands. Not only that, but I will also exterminate all the people related to him." Tang Yi Song went mad. After walking through the gates of hell, his hatred for Fang Chen was unprecedented. Hiss! Fang Chen, who fell to the ground, quickly climbed up. However, an even more terrifying big hand suppressed him directly, making him a little breathless. Everyone thought that Old Ancestor Yi Song would directly kill Fang Chen, but they were wrong. What's going on? Someone noticed that something was wrong. In front of Fang Chen, blood continued to gather, forming a blood-red ball in the blink of an eye. Damn it! Fang Chen's face was hideous. He tried his best to stop it, but it was useless. Old Ancestor Yi Song was too strong. He was no match for him at all. What a powerful bloodline! Old Ancestor Yi Song stared greedily at the blood-red ball. Fang Chen felt that the blood in his body was rapidly draining away. If this continues, he will definitely die. Old Ancestor Yi Song, your disciple, Tang Yi, is not dead. Please give face to the heaven-defying alliance and let Junior Brother Fang live. At the critical moment, Saint Emperor Bing stood up. Get lost! What responded to him was a terrifying attack that directly sent Saint Emperor Bing and the other 3 flying. As I said, no matter who he is, no matter what he relies on, no one can save him if he dares to attack my disciple. Old Ancestor Yi Song said calmly. The reason why he didn't kill Fang Chen was that the latter's blood was crucial to him. Saint Sage. Fang Chen felt his body weakening. He couldn't sit still and wait for death. Enduring the pain, he took out the Saint Sage and put the last 5 energy blood crystals into it. Boom! The Saint Sage attacked with all its might, trying to rescue Fang Chen. Boom! Boom! The Saint Sage's attack didn't pose a threat to Old Ancestor Yi Song, but it was a puppet. As long as it wasn't completely destroyed, it would continue to attack. This is really annoying. Chapter 3562. The Holy Kiln was personally refined by the Blood Cavalry Sage. Its toughness was extraordinary. At this moment, the Holy Kiln successfully restrained Old Ancestor Yi Song. Fang Chen's life was temporarily out of danger, but he still didn't let his guard down. He secretly arranged the Demon Slayer formation. Old Ancestor Yi Song was the strongest among the rogue cultivators. He was also a genuine invincible sage. His combat effectiveness was too strong. Fang Chen couldn't resist at all. Facing Old Ancestor Yi Song, Fang Qin didn't even have the confidence to make a move. At this moment, he could only hope that the holy kiln could delay a little more time. However, he was using the Demon Slayer formation to resist old ancestor Yi Tsang. As long as he could delay until the heaven-defying alliance's higher-ups arrived, his life would be saved. In the distance, many disciples of the sect had retreated to the edge of the magic sky fire domain. They watched this amazing scene from a distant void. Too strong. Is this the pressure of an invincible sage? A sage can't be humiliated. Fang Qin is courting death. Old ancestor Yi Tsang came in anger to avenge his disciple. If the heaven-defying alliance's higher-ups don't come, Fang Qin will definitely die. Many people weren't optimistic about Fang Qin's chances. In this desperate situation, even an ordinary invincible sage might not be able to withstand old ancestor Yi Tsang's angry blow. Xian and the others originally thought that Fang Qin was dead. Who would have thought that he could actually come up with such a method? That's the holy kiln, Xian exclaimed. He had once seen records of the holy kiln in the sect's ancient books. I didn't expect Fang Qin to have such a legendary puppet like the holy kiln. It's incredible, but after a short while, Xian noticed the power of the holy kiln. He shook his head gently and sighed. It's a pity that such a young genius with the potential to step into the chaotic supreme realm in the future has fallen just like that. Luo Zi looked over in confusion. Xian explained, the saint puppet is a kind of high-level puppet. As long as enough energy crystals are placed on it, it can release the pressure of a saint. It's a pity that Fang Qin doesn't have that many energy crystals. The saint puppet in front of us is at most a 5th-rank holy emperor. However, due to its special properties, it can withstand a saint's attack. Boom! Old ancestor Yi Tsang's angry strike directly blasted the sacred puppet away, but the latter didn't feel any pain at all. The crystal in the energy center was quickly refined, and a vast power emerged again. It tirelessly rushed towards old ancestor Yi Tsang, doing everything it could to stop his attack. Courting death. Old ancestor Yi Tsang sneered. He immediately stretched out his hand, and a terrifying power swept across the world. As his palm pressed down, it completely shrouded the Saint Kiln. Crack! There was a crisp sound in the Holy Lion's body. The internal energy could no longer operate. The energy center was also sealed by old ancestor Yi Tsang. Rip! Almost at the same time, old ancestor Yi Tsang's other hand stretched out and grasped the energy center of the Saint Kiln. The remaining energy in the energy crystal was instantly exhausted. Boom! The Saint Kiln fell to the ground, losing its fighting power. A little Saint King actually has the Saint puppet. Interesting. Old ancestor Yi Tsang licked his dry lips and said eerily, with your potential, you should have a high status in the heaven-defying alliance. If I kill you, those old farts will definitely be distressed. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. With a wave of his hand, old ancestor Yi Tsang put away the saint puppet. For him, the saint puppet was naturally useless, but he could give it to his disciple, Tang Yi Tsang. As long as there were enough energy crystals, the saint puppet could exert the power of an invincible saint. With the saint puppet, his disciple would have the protection of an invincible saint. He felt much more at ease. After putting away the saint puppet, old ancestor Yi Tsang stepped out and came in front of Fang Qin. Boy, I, old ancestor Yi Tsang, have traversed the God's Fall battlefield and killed countless people. However, you are the first Saint King in the past 100 years who can make me personally take action. With old ancestor Yi Tsang's identity, if he wanted to deal with a Saint King, as long as he raised his arm and shouted, there would be countless followers working for him. There was no need for him to take action at all. However, today, Fang Qin caused some trouble for him. To be praised by old ancestor Yi Tsang, one could imagine how monstrous Fang Qin was. Unfortunately, This monstrous genius was destined to fall today. Die. Old ancestor Yi Tsang no longer talked nonsense. His big hand pressed down directly, wanting to smash Fang Chen's head. Boom! 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 Almost at the same time, Fang Chen endured the pressure of a saint and stomped his foot. In an instant, with him as the center, the ground released dense rays of light. These rays of light soared into the sky and intertwined, forming a majestic array formation. The array formation was filled with an extremely vast power. This power had a subtle restraining effect on old ancestor Yi Tsang's power. Demon Slayer Array. Fang Chen yelled in a low voice and devoted himself to the Demon Slayer Array. Above his forehead, the origin star flickered. His hands were pressed against the array's core. Crash! Pieces of fire essence flew out of his robe and sank into the array base. Suddenly, the power of the Demon Slayer Array increased again. In the face of absolute strength, everything is fleeting. Old ancestor Yi Tsang looked down at Fang Chen condescendingly. His big hand continued to press down. Terrifying rays of light swept across the earth, resisting the Demon Slayer Array. Rumble! The Demon Slayer Array shook and was about to shatter at any time. Fang Chen was also under great pressure. With a bang, he knelt on one knee, and a trace of blood escaped from the corner of his mouth. Buzz! When his blood dripped on the ground, it was instantly absorbed by the Demon Slayer Array. In an instant, the Demon Slayer Array seemed to have undergone earth-shaking changes. The restraining power became more and more powerful. For a moment, old ancestor Yi Tsang felt like he was in a different world. Break for me. Old ancestor Yi Tsang felt a little strange. He shook his head vigorously, groaned, and pressed down with his other hand. The power of both hands soared suddenly. The Demon Slayer Array couldn't withstand the pressure, and countless cracks appeared. Puchi! Fang Chen vomited blood. He was severely injured, and he relied entirely on his faith to support himself. Die for me! At this moment, old ancestor Yi Tsang also realized that Fang Chen's potential was much stronger than he imagined. He must kill Fang Chen. Otherwise, once the higher-ups of the heaven-defying alliance arrived, it would be troublesome. Old ancestor Yi Tsang released the pressure of a sage. The Demon Slayer Array couldn't resist and collapsed directly. Fang Chen's body was suppressed by the big hand. No! Lu Lanqi screamed. Han Bing, Holy Emperor, and the others were also burning with anger. Is he dead? Xian and the others widened their eyes and stared at the shattered Demon Slayer Array, wanting to confirm Fang Chen's life or death. Kacha! At this moment, the void changed again. A big hand appeared out of thin air and slammed down, instantly neutralizing old ancestor Yi Tsang's attack. At the same time, a very majestic voice sounded. Chapter 3563. Shocking Thunder. The deafening explosion resounded through the sky, and the shocking sound in the void echoed in everyone's ears for a long time. After the big hand that appeared in the void defeated old ancestor Yi Tsang's attack, it swung its hand backward. The origin power surged and turned into a bewitching flower that quickly rushed towards old ancestor Yi Tsang. Seeing this, old ancestor Yi Tsang's expression suddenly changed. His hands kept forming seals while his whole body was covered in armor. His body soared into the air, trying to avoid the bewitching flower. Boom! In the end, the bewitching flower collided with old ancestor Yi Tsang's hands and burst open. The origin power covered his hands like a tide, emitting a corrosive sound. Damn it! Old ancestor Yi Tsang shook violently and pulled his hands out. He then gritted his teeth, crossed the origin power, and rushed towards Fang Chen. He seemed to already know the identity of the person who came and was a little afraid. He wanted to completely strangle Fang Chen before this person's real body arrived. Go to hell! Old ancestor Yi Tsang growled, and his speed soared to the extreme. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Fong Chen. At this time, Fong Chen had not recovered from the heavy pressure just now. He was unable to resist old ancestor Yi Tsang's attack at all. The latter raised his hand and slapped Fong Chen's head, wanting to destroy his body and soul. "You're courting death." In the void crack, a shocking voice came again. However, this time, there was no big hand to help Fong Chen resist old ancestor Yi Tsang's attack. Obviously, the people from the Heaven-Defying Alliance were still far away from the Magic Sky Fire territory. It was difficult for them to launch a second long-distance attack in such a short time. Although he was furious, he could not stop old ancestor Yi Tsang's attack. "If he dies, I will kill you," the people from the Heaven-Defying Alliance threatened. However, old ancestor Yi Tsang did not care so much. He was a rogue cultivator. After killing Fong Chen, he just needed to hide. Unless the legendary Heaven-Defying Alliance Master or the 3 Palace Masters of the Dao Palace attacked together, no one could kill him. Therefore, he was fearless and stubborn. "Old man Lei, you can't stop it." Seeing that Fong Chen's head was about to be crushed by Yi Tsang, he turned his head, looked at the void crack, and sneered. The hearts of the Frost Saint Emperor and the others trembled. They seemed to have guessed who it was. "Palace Master Lei." Zi Dai cried out in alarm. She was extremely anxious and stamped her feet. She was praying that the Thunder Palace Lord could save Fong Chen. Xian and the others had already left. Invincible saints came one after another. The battle here had clearly exceeded their scope of understanding. "Am I going to die?" Fong Chen was not willing to give up. He gritted his teeth and circulated the blood in his body. His origin star collided, producing dazzling sparks. He was burning his blood essence, wanting to make a final, desperate struggle. "It's useless." Old ancestor Yi Tsang sneered. Burning blood essence in front of him was simply too stupid. "If I want you to die, no one can stop me." His hand continued to press down until it was about to touch Fong Chen's head. The latter's body trembled as if all his bones were about to shatter. A terrifying power was wreaking havoc on his body. Buzz! Suddenly, a layer of ripples appeared in front of Fong Chen's head, wrapping around old ancestor Yi Tsang's palm in an instant. The ripples rippled, and with a gentle force it removed old ancestor Yi Tsang's power and transferred Fong Chen's body out of thin air. "Old ancestor Yi Tsang, I trust you have been well since we last met." At the end of the earth, a bald old man, holding a crutch, said with a smile. He took a step forward and used spatial shrink to arrive in front of ancestral patriarch Yi Tsang. He waved his walking stick gently, and Fong Chen, who had been teleported away, landed lightly in front of Holy Emperor Frost and the others. Junior brother Fong. The Frost Saint Emperor and the others hurriedly supported Fong Chen. After seeing the bald old man, they breathed a sigh of relief. 9 Saint Palace Master. Luo Zi and the others exclaimed. Only Xian was slightly calm, but his mind was filled with complicated thoughts. He didn't expect the Palace Master to come at the critical moment and save Fong Chen. 9 Saint Palace Master, are you trying to stop me? Old ancestor Yi Tsang was a little angry. He wanted to kill Fong Chen before Palace Master Lei arrived. Who would have thought that 9 Saint Palace Master would come and insist on protecting Fong Chen? Is this the decision of your 9 Saint Palace? In order to kill Fong Chen, old ancestor Yi Tsang didn't hesitate to break ties with the Heaven-Defying Alliance. His face was gloomy as he stared at 9 Saint Palace Master. Palace Master Lei was still some distance away from the Magic Sky Fire Domain. He had to speed up. 9 Saint Palace Master was wearing a white robe, his head was bald, and he was leaning on a crutch. From a distance, he looked no different from a Buddhist expert. However, only those who truly understood him knew how terrifying 9 Saint Palace Master was. 9 Saint Palace and the Heaven-Defying Alliance are considered allies. Besides, Palace Master Lei and I were once close friends. I naturally have to do what he entrusted to me. Nine Saint Palace Master's intention was very clear. He wanted to protect Fangchen. With him around, old ancestor Yi-Tsang would never be able to kill Fangchen. Old ancestor Yi-Tsang was furious, but there was nothing he could do. Although he wasn't afraid of Nine Saint Palace Master, he couldn't defeat the latter. Good, very good. Although old ancestor Yi-Tsang gritted his teeth in anger, there was nothing he could do. Ha ha ha, it's really lively. In the sky, there were several sounds of breaking through the air. A violent aura swept over, and soon several figures appeared. At the edge of the magic sky fire domain, many disciples of the sect were completely stunned. Usually they wouldn't see an invincible saint, but today they saw many legendary figures one after another. It was too shocking. Purple Robe, sect master, ancient clan leader, and other top experts arrived one after another. Old ancestor Yi-Tsang, let the younger generation settle the grudges between themselves. You are an invincible saint. How dare you lower yourself to deal with a young disciple? Purple Robe Sect Master said coldly. Many top forces had an agreement that invincible saints couldn't casually attack weak martial artists. Otherwise, if someone went crazy and slaughtered a sect and then escaped, the Order of the Godfall battlefield would be messed up. Humph! Old ancestor Yi-Tsang snorted coldly. He grabbed the half-crippled Tang crocodile and was ready to leave. Palace Master Lei was about to arrive, and the situation was extremely unfavorable for him. He had to leave. What? You bullied my heaven-defying alliance's disciples, and you want to leave just like that? However, it was too late. Palace Master Lei had arrived. Whoosh! Whoosh! On the horizon, a seemingly ordinary martial artist suddenly appeared. He approached from afar and appeared on the route that old ancestor Yi-Tsang wanted to leave. Everyone saw that around Palace Master Lei's body, the three origin fires automatically gathered. The aura of the origin in the void also madly poured into his body. Even the order of this world was changing invisibly. This was the power of a half-step chaotic sovereign. Frost Saint Emperor and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Fangchen's pale face also showed a smile. However, when he looked at old ancestor Yi-Tsang, his killing intent soared. It's okay. Chapter 3564. Palace Master Lei had come in a life-and-death situation. Fangchen's expression gradually calmed down. The blood in his body was circulating, healing his injuries. However, the one who attacked was old ancestor Yi-Tsang. The latter was a genuine invincible sage and one of the best among them. Therefore, Fangchen's injuries were quite serious. Junior brother Fang, how are you? Saint Emperor Hanbing and the others also came to Fangchen's side and asked with concern. Everything that had happened today had far exceeded the scope of their understanding. Their hearts were also shaken. Fortunately, Palace Master Lei had arrived, and all the problems had been solved. In the distance, the ordinary disciples of the sect had long been scared out of their wits and had left the demonic sky fire domain. The huge demonic sky fire domain was filled with a terrifying pressure, causing people to feel suffocated. Especially when Palace Master Lei had just arrived. The entire place felt as though Mount Tai was pressing down on them. The origin energy in the air was even scarier. Only a few of the top 10 experts on the Saint Emperor list stayed in the demonic sky fire domain. They could not wait to see the earth-shattering battle that was about to happen. The heaven-defying alliance was the undisputed overlord of the gods' fall battlefield. Their disciples were even more outstanding, and they swept away all those of the same cultivation realm. As for the Tao Palace, it was an important location of the heaven-defying alliance. Nearly all of the peak and most monstrous geniuses of the world were gathered there. As one of the 3 palace masters of the Tao Palace, Palace Master Lei was one of the higher-ups of the heaven-defying alliance. He was also a genuine Half-step chaotic sovereign. Buzz. He strolled over, and with a flick of his sleeve, he dissolved old ancestor Yi-Tsang's terrifying attack. Then, a look of displeasure appeared on his face as he stared at old ancestor Yi-Tsang. Give me an explanation. The palace master of the Thunder Palace said calmly. However, his voice contained an irresistible pressure. Palace Master Lei. After seeing Palace Master Lei, old ancestor Yi-Tsang gave up his determination to kill Fang Chen. His expression changed, but he finally stabilized his body and said in a low voice, "Logically speaking, I shouldn't intervene in the duel between the younger generation of disciples. However, the heaven-defying alliance violated the rules first. What's wrong with me teaching them a lesson?" Old ancestor Yi-Tsang pushed the responsibility to the heaven-defying alliance. He believed that the reason why Fang Chen and others were able to find the fire essence mineral vein first was because the heaven-defying alliance secretly informed them. This also caused everyone to be at a disadvantage in the competition among the younger generation. This is a battle between the younger generation. Life and death are up to fate. But as an invincible saint, you openly interfered and even tried to kill a disciple of my heaven-defying alliance. Do you really think my heaven-defying alliance is a pushover? Clearly, Palace Master Lei was a little angry. Palace Master Lei, my disciple is seriously injured, and his cultivation path is almost interrupted. On the other hand, your heaven-defying alliance disciple has not suffered any substantial damage. Why don't we both take a step back and stop here? What do you think? Old ancestor Yi-Tsang was obviously a little afraid of Palace Master Lei. After all, the latter was the palace master of the Dao Palace. He was not someone ordinary people could compare with. If it were any other sect leader, old ancestor Yi-Tsang would have definitely fought. The Thunder Palace master was thoroughly enraged. He raised his hand, and instantly, the void before him was in a mess. The three primordial flames gathered together and formed a horrifying vortex. Within the vortex, there was a gigantic hand that brought along an invincible might as it slammed out. Block it. Seeing this, old ancestor Yi-Tsang's expression changed drastically. He channeled all his strength and blasted out with both fists. They collided with the majestic hand in the vortex, making a deafening sound. Hum! A gray power escaped from the majestic hand and instantly wrapped around old ancestor Yi-Tsang's fist. In an instant, old ancestor Yi-Tsang let out an angry roar. At the same time, he retreated abruptly and stared at Palace Master Lei vigilantly. That is, old ancestor Yi-Tsang recognized the gray aura. His expression was solemn to the extreme. You have cultivated the chaotic force? The chaotic force was the most powerful force in this world. It was said that it was born when the chaos was first born. Under normal circumstances, even an invincible sage would find it difficult to master the chaotic force. Only the legendary chaotic supremes could master it. Half-step chaotic supremes. Old ancestor Yi-Tsang's face turned gloomy. He wanted to know what the chaotic force meant. He stared at Palace Master Lei vigilantly. He already had the intention to escape. I didn't expect you to have taken that step. Not far away, Xian and the others were also exclaiming. After the Battle of Gods, the foundation of this world was damaged. It was difficult to cultivate. Strictly speaking, invincible sages were already considered the top powerhouses in this world. However, there were still some outstanding ones who had cultivated the chaotic force. Such powerhouses were known as half-step chaotic supremes. There was once a rumor that the heaven-defying Alliance Master was a half-step chaotic supremes. His strength could sweep across the Battle of Gods. However, now a Palace Master of the Dao Palace could reach such a realm. It was truly shocking. This matter is my fault. After I return, I will definitely teach my disciples a lesson. At the same time, I will also send a generous gift to express my apology. Old ancestor Yi-Tsang lowered his head. There was no other way. Palace Master Lei was too domineering. He would fight at the slightest disagreement. With the chaotic force, Palace Master Lei was not afraid of old ancestor Song at all. Apologize? Palace Master Lei walked towards old ancestor Song step by step. His face was cold. He did not accept the apology. If you really push me too far, I will fight to the death. Even if I die, I will drag many disciples of the heaven-defying alliance down with me. Old ancestor Song gritted his teeth and threatened. He was a lone cultivator. He had no worries. Once he went crazy, he would do everything he could to slaughter most of the disciples of the heaven-defying alliance. In the end, even if he died, the heaven-defying alliance's loss would be too great. Therefore, he grasped the key point and directly stated it. At the same time, the power around him dissipated. He was ready to fight to the death. Rumble. In the distance, the sound of the air breaking came. One figure after another arrived. These people carried a tyrannical aura that made people's hair stand on end. Xian and the others were unable to resist the power that dissipated in the air and kept retreating. The leaders of the other top forces had all arrived, along with the purple robe sect master, Palace Master Nine Saint, clan leader of the Gu clan, and others who had arrived earlier. Everyone present could be said to be the top group of experts of this era in the Battle of Gods. Palace Master Lei, the little guy from the heaven-defying alliance, is fine. How about we both take a step back? At their level, if they really attacked without caring about anything, it was very likely that the world would collapse, the void would shatter, and the Battle of Gods would be pushed into the abyss. Chapter 3565. The demonic fire domain was originally a dangerous place in the Gods' Fall battlefield. It contained 3 types of origin fires, which were very important to martial artists. If they could successfully merge and absorb them, they could break through the shackles. After the various top factions discovered the fire essence, mineral vein, they quickly came to a unanimous decision. The upper echelons of the various sects were not to interfere in this matter. All matters regarding the mining rights of the mineral vein were to be left to the younger generation. Of course, many giants also had a rule that the disciples of the heaven-defying alliance were not to interfere. Otherwise, it would be unfair. Once the disciples of the heavenly Tao Palace were involved, who could compete with them? No one had thought that things would develop to this point. Fang Qin, who no one thought highly of, had crushed all the geniuses with his 3rd-level Holy King cultivation. He had even killed Demon Ox, who was 2nd on the Saint Royal ranking. Apparently, his actions had completely infuriated the ancient Bull Demon clan. Mu, with a bestial roar, the pitch-black patriarch of the Ox Demon clan arrived. His eyes were scarlet, and he was extremely furious. He glared at Fang Qin, itching to tear him to shreds. Among the many giants present, only he fully supported old ancestor Song. Demon Ox is the hope of our clan's rise. Killing him is killing our clan's hope. Palace Master Lei, I hope you can give me an explanation. The Demon Ox clan leader was deranged. The 2 horns on his forehead emitted a terrifying light. Even in the face of a half-step chaotic sovereign, he was fearless. Palace Master Lei had already understood what had happened. When he heard the Demon Ox clan leader's words, he snorted and said disdainfully, Fang Qin has already spared Demon Ox's life. However, Demon Ox is unrepentant and wants to kill Fang Qin. I can only say that he asked for it. In that case, there is nothing more to say. Today, I will avenge Demon Ox. As soon as he finished speaking, the Demon Ox clan leader attacked. Elder Song attacked with him. The 2 invincible saints joined forces to fight against Palace Master Lei. In an instant, the sky fell and the earth cracked. The entire demonic fire domain trembled. Buzz! In the void, an illusory door suddenly appeared. Then, the remaining warriors were transported out of the demonic fire domain by 9 Saint Palace Master and the others. After that, the 9 Saint Palace Master and the Purple Robe Sect Master joined forces to seal off the demonic sky fire region. Outside the demonic sky fire domain, countless cultivators goggled as they stared ahead. Suddenly, Xian and the others appeared one after another. What exactly happened inside? Someone asked. Xian was silent. Luo Zi's expression was extremely gloomy. Gu Fu didn't even think about it, and directly left to return to the ancient family. As for Lin Yan, his expression changed as he looked in the direction of the demonic sky fire region. The battle between the top experts was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If he could watch it, he would definitely gain something. Unfortunately, the magic sky fire region had been sealed and he was unable to probe the situation inside. Everyone, please leave quickly. After a long while, Xian said something, and the others left in succession. The crowd instantly burst into an uproar. What happened in the demonic dome fire region wasn't hidden from everyone. After they heard about the shocking battle, a huge wave of commotion rose. What? Patriarch Bull Demon and Patriarch Yi Tsang joined forces to battle Palace Master Lei of the Great Dao Palace? This news quickly caused an uproar in the God's Fall battlefield, causing a huge commotion. After the initial shock, everyone also felt the seriousness of the matter. The energy fluctuations from the battle between the top experts wasn't something that ordinary people could withstand. Once the seal of the demonic dome fire region was broken, they would definitely die. Hence, they chose to leave. In the blink of an eye, only Saint Emperor Bing and the other 3 were left in the wasteland. They looked at each other. Where's junior brother Fong? Zaidi was puzzled. Palace Master 9, Saint teleported us out just now. Why didn't junior brother Fong come out? Could it be, all of a sudden, the 4 of them thought of a possibility and their expressions changed drastically? With Palace Master Lei here, they shouldn't secretly attack junior brother Fong. Saint Emperor Mo said calmly. Rumble. At this moment, the demonic dome fire region shook and the seal shook. Saint Emperor Bing and the other 3 saw this, and their expressions changed drastically, and they quickly left. In the huge God's Fall battlefield, everyone was paying attention to the situation inside the demonic dome fire region. They wanted to know the result of the shocking battle. However, they had no way of knowing the situation inside. Fire marrow mine. Bang! Fong Chen's body was like a cannonball, and he slammed into the wall. He struggled to get up, licked his dry lips, and his eyes were filled with madness. Half-step chaotic sovereign. Fong Chen was extremely shocked, especially when he sensed the chaotic energy that was being emitted from Palace Master Lei's body. He was even more shocked. His blood was also restless. Through the fire marrow mine, Fong Chen saw the shocking battle outside. The battle scene was terrifying. If it wasn't for the seal set up by Palace Master 9 Saint, it would have been destroyed. Palace Master Lei waved his hand, and the thunder dragon in the sky swooped down. After fusing with the chaotic energy, the thunder dragon's attack power had reached the strongest in the world. At the same time, old ancestor Yi Tsang and Demon Bull clan leader were also resisting frantically, and they reached a stalemate. However, Fong Chen knew that Palace Master Lei was holding back, and he wasn't going all out. Otherwise, the 2 of them wouldn't be able to resist. Let's go. After watching for a while, Fong Chen made a decision. He had just left quietly when Palace Master 9 Saint was transferring the martial artists. With his control of the fire marrow mine, he quietly hid here. Now, the shocking battle was too strong, and the energy fluctuations that were emitted were putting a lot of pressure on him. He couldn't intervene. In that case, he might as well enter the depths of the fire marrow mine and look for the legendary fire marrow crystal. Whoosh! 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 Soon, Fong Chen put aside the messy thoughts in his mind and ignored the shocking battle outside. He came to the depths of the fire marrow mine. Here, there was magma, and the triple origin fire was very rich. Buzz! In the magma, Fong Chen saw the Fire Demon King shivering. Master, sensing Fong Chen's approach, the Fire Demon King stammered through the magma. He was truly frightened, especially when he sensed the chaotic force in the air. His heart trembled to the extreme. He had thought that the battle of gods had begun once again. I have used some means to temporarily isolate the fire marrow mine from the outside world. You don't have to panic, Fong Chen said. Although he said that, he wasn't sure. After all, any one of the people outside was a big shot of a major sect, an invincible, saint-like existence. Rip! The fire demon King tore through the magma and slowly emerged. You've been here for a long time, so you should know the situation inside the fire marrow mine, right? Fong Chen asked about the fire marrow crystal. The fire demon king nodded. There are many fire marrow crystals under the magma. Master, follow me. Chapter 3566. Outside the mine, the battle was still going on. The commotion was huge, and all the cultivators in the entire Godfall battlefield were paying attention. However, Fong Chen used the method that Saint Wukong had given him to change the internal structure of the fire marrow mine, thus concealing his own aura. Even so, he was still careful. After all, there were many invincible saints in the outside world. Once he was discovered, he would be killed. It was unimaginable. If the giants in the outside world knew that he, a third-level holy king, had the ability to control the fire marrow mine, how crazy would they be? At that time, even a half-stepped chaotic sovereign like Palace Master Lei would not be able to protect him. Rip! The fire demon king's huge body trembled. Apparently, it had also sensed the terrifying aura outside. However, it still forced itself to tear through the magma and brought Fong Chen to the core of the fire marrow mine. Boom! 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 There was another world under the magma. It was a mysterious cave dwelling, surrounded by the terrifying triple origin fire. The interior of the cave dwelling was extremely spacious. Master, this is the core of the fire marrow mine. The fire demon king shook its huge head and said in a low voice. Fong Chen nodded. He took a step forward and easily entered the cave dwelling. Buzz! As soon as he entered the cave dwelling, Fong Chen's body froze. A shocked expression appeared on his face. He was stunned on the spot. What entered his eyes were fiery red ores. These ores were like a towering tree that leaned against each other, forming a stone pillar that reached the heavens. On the stone pillar, there were complicated patterns, and the 3 layers of primordial flames around it were calcining these ores. Inside the ores, there was a strange aura. As soon as he touched it, Fong Chen felt the power of the fire origin fluctuating. After a long time, he swallowed hard and suppressed the shock in his heart. He licked his dry lips and said in a hoarse voice, So many fire marrow crystals? The fire marrow mine was a rare ore. This, or that contained the power of the origin, was known as the Origin Oregon Ordinary Saint Realm Warriors, could easily comprehend the origin of fire by refining the fire marrow mine. It should be known that an ordinary saint stage expert could only comprehend one type of origin source at most. Those geniuses could only comprehend 2 types of origin source. The 5 essences were completely different. It was extremely difficult for them to appear in the same person. If a person could possess so many essences, it meant that their potential had reached an unprecedented level. This was also the reason why the fire marrow vein was being fought over by so many top forces. Now, in front of Fong Chen were countless fire essence crystals, which were of a higher grade than the fire essence. Simply put, the fire essence crystal was the essence of the fire essence. Absorbing 1 fire essence crystal was equivalent to absorbing 100,000 ordinary fire essence. In the outside world, it was basically priceless. Fong Chen's eyes widened and his breathing quickened. With these fire essence crystals, I will definitely be able to comprehend the essence of fire. Fong Chen clenched his fists, his heart trembling. Although his potential was unparalleled and he could defeat a 6th-level Holy King as a 3rd-level Holy King, he had only comprehended 1 type of origin source. He had more or less come into contact with the other origins, but he was still unable to comprehend them. This was a great opportunity. After trying hard to calm down and adjust his state of mind, Feng Qin placed his palm on the fire essence crystal. Immediately, the crystal released a bright light and blocked Feng Qin's palm. Seeing this, Feng Qin took out the hidden star sword. The sword vibrated, and the tip of the sword touched the fire essence crystal. With a slight force, a palm-sized fire essence crystal fell into his palm. Feeling the power released from the fire essence crystal, Feng Qin was amazed, as expected of the fire essence crystal. In the following time, he began to frantically collect the fire essence crystals. He knew that even if he controlled the fire marrow vein, he could not monopolize it. After the battle, the top forces in the outside world would definitely calm down and renegotiate. Even if Palace Master Lei was extremely powerful, he could not directly occupy it. Otherwise, there would not have been a trial for the disciples previously. In the north, snow was falling. This was where the Chaos Battlefield was located. In this area, not only was snow falling, but there was also thunder and lightning. Ordinary saints did not dare to come close. Only invincible saints dared to enter to search for opportunities. Rumble. Today, the Chaos Battlefield was filled with thunder and lightning. It was unusually chaotic, and the atmosphere was very oppressive. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. Crack! After an unknown period of time, the void suddenly tore apart, and figures walked out from it. As soon as they appeared, the color of the sky changed. Crash! After a while, a group of 9 people appeared in the wilderness outside the Chaos Battlefield. Their clothes were a little strange and did not fit in with this world. The leader was clad in armor and had a cold expression. Beside him, 8 people were quietly fighting. Young Marquis, is this the place where the sinners are? One of them whispered. The man in armor, who was called the young Marquis, nodded slightly. A look of arrogance appeared on his face. He stood with his hands behind his back and looked up at the sky. Humph, stupid cultivators. If my clan had not shown mercy back then, they would have been wiped out. Now, they're holed up in the God's Fall battlefield like rats. Everyone wants to beat them up. The young Marquis said disdainfully. What kind of talents can be produced in such a harsh environment? I can sweep them away with one hand. Young Marquis, you mustn't be careless. Although this is the land of the sinners, after countless epochs, it has given birth to some powerful cultivators. Marquis went through a lot of hardships to send us here in order to train you. The Marquis has already made arrangements. Young Marquis, you only need to wait for a few days. When the Marquis uses his means to lure the so-called invincible saints of the sinners to the Chaos Battlefield, we can take action. Yes, but the young Marquis can sweep away these stupid sinners with one hand. Hearing this, the young Marquis looked indifferent and nodded slightly. Well, let's familiarize ourselves with the land of the sinners first before we take action. I want to conquer the world and sweep the world. With that, the group of 9 people escaped into the void. Sure enough, Feng Chen's guess was right. The battle in the demonic fire domain lasted for a few days and finally ended with Elder Yi Tsang fleeing. As for the bull demon clan leader, he did not attack anymore. The 2 of them together could not defeat Palace Master Lei. There was no point in continuing the battle. After the battle, many giants gathered in the demonic fire domain. They began to renegotiate the mining rights of the Fire Marrow mine. In the outside world, the news spread quickly. Palace Master Lei's battle had shocked the world. Chapter 3567. Fire Essence Mineral Vein. Deep in the magma inside the cave, he had been mining fire essence crystals for the past few days and had already collected tens of thousands of them. This was not a small number. If the outside world knew about this, even invincible saints and half-step chaotic sovereigns would be shocked. Kacha! Feng Chen had a joyful smile on his face. These days he had already mastered the means of Empyrean Fire Saint. With the hidden star sword in his hand, he was mining the fire essence crystals with ease. Beside him, the Fire Demon King was refining the fire essence crystals from time to time. Buzz! A scorching energy revolved around the flame Devil King's body. A flame essence crystal on its claw instantly turned into powder. It opened its gong-sized eyes and was extremely excited. Although I didn't make a breakthrough, my strength has obviously improved. The Fire Demon King raised its head and looked at Fong Chen's back. It was extremely grateful. If it wasn't for Fong Chen, it wouldn't have been able to use the fire essence crystals, even if it knew that there were fire essence crystals here. According to my estimation, there should be about 20,000 fire essence crystals here. Fong Chen muttered. He had already mined half of the fire essence crystals. If he was given a few more days, he would be able to mine all the fire essence crystals here. Phew! He took a deep breath and placed a piece of fire essence crystal into the dark cave mountain. Then his palm emitted a gentle light and injected it into the hidden star sword. He then inserted the sword into the stone pillar. Kacha! A crisp sound rang out. Fong Chen felt a resistance that prevented the hidden star sword from going deeper. At first, he didn't pay much attention to it and increased his strength. However, not only did the hidden star sword not go deeper, it even retreated a little. This scene attracted Fong Chen's attention. What's going on? He was puzzled. He had been using this method to mine the fire essence crystals for the past few days, and the process was very smooth. But why couldn't the hidden star sword penetrate it now? Could it be that there was another world in the stone pillar made of fire essence crystals? Thinking of this, Fong Chen's expression changed slightly. He carefully pulled out the hidden star sword and gently polished the outermost layer of the stone pillar. Soon, the outermost layer of the fire essence crystals automatically fell and was taken by Fong Chen. What is it? The more he polished the stone pillar, the more shocked Fong Chen became. That was because the resistance he felt was growing stronger and stronger. Crack! Fong Chen unhurriedly mined the outermost fire essence crystals. He wanted to dig out all the obstructions in the surroundings to see what exactly was there that could stop the hidden star sword from going deeper. Finally, after an hour of digging, the outermost flame essence crystals all fell off. At this time, a faint blue light entered his eyes. Fong Chen turned pale with fright. What is this? Fong Chen used the star-hidden sword to lightly touch it, and sure enough, he felt a great resistance. He had already determined that the previous resistance came from that was emitting a light blue radiance. Strange, why are there light blue ores growing in the flame essence crystals? Fong Chen racked his brains, but still couldn't figure it out. However, his intuition told him that this light blue ore was very likely to be a rare treasure that was even more precious than fire essence crystals. Master, what did you find? Fong Chen's strange movement attracted the Fire Demon King's attention. The latter stopped cultivating and came to the front of the stone pillar. He stuck his huge head out and looked at the light blue ore. Do you know what kind of ore usually grows in the flame essence crystals? Fong Chen pointed at the light blue ore. The Fire Demon King's eyes widened as he stared at the light blue ore. His body trembled and his heart was in turmoil. His voice was a little hoarse. This could it be? What is it? Fong Chen asked. The Fire Demon King's huge claws were as fast as lightning as he grabbed the light blue ore. With a bang, a powerful force sent him flying. He hurriedly got up from the ground and was even more convinced of his guess. Master is really the chosen one. You can actually find this ore. The Fire Demon King was full of praise for Fong Chen. In the end, he told Fong Chen that this light blue ore, strictly speaking, was also a type of flame essence organ. However, this ore was formed by gathering the essence of heaven and earth. In other words, this light blue ore could be called a mother ore. What was a mother ore? It was an ore that could give birth to a flame essence vein. This ore was the most primitive and also the most powerful ore. It was said that this ore was formed by the essence of heaven and earth and was very powerful. Flame essence, Oregon. After Feng Chen understood the situation, he took a deep breath. This is the legendary flame essence, or? Even so, Feng Chen was still shocked. He had seen records of the flame essence, or in the heaven-defying alliance's ancient books. In the battle of the ancient gods, all the flame essence ores in the world were destroyed. There were no more flame essence ores in the world. He stared at the flame essence, or that was emitting a soft light blue light. His heart was pounding. He didn't expect to find a flame essence or hear, "Master, the essence energy inside the flame essence or is very strong. Be careful." Seeing that Feng Chen wanted to dig the flame essence or the fire demon king reminded him. Feng Chen nodded and secretly set up a demon slayer array, completely isolating this place. He was afraid that the movement would attract many giants outside. Flame essence, Oregon. Feng Chen was excited. His trembling hand slowly approached the flame essence, Oregon hiss. However, as soon as he touched the source, he felt a scorching power, as if it was going to burn his body. With a bang, he received a powerful rebound force and was sent flying. After getting up from the ground, Feng Chen looked helpless. What a strong power! Feng Chen couldn't help but sigh. How can I take it away? The flame essence crystal was already a rare ore in the world. Everyone would go crazy for it. The flame essence ore was something that even invincible saints would fight for. According to the ancient books, even a half-step chaotic sovereign like Palace Master Lei needed it. Having the flame essence ore meant that it was very likely that one could comprehend the essence of fire and obtain the title of Lord of Origin. It must be fast. Feng Chen muttered to himself. Once the giants outside finished their discussion, they would definitely enter the flame essence Oregon. At that time, the flame essence would be discovered by them. Feng Chen was lost in thought. Beside him, the fire demon king was still in shock. In a remote city relatively close to the chaos battlefield, the 9 people led by the young Marquis spent a few days learning about the area. Just as they were about to lie dormant and wait for Marquis Xiaoyao to use his means to lure the top experts to the chaos battlefield, the young Marquis's body suddenly trembled. He flipped his palm and a fiery red token suddenly appeared. Buzz! The fiery red token vibrated and the inscriptions on it flickered. Seeing this, the other 8 people's expressions changed drastically. Whoosh! The young Marquis put away the fiery red token and jumped up with an excited smile on his face. Chapter 3568. The formation of the Mother Lode was too complicated. It had a unique geographical advantage, an extremely vast origin energy, and many other conditions to create the strongest Mother Lode. Generally speaking, Mother ores could be regarded as the top Mother ores. Once such Mother ores were discovered by the top forces, there would be a mad scramble for it. No matter which force it was, as long as it had the Mother ores, it meant that in the near future it would be able to produce an endless stream of Saint Realm experts, or even Holy Emperor Realm experts. It also meant that this force had completely risen. However, since the battle of the ancient gods, the world had been shattered and almost annihilated. All the heavenly treasures had been shattered, and the few Mother ores in the world had been destroyed by the Almighties. Until then, there were no more Mother ores in the world. But now, Feng Chen had discovered the Mother ores in the Fire Marrow ores. It was a shocking discovery. Phew! Feng Chen forcibly suppressed his excitement and stared at the Mother ores that were emitting light blue light. How do I take it? Feng Chen frowned. It was a difficult problem, and it would be difficult to solve. As long as he got close to the Mother ores, he would be repelled. The power contained in the Mother ores was too strong, and he could not resist it at all. Is there no other way? Feng Chen was racking his brains. At this moment, the Fire Demon King suddenly reminded him that the fire space saint might have already discovered the mother ores and left his inheritance for the fated person. Hearing this, Fang Chen was shocked and immediately began to search his mind for the information left behind by the fire space saint. Buzz! The star-hidden sword suddenly emitted a sword cry. Immediately, it contained a terrifying power of sword principle and shot toward the light blue source Oregon crack. When it was about to touch the mother ores, it was blocked by the light blue light and could not go any further. But at this moment, a trace of complicated runes flowed on the tip of the hidden star sword. Fang Chen exclaimed softly. He was a little surprised. He stared at the star concealing sword with all his attention. He saw that the tip of the star concealing sword was shrouded in a layer of faintly discernible red light. It was consuming the light blue light as it constantly approached the source Oregon. Finally, Fang Chen observed for a moment and made a shocking discovery. My blood? Fang Chen exclaimed and widened his eyes. Not long ago, he was fighting with the bull demon, Tang Hitsong, and later, when he was injured, a trace of blood flowed from his arm and stained the hidden star sword. Soon he understood. The perfect bloodline could actually restrain the light blue light. After this shocking discovery, the grave expression on Fang Chen's face disappeared and was replaced with a smile. Strictly speaking, his bloodline was not the perfect bloodline, but it was only one step away from perfection. Give it a try. Fang Chen couldn't wait to give it a try. Buzz. Blood essence. He stepped. And he got own blood. In his heart, he prayed that he would succeed. His palm got closer little by little. Finally, under his gaze, his palm touched the light blue light. Crash! The expected obstruction did not appear. His palm easily passed through the light blue light and touched the mother ores. An ice-cold aura passed through his palm and drilled into his palm. His body shivered. Then, dense information drilled into his mind. Basically, it was about the birth of the mother ores and the formation process of the fire marrow veins. Sure enough, Fang Chen was overjoyed. At the same time, he was even more curious. What is the origin of the blood cavalry saint? How did he create such a heaven-defying bloodline? Moreover, why did he create such a bloodline? He even guessed that the blood cavalry saint was not the so-called invincible saint at all, but a peak existence comparable to the Alliance Master. Phew! Putting away the messy thoughts in his mind, Fang Chen focused on the mother ores. At this time, his big hand was holding the mother ores. He could clearly feel the vast power in the mother ores. With the help of the perfect bloodline, the mother ores no longer rejected him. Kacha! He used the star-concealing sword to dig out all the fire marrow crystals around the mother ores. Finally, he easily took out the mother ores. Buzz! The moment he took out the source ore, the luster of the entire fire essence vein dimmed significantly. The indestructible fire essence crystals continuously fell to the ground, piling up into a mountain in an instant. This scene also shocked the Fire Demon King. The mother ores are too important to the vein. With a thought, Fang Chen saw the current situation of the vein. Strictly speaking, the moment he took out the mother ores, the vein was already dead. However, he couldn't care less. He carefully put away the mother ore and the tens of thousands of fire essence crystals that had fallen to the ground and piled up into a mountain. Phew! After doing all this, Fang Chen heaved a sigh of relief. This trip to the Magic Sky Fire Domain was too rewarding. Not only did he obtain 20,000 fire marrow crystals, but he also obtained a mother ores. He had already made up his mind. When he returned to the Heaven-Defying Alliance, he would immediately go into seclusion to refine the mother ores. They are still discussing. Fang Chen pondered. He had already obtained the most precious mother ores in the fire marrow vein. It would be a waste of time if he continued to stay. He might as well take the opportunity to leave. However, there were many top figures outside. It would be difficult for him to leave without anyone knowing. After thinking about it, he finally decided to contact Palace Master Lei. In the wilderness outside the fire marrow vein, many top figures, led by Palace Master Lei, were discussing the ownership of the fire marrow vein. Previously, we had discussed the ownership of the fire marrow mine and decided to leave it to the younger generation. It could also be considered as a form of training for them. Who would have thought that such an unforeseen event would occur midway? Purple clothes, sect master said. The 9 Saints Palace, Lord said expressionlessly, since we are all here, let us decide the ownership of the fire marrow lode. The others nodded. They were the top figures in the God-Fall battlefield and the leaders of the top forces. One word from them could cause a huge commotion. Palace Master Lei, what do you think? One of the top figures asked. The Thunder Palace Lord gave a simple explanation of his requirements. This mine was very large, and it could be mined for 100 years. The Heaven-Defying Alliance's requirements were not high. They only wanted 50% of the mining rights, and the rest would be divided among the other peak factions. If it was before, many of the top figures might have refused. However, after the previous battle, they were still shocked. Palace Master Lei was too powerful. He had defeated the Invincible Saints and was worthy of being called a half-step chaotic sovereign. Chapter 35:69. Palace Master Lei's words represented the entire Heaven-Defying Alliance. The Heaven-Defying Alliance shoulders the heavy responsibility of revitalizing this world. We also have to fend off external enemies and deal with a crisis that could come at any time. Taking 50% is acceptable. After thinking for a moment, 9 Saint Palace Master spoke first. In fact, even if they did not agree, it would be useless. With the Heaven-Defying Alliance's means, they could not do anything even if they took over all of it. Okay. Agreed. Soon, the various giants reached a consensus. The Heaven-Defying Alliance would take 50%, and the remaining half would be divided among the other forces. The Thunder Palace Master exuded a terrifying aura. He stood there like a god of war, giving off a chilling feeling. Suddenly, Palace Master Lei's expression changed. Immediately, he took a step forward and walked to the side. Fangchen? Palace Master Lei was a little surprised. He did not expect Fangchen to send him a message at this time. However, when he learned that Fangchen had not been sent away by 9 Saint Palace Master and was instead hiding in the fire marrow mine, he was very surprised. What's going on? Palace Master Lei asked. Fangchen gave a simple explanation of what had happened. After Palace Master Lei heard it, he was in disbelief. After a long while, he recovered and shook his head, revealing a faint smile on his face. Then he turned to look at 9 Saint Palace Master and the others. I'll go in and take a look. You guys stay here and discuss. Splash! Palace Master Lei followed Fang Chen's guidance and soon came to the cave under the magma. You kid. Palace Master Lei looked at Fang Chen and smiled. I didn't expect Fire Sky Saint to refine the entire mine and help you indirectly. However, you should know that the God's Fall battlefield is not peaceful. The unknown dangers in the Chaos battlefield are very likely to erupt. At that time, there might be a second God's Fall battle. Therefore, the Heaven-Defying Alliance has been preparing for it all these years. In order to improve the overall strength of the God's Fall battlefield, the Heaven-Defying Alliance has chosen to give up half of the mine to the other top sect. Palace Master Lei said, I believe you understand. Fang Chen nodded. Palace Master Lei, although I am in control of the lode, I will not interfere with the ownership of the lode. I will follow the instructions of the sect. Moreover, I have benefited a lot from the Fire Sky Saint. Voila! Fang Chen flicked his wrist, and a fire essence crystal appeared in his palm. Fire essence crystal? Palace Master Lei sucked in a breath of cold air and said, You found it here? It's in this cave. There are about 20,000 pieces in total. I've taken all of them, Fang Chen said. Regarding the fire essence crystal, he did not intend to hide it. Firstly, now that he had the source, or the use of the fire essence crystals had been greatly reduced. Secondly, who was Palace Master Lei? He knew more about the fire marrow mine than Su-Emo did. If Su-Emo took the fire marrow crystals for himself, he would definitely find out. Instead of that, he might as well tell Palace Master Lei openly. So many? Palace Master Lei was overjoyed. I did not expect there to be so many fire essence crystals in this mine. He thought quickly and said, Fang Qin, regarding the mission of the fire marrow mine, you have made a great contribution. After you return, you can go to the Tao Palace of the Myriad Tao world to cultivate. At the same time, he also told Fang Qin that he was the one who had obtained the fire essence crystals, and the sect would not force him to hand them over. However, the fire essence crystals are very important to the disciples of the Tao Palace. You have 20,000 pieces, and you can't use that much. Have you considered using them to exchange for some sky treasures or divine skills from the sect? I am willing. Palace Master Lei was overjoyed. Good. After you return, I will personally bring you to exchange for them. How about this? Hide in my body, and I will bring you away. If other top figures found out that Fang Qin was in the lode, they would definitely guess that it was him. In that case, it would bring about unnecessary trouble. The battle of the demonic fire domain ended with Palace Master Lei's victory. After this battle, the names of the 3 palace masters of the Tao Palace once again appeared in the minds of the people. They deeply understood the profound foundation of the Heaven-Defying Alliance and were all amazed. As for the other top sect, they sent their elders and disciples to the fire marrow mine to mine. The Heaven-Defying Alliance was no exception. Many disciples, led by Saint Emperor Bingbing and the others, set off again to enter the mine. Only Fang Qin was brought back to the Myriad Tao world by Palace Master Lei. The majestic palace was located in the Myriad Tao world, and it stood out from the crowd. The Myriad Tao world was not big, but it was the dream place of all the martial artists in the God-Fall battlefield. As long as one could enter the Myriad Tao world, it meant that one would definitely become a dragon among men in the future and even enter the invincible Saint Realm. However, the threshold of the Tao Palace was too high and only accepted those with unparalleled potential. Buzz! Layers of seals opened and the Tao Palace appeared in front of Fang Qin. Although it was his second time entering the Myriad Tao world, he was still shocked. Under the lead of Palace Master Lei, the 2 of them came to a garden. Have a seat. Palace Master Lei sat on a stone bench and pointed to the stone bench beside him with a smile. Thank you, Palace Master Lei. Palace Master Lei looked at Fang Qin carefully and felt the majestic power in his body and the origin runes on the surface of his skin. He was very impressed. As expected of the guy who received the inheritance of the blood cavalry saint. What a demonic talent. Palace Master Lei praised. You can defeat a 6th level Holy Emperor with your 3rd level Holy King cultivation. If I were at the same level, I would definitely not be as good as you. Palace Master Lei, you must be joking. Fang Qin said modestly. Palace Master Lei was the legendary half-step chaotic sovereign. His means were unimaginable. By the way, I heard from Ice that you used the Demon Slayer formation to fight with the disciples of Sword Saint Mountain in the Fire Marrow Mine. I wonder how the battle went. At that time, the situation was urgent. Saint Emperor Bingbing only briefly mentioned it and did not mention the result. Only then did Palace Master Lei remember. The disciples of the Sword Saint Mountain hated the disciples of our Heaven-Defying Alliance. They did everything they could to kill us, but in the end, we lured them to the Fire Essence Mine. Using our innate advantage, we killed them all, Fang Qin said calmly. All of them. Palace Master Lei was surprised. Fang Qin nodded. The others were easy to deal with. Only Jian Mayun refined the origin mark in his body at the crucial moment and broke through to 7th level Holy Emperor. After hearing Fang Qin's answer, Palace Master Lei was stunned for a full second. You killed Jian Mayun, a 7th level Holy Emperor? Palace Master Lei repeated, thinking that he had heard wrongly. After getting Fang Chen's confirmation, Palace Master Lei gave Fang Chen a thumbs up. A genius that has never been seen before. This was Palace Master Lei's evaluation of Fang Chen, a 3rd-level holy king, killing a 7th-level holy emperor. Although it was done with the help of the fire marrow mine, it was still considered earth-shattering. At least, there had never been such a demonic talent in the Holy Ji Palace. Palace Master Lei's gaze towards Fang Chen changed greatly. After a long while, he said leisurely, Chapter 3570. Among the 3 palace lords of the Holy Ji Palace, Palace Lord Lei was the strongest, followed by the other 2. Everyone knows that there are 3 palace lords in the Holy Ji Palace. Do you know why only I have shown myself and the other 2 have not? Palace Lord Lei looked at Fang Chen with a smile. The strength that Fang Chen had shown in the battle of the Demon Sky, Fire Domain, was enough for him to know some secrets. Moreover, the half-perfect bloodline in his body was about to transform into a perfect bloodline. It was time to tell him some secrets. Fang Chen shook his head. In his impression, the other 2 palace lords, as well as the alliance leader who was truly the strongest in the battlefield of gods, were all in seclusion. They were trying to break through to the chaotic supreme realm. Palace Lord Lei shook his head. He raised his eyebrows and looked into the distance at the blue sky. His thoughts seemed to have been pulled back to a certain moment. They are not in seclusion. Instead, they are fighting against a great enemy in the chaotic battlefield. What Palace Lord Lei said next shocked Fang Chen. Hearing about the chaotic battlefield again, Fang Chen was especially shocked. What kind of great enemy was in the chaotic battlefield that the other 2 palace lords of the Holy Ji Palace had to fight against? In fact, the alliance leader is also in the chaotic battlefield. He is the commander and is leading some people in battle, Palace Lord Lei continued. Fang Chen was dumbfounded. Was the battlefield of gods so serious? What kind of enemy was it? Why did the powerful alliance leader pay so much attention to it? Palace Lord Lei did not say what the enemy was, but he mentioned the ancient battle of gods. He told Fang Chen that the enemy in the chaotic battlefield was related to the ancient battle of gods. What? Fang Chen jumped to his feet. There was an uncontrollable shock on his face. He had always been curious about the battlefield of gods. What was going on? Was there a mastermind behind it? He even suspected that the mastermind was the evil cultivator he had met in the Demon Emperor's mausoleum. The chaotic battlefield is very important. Hence, the Alliance leader has no time to be distracted. I have been managing the heaven-defying alliance all these years. Palace Lord Lei looked at Fang Chen with a gentle gaze. Fang Chen remained silent and listened quietly. Next, the Thunder Palace Master told them that the Blood Cavalry Saint had unparalleled attainments in the Bloodline Tao. He was even stronger than the heaven-defying Alliance Master in this aspect. In order to prevent this world from repeating the same mistakes, he spent his entire life researching a supreme bloodline that we call the Perfect Bloodline. Back then, they had gone through untold hardships to create a single drop of perfect blood. Reality had proven that the perfect blood was the most effective and direct way to defend against great enemies. This shocking discovery made us realize that we had to create a complete and perfect bloodline at all costs. Therefore, we cast a wide net and constantly searched for warriors with potential in this world. After countless years, he finally found a few. However, without exception, all of them failed. Even in the process of the last experiment, the Blood Cavalry Saint suffered a strong backlash because of this and was killed by a Star Knight. After hearing this, Fang Chen sighed. He didn't expect the perfect bloodline in his body to have such a background. Now, you should be clear about what I said to you back then, right? When the two met for the first time, the Thunder Palace Master told Fang Chen that he had a heavy burden on his shoulders and hoped that he could grow up quickly. Originally, we were already discouraged. However, when we found you, the plan was restarted. After understanding your situation, we were confident that the plan would succeed this time. However, the prerequisite is that your bloodline must transform into the perfect bloodline, the Thunder Palace Master said in one breath. These were all secrets, apart from the top experts in the Chaos battlefield who were defending against great enemies. No one else knew about it. Even Fang Chen only knew about it today. Fang Chen was stunned. He didn't expect that he would inadvertently become the hope of the God's Fall battlefield. His mind was in turmoil. You don't have to put too much pressure on yourself. With the potential you have shown now, you are many times stronger than the previous test subjects. The most important thing is that they created their bloodline passively. However, you are different. You started from an insignificant age and experienced ups and downs. Finally, you have a semi-perfect bloodline. The Thunder Palace Master was very satisfied with Fang Chen's current performance. He could conclude without exaggeration that if Fang Chen continued to develop with such momentum, he would definitely step into the invincible sage realm in the near future. He might even comprehend the chaotic power and become a half-step chaotic supremacy like him. Moreover, he didn't tell Fang Chen that so far the latter was the most promising genius in this world to break through the shackles and step into the legendary chaotic supremacy realm. Originally, I planned to tell you when your cultivation reached the 7th rank Saint Realm. However, the combat power you have shown in this mission is no weaker than a 7th rank Saint. Therefore, I will tell you this. The Thunder Palace Master said, in the following days, you can cultivate in peace in the Myriad Path world. If you need anything, just tell me. When your cultivation reaches the 7th rank Saint Realm, I will send you to the Chaos battlefield. When Fang Chen had the perfect bloodline, it was destined that the Chaos battlefield would be his ultimate stage. How could he grow without going through bloody trials? Phew! Fang Chen took a deep breath and appeared very calm. He wanted to ask about the ancient battle of gods and everything in the Chaos battlefield. However, he knew that even if he really asked, the Thunder Palace Master might not tell him. Strength. My strength is still not enough. The more Fang Chen learned about the secrets of the God's Fall battlefield, the heavier the burden on his shoulders. The higher one stood, the greater the responsibility. When he was still insignificant, he competed with other geniuses for opportunities and improved his strength. When he really became a big shot in the God's Fall battlefield, he would want to protect the safety of this world. Everything the Heaven-Defying Alliance was doing now was to prevent the tragedy of the ancient times from repeating. When he walked out of the garden, Fang Chen was a little dazed. He only came back to his senses when someone called him. Fang Chen, why are you here? The person who spoke was Wang Daoyan, Senior Brother Wang. Fang Chen nodded and greeted him. I know. You must have been approved to join the Dao Palace, right? Ha ha ha, I knew it. With your talent, you will definitely be able to enter the Dao Palace. It was especially cordial to meet someone from the same hometown. Both of them were from the 9 Regions branch. Therefore, Wang Daoyan was very happy to see that Fang Chen had also joined the Dao Palace. Let's go. I will walk around. Wang Daoyan pulled Fang Chen and left. In the garden, looking at Fang Chen's back, the Thunder Palace Master sighed. There was some sadness, helplessness, and loneliness in his voice. I hope you can withstand the pressure and grow. Chapter 3571. The outer sect of the Heaven-Defying Alliance was where Fang Chen used to cultivate. When Saint Emperor Hanbing and the other 3 returned, it shocked the entire Heaven-Defying Alliance. All the disciples were curious about what had happened in the demonic fire domain, especially the second disciple of the giant fire peak, Yang Xian, Yuan Lai, Zicheng, and the others. They hated Fang Chen to the core and wanted to tear him into pieces. However, when they heard that Fang Chen had defeated Jian Mayun, their faces turned solemn. How is that possible? With a bang, Yuan Lai smashed the stone table in front of him with a punch. He stood up with a gloomy face and clenched his fists. exuding a terrifying aura. During this period, his cultivation had improved greatly. He could even feel that the shackles were loosening. As long as he made one more step, he would be able to break through. He was full of confidence. When Fong Qin returned, he would definitely avenge himself. With his own strength, he severely injured Tang Yi, killed Ox Demon, and even killed Jian Mayan. Even Yang Xian was dumbfounded when he heard the news. Senior brother Yang Xian. After the anger, Yuan Lai forced himself to calm down. He stared at Yang Xian, waiting for the latter's decision. That guy's potential is too strong. If we let him continue to develop, he will definitely be a threat to us. Yang Xian nodded. I know what to do. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Xian quickly left the courtyard, leaving Yuan Lai and Zicheng looking at each other. As soon as Saint Emperor Hanbing and the other three returned, they were called by Yun Luo Peak Master to ask about the situation in the demonic fire domain. Some disciples noticed that Fong Qin had not returned. What's going on? Why didn't senior brother Fong return? I heard that Palace Master Lei of the Dao Palace went there at the last moment, and a shocking battle broke out. Could it be that senior brother Fong? They were late in the news and did not know that Fong Qin had been brought back to the myriad Dao world by Palace Master Lei. In an instant, there were countless guesses about Fong Qin. Senior brother Fong killed Ox Demon and severely injured Tang. Old ancestor Yi Tsang and Ox Demon Patriarch will definitely not let him go. It's very likely. For this reason, many people asked the upper echelons of the Heaven-Defying Alliance. However, the higher-ups chose to remain silent on this matter. This made people even more suspicious that Fong Qin had fallen in the shocking battle. Impossible, absolutely impossible. On Juyuan Mountain, Lunatic Li said in a low voice, Senior brother Fong's potential is unparalleled. As a third-level Holy King, he suppressed all the heroes on the Saint Royal Leaderboard. How can he die just like that? To the side, Princess Qin Yun gently nodded. She also didn't believe the news of Fong Chen's death. His battle prowess is comparable to a 7th-level saint, and with Palace Lord Lei of the Dao Palace present, who could possibly kill senior brother Fong? A few days later, Peak Master Yun Luo personally led the group to the Fire Essence Vein. Holy Emperor Hanbing and the others also headed to the Fire Essence Vein. At this point, the Fire Essence Lode was completely exposed to the world. All the top sect martial artists entered and began to mine on a large scale. Giant Fire Peak, Purple Bamboo Academy, Senior Brother Yang Xian, the Frost Saint Emperor, and the other three did not mention anything about Fong Qin. Even the higher-ups chose to remain silent. There's something fishy about this matter, said Zicheng. I believe that some of the rumors are true. Yuan Lai nodded. I have an acquaintance in the ancient Demon Ox clan. I heard from him that the Demon Ox clan's patriarch was enraged and forcefully attacked Fong Qin. As for whether Fong Qin died or not, there is no definite news. Yuan Lai believed that it would be easy for an invincible saint to kill Fong Qin. Even if there was a super powerhouse like Palace Lord Lei, he might not be able to stop him. What you hear may be false, but seeing is believing. In comparison, Yang Xian was very calm and collected. Before he had definite news, he didn't believe that Fong Qin had been killed. After all, such a disciple with unparalleled potential would definitely be protected by the higher-ups of the Heaven-Defying Alliance. You guys gather information for me. I want a definite answer, Yang Xian said. Then he turned and left. Not long after, he returned to his residence. Is Fong Qin dead? Yang Xian looked into the void and seemed to be talking to himself. Suddenly, an evil voice could be heard. I received news that Fong Qin has only mysteriously disappeared. He's not dead, the evil voice said. His performance in the demonic fire domain was too outstanding. He's comparable to a 7th-level saint. The Dao Palace must have protected him. After a slight pause, the evil voice continued. However, I have a way to lure him out. Obviously, the evil voice also realized that Feng Chen's potential was too strong. If he wasn't restrained, he would definitely become a great threat. Then the evil voice secretly sent a message to Yang Xian, asking him to spread the news. If Feng Chen was still alive, he would definitely do something after hearing the news. Will this work? Yang Xian asked. As long as we confirm that he's still alive, we'll take the next step. As for your plan, it's about time to carry it out, the evil voice said coldly. Yang Xian's expression changed, and he didn't say anything. After the battle in the demonic fire domain, Feng Chen's reputation reached its peak. Everyone in the God-Fall battlefield knew about him. With his third-level Saint King cultivation, he killed the bull demon and severely injured Tang. He became a hot topic. Not long after, the Saint Royal leaderboard was updated. Feng Chen's ranking shot up and he reached the second place. This incident caused a sensation again. One should know that since the Saint Royal leaderboard was established, it only included the Saint Royal experts of the younger generation. This was an iron rule. But now Feng Chen, with his Saint King cultivation, had entered the Saint Royal leaderboard and he was ranked second. From this, one could see how strong his potential was. In the battle in the demonic fire domain, Feng Chen's performance was too perfect. Yeah, if the mysterious first place on the Saint Royal leaderboard hadn't appeared, Feng Chen might have been ranked first. The first place on the Saint Royal leaderboard had always been a mystery. No one knew how strong he was. The reason why he was ranked first was that he had killed more than 20 sixth-level Saint Emperors in one battle and became famous. Other than that, there was very little information about him. Therefore, the person who compiled the Saint Royal leaderboard couldn't determine who was stronger between the two. That was why he ranked Feng Chen second. The undercurrent in the outside world was unpredictable. As the main character, Feng Chen was in seclusion in the myriad Tao world. This time, I will try to refine the source and break through the shackles to step into the Saint Royal realm. Feng Chen pondered. He had been in the Saint King realm for a long time. It was time to break through. Of course, he hoped to comprehend the origin of fire through the source organ. No matter how noisy the outside world was, the myriad Tao world was as quiet as ever. When Feng Chen was in seclusion, old ancestor Yi Song quietly arrived at the ancient bull demon clan. He came with hatred and wanted to join forces with the ancient bull demon clan to avenge his disciple. Old ancestor Yi Song, the patriarch of the bull demon clan, came to greet him personally. He saw an illusory figure behind old ancestor Yi Song with sword chi. He was stunned for a moment and immediately understood. Chapter 3572. Ox Demon Clan, the highest meeting hall. The three top giants took their seats, and the entire hall was filled with an oppressive aura. It was like purgatory, which made people feel very uncomfortable. Spirit Sword Saint looked like an old man surrounded by sword aura. His eyes were releasing a shocking aura of swordsmanship. He sat quietly on the chair, motionless. However, the other two knew very well how angry Spirit Sword Saint was at this time. What was an invincible saint? Apart from the 5 Lords of Origin, they were invincible in the saint realm. Generally speaking, to be called an invincible saint meant that they had reached the pinnacle in a certain field. After the Battle of Gods, the precepts of heaven and earth were damaged, making it difficult for warriors to cultivate. The chaotic supreme realm had become a legend. Even so, Palace Lord Lei had stepped into the half-step chaotic supreme realm with his own great perseverance. This represented the pinnacle of martial cultivation, which was difficult for anyone to cross. It was no exaggeration to say that the anger of an invincible saint was something that could not be resisted by the heaven-defying alliance. Unless the 3 palace lords of the Holy Ji Palace came together, or the legendary heaven-defying alliance, Lord returned. Sword Saint Mountain was the top force, stronger than the Ox Demon Clan. It had a deep foundation. Many geniuses had appeared in this generation, especially Jian Mayun and Jian Qinyan. The two brothers were born with the sword physique, as if they were born for the sword. They were regarded as the hope of a glorious era by Sword Saint Mountain. They had high hopes for the two brothers. This trip to the demonic fire territory was a test for the two brothers. If they stood out, they would open Sword Saint Mountain and let them receive the inheritance of their ancestor, the Sword God. However, who would have thought that Sword Saint Mountain would be completely wiped out? When he learned the news, Spirit Sword Saint destroyed dozens of continents under Sword Saint Mountain in anger. However, when he faced Palace Lord Lei, he became timid. Spirit Sword Saint. Old Ancestor Yi Tsang's voice broke the silence of the hall. As far as I know, your disciples were mercilessly slaughtered by Feng Chen in the demonic fire territory. I presume you came here for this matter? Old Ancestor Yi Tsang's disciple, Tang Yi, had almost died. It could be said that they had a common enemy. There was no need to even mention the Ox Demon clan. Their genius disciple, Ox Demon, had died at the hands of Feng Chen in front of everyone's eyes. If the Ox Demon clan didn't take any action, wouldn't they become the laughingstock of the world? However, the three of them were facing the heaven-defying alliance, which was the dominant force in this world, so they had to be careful. Finally, the Spirit Sword Saint's calm face rippled with a trace of undisguised killing intent. He opened his turbid eyes and said in a hoarse voice, "Feng Chen must die. No one can save him." The Demon Ox Patriarch nodded, and the three giants began to seriously discuss how to kill Feng Chen with the least cost. It had already been a month since the shocking battle in the Magic Skyfire region. During this period of time, the various top forces had basically returned to the right track. The mining progress of the fire essence lode was extremely fast. Even though the world was still discussing who was stronger, Feng Chen or the first on the Holy Emperor ranking list. However, the God's Fall battlefield had gradually calmed down. However, behind the calmness, there seemed to be an even bigger storm about to strike. Myriad Pathworld Doctrine Palace. In an independent courtyard, Feng Chen sat cross-legged on the ground, surrounded by a terrifying aura. In front of him, the fire source floated. His hands gently covered the source The pale blue light constantly entered his body and then intertwined with his bloodline. Buzz! His blood and the pale blue light intertwined and gave off a dazzling light. Feng Chen's heart trembled, and he suddenly opened his eyes. In the past month, he had been refining the source organ. During this period of time, he had discovered a secret. The pale blue power released from the source could actually promote the evolution of his bloodline. This discovery naturally made him overjoyed. Perhaps it was because of his bloodline, but in just a month he had already refined half of the source organ. Now his blood was filled with a thick pale blue light and was undergoing a transformation, as expected of the source nurtured by the origin of heaven and earth. It's really amazing. Feng Chen exclaimed and continued to refine the source organ Dong. After accumulating for a month, the power in his body had reached its peak. Suddenly, a deafening sound was heard. His body trembled, and the origin star spun quickly. At the same time, a new origin star was formed. 9 metal origin stars circled above Feng Chen's head and underwent a qualitative transformation. The runes on the origin star also underwent a major change. His aura continued to rise, and in the blink of an eye, it had reached the peak. At this moment, he was smiling. He had broken through. After being stuck at the bottleneck for so long, he had finally broken through to the 4th rank Holy Emperor realm. Have I broken through? Feng Chen murmured. After his cultivation had increased, his body had undergone a complete transformation. The transformation of his blood had also accelerated, causing a series of changes. He felt that there was a strong power in his body. If he released it, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. Continue. He did not stop cultivating. Instead, he used the opportunity to continue refining the source organ, Suyen, a senior disciple of the Doctrine Palace. As he was engrossed in cultivation and had never fought with others, very few people remembered him. However, his strength was not to be underestimated. The fact that he could be ranked in the top 50 disciples of the Doctrine Palace was enough to prove his strength. Peak rank 8. Su Yan slowly opened his eyes and stopped cultivating. The aura on his body was terrifying. He smiled. He had finally broken through to the peak rank 8 and was only one step away from rank 9. Fire Essence. After he came out of seclusion, the first news he received was that the Fire Essence had appeared. He licked his dry lips. Now, I have mastered 2 origins. The Fire origin has been stuck at a bottleneck. If I can get the Fire Essence crystal, it should be much easier. Thinking of this, Su Yan's eyes flickered and he made a decision. However, at this moment, the communication token rang and a hoarse voice was heard. Change of plans. Hearing the hoarse voice, Su Yan frowned. What's the matter? The communication token transmitted some information during this period. Soon, Su Yan put away the communication token and left the Myriad Path world. When Su Yan arrived at a mountain not far from the Myriad Path world, there was already someone there. Senior brother Su Yan. The second disciple of the giant fire peak, Yongxian, bowed slightly. The Lord wants me to tell you to think of a way to kill Fangchen. Then, Yongxian told Su Yan about Fangchen. The latter was silent for a long time and said, a 3rd-level Holy King killed Bull Demon, who is ranked 2nd on the Saint Emperor leaderboard. His combat strength is suspected to be comparable to a 7th-level Holy King. He was surprised. If the news was accurate, then Fangchen was undoubtedly a super genius. The Doctrine Palace would definitely protect him very well. It would be difficult to kill him. However, he still gave Yongxian an answer. Chapter 3573. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed since the battle of the demonic fire domain. One day, a piece of news quickly spread throughout the entire Godsfall battlefield. All the martial artists' faces changed when they talked about it. News spread that the top inheritance in the Chaos battlefield had appeared. As long as one could obtain it, there was hope to step into the chaotic supreme realm. This news quickly spread throughout the Godsfall battlefield, causing countless experts to go crazy. For a time, the leaders of the various top forces entered the Chaos battlefield, including Palace Master Lei and the others from the Dao Palace. They left the Myriad Path world without any hesitation. For countless years, due to the restrictions of the world, it was difficult for anyone to step into the chaotic supreme realm with their own efforts. But now, there was a shortcut to obtain the top ancient inheritance and seize the opportunity to succeed. No one was unmoved. In just a few days, all the invincible saints had entered the Chaos battlefield. Even the Bull Demon clan leader and the others who were plotting revenge temporarily gave up on their hatred. The top inheritance. The Bull Demon clan leader clenched his fists, his eyes glowing. He looked up at the other two. Old ancestor Yi Tsang, spiritual sword saint, I think our previous plan should be put on hold. Rumor has it that the heaven-defying alliance leader obtained an ancient inheritance from the Chaos battlefield and became the most powerful person in this world. The reason why he is so elusive is that he has tasted the sweetness of success and has been searching for other top inheritances in the Chaos battlefield. The spiritual sword saint nodded. Sword Saint Mountain's inheritance was from the ancient sword god. The sect had a deep foundation and knew many secrets. Therefore, he was the one who understood the heaven-defying alliance the most. Although many of the genius disciples of Sword Saint Mountain had been destroyed in the hands of the heaven-defying alliance, compared to his own opportunity, everything else was fleeting. I have the memory inheritance left behind by the ancestors of Sword Saint Mountain. I have some understanding of the ancient matters. If the top inheritance appears, I have the greatest chance of obtaining it. Spiritual Sword Saint was excited. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. as long as he could obtain the top inheritance. He was confident that he could break through the shackles of the world and step into the legendary chaotic supreme realm. At that time, he could decide the life and death of the heaven-defying alliance with just a word. The entire God's Fall battlefield would respect him. Spiritual Sword Saint clenched his fists. Sword Chi surged from his body. He had made his decision. I agree. Patriarch Yi Tsang also nodded. The Invincible Saints will definitely enter the Chaos battlefield to search for the top inheritances. I hope the two of you can leave an order for the Saints in your clan to target the heaven-defying alliance. It would be best if they can kill Fong Qin. With the experts gone, it would be much easier to target Fong Qin. Even if they killed him, the heaven-defying alliance wouldn't send any experts to help them. Spirit Sword Saint and Ox Demon Patriarch nodded. Don't worry, I'll go and prepare. In addition to this, some old monsters who had been living in seclusion also came out of seclusion. The top inheritance was too attractive for invincible saints like them. In just half a month, almost all the invincible saints in the vast God's Fall battlefield had entered the primal Chaos battlefield. Even some powerful Ninth Order saints had entered. Huiqing, the group of 9, led by the armored man, had been in Fire City for a long time. During this time, they had been moving in secret. They had been investigating the details of the God's Fall battlefield. Now, after hearing the news, the armored man's lips curled up and he sneered. It must be Lord Xiaoyao Ho. Someone said, Lord Xiaoyao Ho is too strong. He just let out some rumors, and all the top experts here have been lured into the Chaos battlefield. Congratulations, young Duke. If the invincible saints don't come out, you will be invincible in the world. The servants were very happy. They had waited for 3 months, and Xiaoyao Ho had finally made his move. Now, they could finally plunder resources openly and look for heaven-defying opportunities. Let's go. Let's go to the Mocheong Fire Domain and have a look. Previously, he had sensed that there was a huge fire marrow lode in the Mocheong Fire Domain, which contained a large number of fire marrow crystals. Not long ago, the token in his hand had sensed the existence of the fire source lode. This discovery made the young duke extremely excited. For his father, Xiaoyao Ho, the attraction of the fire source lode was also very great. Stupid warriors! How dare they dream of getting the fire source lode? How ridiculous! The young duke sneered. This world is destined to bow down to me and become my place of enlightenment. Bang! In the courtyard, the fire source lode in Fong Chen's hand instantly turned into powder. It then covered the surface of his skin and merged with his flesh and blood. Dong! 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 In an instant, Fong Chen's physical strength skyrocketed. Sword-shaped runes shone, and his chaotic sword body was upgraded to another level. Fong Chen opened his eyes. He was surprised to find that the fire source lode that had turned into powder had merged with his flesh and blood, raising the grade of his chaotic sword body to another level. So strong! He clenched his fist, and the void was torn apart. A terrifying aura spread out wildly. One should know that this was the Myriad Tao world, which was built by the heaven-defying alliance. The space was very strong, and it was not easy to tear it apart. Just my physical strength alone is enough to kill a 6th-rank holy emperor. Fong Qin laughed. The fire source lode allowed him to be reborn. After refining the fire source lode, his cultivation level had stabilized at the peak of the 4th rank, and his physical strength had increased by another level. Most importantly, his bloodline had evolved to the perfect level. Whoa! With a thought, Fong Chen's bloodline vibrated. His blood flowed out, mixed with faint blue light. A shock that came from the depths of his soul swept across the land. At this moment, all the disciples in the Tao Palace who were in seclusion woke up. They felt their primordial spirits trembling as if the end of the world had arrived. What's going on? Why do I feel my primordial spirit trembling? Oh my God, what kind of power is this? Is it a half-step chaotic sovereign? Many exclamations were heard. It was extremely shocking. Is this the perfect bloodline? Fong Chin murmured as he sensed it seriously. He was also shocked. If a half-perfect bloodline was a baby, then a perfect bloodline was a giant that could sweep across the world. The difference was too big. Boom! At the same time, 5 types of origin energy burst out in the vast God meteorite battlefield. 5 stone pillars appeared from 5 different directions. Everyone was shocked. The 5 stone pillars were the origin order of the world, the foundation that maintained the normal operation of the world. Unexpectedly, they had appeared. The 5 stone pillars shot up into the sky. In the void, they intersected and burst out with dazzling light, like fireworks exploding. A vision from the heavens, fireworks from the origin. This was unprecedented. What happened? Why is there such a vision from the heavens? Chapter 3574. The vibrations that came from the depths of the primordial spirit caused the entire God fall battlefield to boil. Everyone felt the pressure of life rating. They even had a feeling that if the pressure was applied on them, even if it was just a trace of aura, it would be enough to crush them completely. The weaker ones were stunned and their bodies couldn't move. As for the stronger ones, they fell into silence for a short period of time. When they recovered, their hearts were filled with coldness. Buzz! At the same time, a terrifying light rushed out from the chaos battlefield and quickly formed a powerful seal that drowned the entire chaos battlefield. Soon after, the chaos battlefield was completely sealed off and isolated from the world. The top experts who entered also lost contact with the outside world. In the wasteland outside the Fire City, the young Marquis and the others who were close to the magic sky fire region were trembling, and their eyes were filled with fear. What's going on? Finally, when the pressure gradually weakened, the young Marquis regained his mobility and cried out. Could it be that there's an old immortal hidden in this world? But even a half-step chaotic sovereign wouldn't be able to have such pressure. A servant said in a deep voice. At this point, the 9 of them looked at each other. The young Marquis shook his head and denied the idea of a chaotic sovereign. Impossible. This world has long been barren, and its laws are incomplete. It's impossible for a chaotic sovereign to appear. It must be the resentment of the experts from the Godfall battle that was activated by something and caused such a huge commotion. The young Marquis said in a deep voice. Other than that, there was no other explanation. That's right. I agree with the young Marquis. Even so, we still have to be careful. This world is very strange. It's highly possible that there are old immortals who survived the ancient God-Fall battle. Although they might be in a deep sleep and are close to death, it's better to be careful. Finally, after thinking for a while, the young Marquis regained his usual sharpness. He opened his palm and a red light flashed. Then, confidence returned to his face. Humph! With the treasure that my father gave me, what qualifications do a mere descendant of the land of sinners have to compete with me? After saying that, the group continued to move forward and entered the magic sky fire region. In the vast God's Fall battlefield, all the major factions were discussing just what this heaven and earth phenomenon meant. Even the upper echelons of the heaven-defying alliance were shocked. Many disciples of the myriad Tao world came out from their seclusion. However, the phenomenon in the sky didn't have a clear direction, so they guessed that it was caused by a reclusive old monster. Inform the disciples to be more careful. The God's Fall battlefield has not been peaceful recently. The person in charge of the Holy Ji Palace sent a message. Whoosh! Fong Chin slowly opened his eyes. His aura had already been restrained. When the heavens and earth phenomenon had appeared, he had been a little worried that he would be discovered. But later, he learned that the perfect bloodline had stolen the sky and swapped the sun, forcefully concealing the secrets of the heavens. Everyone knew that there was a phenomenon in the sky, but they didn't know where it was directed. He heaved a sigh of relief and raised his head. The strange phenomenon in the sky had already disappeared and was replaced by a clear blue sky. Even after such a long time had passed, he still couldn't calm down. It was too shocking. The power of the perfect bloodline was beyond his imagination. The perfection of life hierarchy? Fong Qin murmured. When his bloodline evolved to the perfect level, he understood that the so-called perfect bloodline referred to the perfection of life hierarchy. This kind of perfection was enough to crush other life forms. After his bloodline reached the perfect level, Fong Chen's body underwent a major transformation. His cultivation base had unknowingly broken through to the 5th rank Saint Emperor realm. Most importantly, he had managed to comprehend the origin of fire. Whoosh! With a thought, a flame appeared in front of his chest. This was formed by the origin of fire. Fong Qin could see its trajectory at a glance. This was all because of the perfect bloodline. The perfect bloodline can make my entire body undergo an unbelievable transformation. Fong Chen was excited. The most obvious change was that his comprehension had increased and his cultivation speed had increased. Dang, dang, dang. Not long after, Wang Daoyan came. Senior Brother Wang. Fong Chen had a good impression of Wang Daoyan. Since he had joined the Heaven-Defying Alliance, the latter had been helping him. More importantly, they were both from the 9 Regions branch. Junior Brother Fong, did you see the vision of heaven and earth that just happened? Wang Daoyan said with a solemn expression. Fong Chen nodded. Wang Daoyan continued, be careful. The God's Fall battlefield is not peaceful. There might be a crisis. Fong Chen frowned, puzzled. Then Wang Daoyan told him that not long ago they had received news that when the vision of heaven and earth appeared, the chaos battlefield was completely sealed. Many experts of the top forces went to search for it, but to no avail. In other words, the chaos battlefield had disappeared and those top forces were trapped inside. What's going on? Hearing this, Fong Chen was shocked. What was going on? Why did the chaos battlefield, which had just spread the news of a top inheritance, suddenly seal and disappear? Fong Chen vaguely felt that this matter was not simple. It was very likely that it was manipulated. Who has such great ability? In a trance, the evil expert in the Demon Emperor's mausoleum appeared in Fong Chen's mind. Suddenly, he was shocked and lost his composure. Junior Brother Fong, are you okay? Wang Daoyan thought that Fong Chen was worried about the possible crisis and said, Don't worry, Junior Brother Fong. As long as you stay in the myriad Dao world, nothing will happen. Senior Brother Wang, has there been any abnormalities in the God's Fall battlefield recently? Fong Chen asked. Wang Daoyan shook his head. He had not found anything for the time being. In the end, after chatting for a while, Wang Daoyan seemed to have received some news and left in a hurry. What's going on? Why didn't the chaos battlefield close before? Why did it suddenly close when my bloodline evolved to the perfect bloodline? Is there a connection? Recalling what Palace Master Lei had said, Fong Chen's heart was heavy. No matter what, he had the perfect bloodline, which meant that he shouldered the dreams of all the cultivators in the God's Fall battlefield. He would deal with whatever came his way. Shaking his head hard, Fong Chen stopped thinking about it. What would come would come. It was useless to think about it. After his bloodline evolved to the perfect level, his overall strength had increased rapidly. Now he was not afraid of facing an 8th level saint. Coupled with the Demon Slayer formation and other means, he could protect himself against a 9th level saint. Unless he was an invincible saint, his life would not be in danger. However, while Fong Chen was thinking, an uninvited guest approached. Chapter 3575. Dong. The Myriad Path World was personally built by the leader of the Heaven-Defying Alliance. The space was very solid, and even a saint would find it difficult to destroy it. The Holy Ji Palace was located in the Myriad Path World. The origin energy here was abundant, and it was a holy place for cultivation. At a glance, there were many courtyards. These courtyards were the independent residences of the disciples of the Holy Ji Palace. Without the permission of the owner, no one could barge in. This was also a matter of the heaven-defying alliance protecting the cultivation of the disciples. However, at a certain moment, Fang Chen felt the earth tremble and the mountains shake. His courtyard shook violently, and a terrifying aura came from outside the courtyard. Fang Chen immediately stood up, and his face instantly turned gloomy. Junior brother Fang is new here. As your senior brother, I am here to visit you. Have I offended you? The door opened, and a hearty laugh came. Then Su Yan, dressed in black, walked in calmly with his hands behind his back. The moment he looked at Fang Chen, a cold, murderous intent flashed in the depths of his eyes, but he quickly recovered. In the face of Su Yan's provocation, Fang Chen was silent. He clenched his fists, and a terrifying aura dissipated. I'm Su Yan. Su Yan introduced himself and looked at Fang Chen with a smile. So, it's senior brother Su Yan. What brings you here? Fang Chen asked. I heard that you joined the Holy Ji Palace as a third-level Saint King. I don't understand. The Holy Ji Palace is the holy place for cultivation in the heaven-defying alliance, and even the entire Godfall battlefield. The threshold is so high that even a 7th-level saint might not be able to join. Please enlighten me. Su Yan's words were full of mockery. He deliberately used words to humiliate Fang Chen in order to provoke Fang Chen into a duel. After all, Palace Lord Lei and the other higher-ups of the heaven-defying alliance had already entered the chaos battlefield and were trapped inside, unable to come out. Even if Su Yan fought with Fang Chen, no one would say anything. Palace Lord Lei invited me to join, so I joined. Fang Chen shrugged and said lightly, What? Is senior brother Su Yan questioning Palace Master Lei's decision? Hearing this, Su Yan's expression changed, and his expression turned sharp. Humph. Don't use Palace Lord Lei to scare me. Let's be frank. I, Su Yan, am not convinced. Why do we have to fight to the death to join the Dao Palace? But you can enter through the back door. This is unfair to us. Even though Su Yan had heard of Fang Chen's battle in the Magic Skyfire region, he still looked down on Fang Chen from the bottom of his heart. This matter was decided by Palace Master Lei. If you are not convinced, you can look for Palace Master Lei. Fang Chen looked cold. Sorry, I don't welcome people like you here. Since Su Yan came looking for trouble, there was no need to give him any face. Fang Chen directly asked him to leave. You! Su Yan was instantly enraged as he glared at Fang Chen. Do you know who you are talking to? At the same time, the aura on his body exploded and swept across the entire courtyard, pressing down on Fang Chen. He wanted to use his aura to suppress Fang Chen and make him retreat. This is my residence. Senior brother Su Yan, what is the meaning of this? Do you really think that I am afraid of you because I am a new disciple? Fang Chen said angrily. Boom! Without any warning, Su Yan attacked. He raised his palm, and a vast amount of origin energy revolved around his palm. He slapped towards Fang Chen at lightning speed. Dong! Fang Chen did not dodge and let Su Yan's palm hit his body. Sword-shaped runes flashed, and his chaotic sword body was instantly activated. Countless cracks appeared on the ground, and a sword-shaped barrier appeared around Fang Chen, binding Su Yan's palm. Seeing this, Su Yan's expression changed. He did not expect Fang Chen to be able to dissolve his attack so easily. Interesting, Su Yan sneered. However, brute force alone is useless. In front of me, even if you are a dragon, you will have to coil around me. If you are a snake, you will have to crawl. With that, Su Yan increased the strength of his palm and slammed it into Fang Chen's body. Boom! After a fierce collision, Fang Chen was forced to take a few steps back. After stabilizing himself, sword qi surged around him and his eyes were full of fighting spirit. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of something breaking through the air came from the courtyard and an angry roar was heard. Su Yan, what are you doing? Wang Daoyin sensed the terrifying aura in Fang Chen's courtyard and returned. When he saw Su Yan attacking Fang Chen, he was instantly enraged. He knew Su Yan very well. He was strong in the Holy Ji Palace but had a bad reputation. It was not the first time that he bullied new disciples. Besides, Fang Chen was personally brought in by Palace Master Lei and was from the same hometown as Wang Daoyan. They were both from the 9 Regions branch. How could he turn a blind eye to this? Condensing fire palm. Su Yan ignored Wang Daoyun's angry roar and used the condensing fire palm. The scorching origin energy of fire circled around his palm and slammed it into the void. Seeing this, Wang Daoyun couldn't care less anymore. He leapt up and landed in front of Fang Chen. Countless waves appeared in front of him. He grabbed with both of his palms, and with the dense waves he collided with Su Yan's palms. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The origin energy of fire and the origin energy of water collided with each other and burst into countless sparks. The two completely opposite origin energies consumed each other and disappeared in the void in the blink of an eye. Bang! In the end, Wang Daoyun was not as strong as Su Yan. In the previous confrontation, he was at a disadvantage and took a few steps back. Su Yan, what are you doing? Wang Daoyun stared at Su Yan angrily. This is the Holy Ji Palace. How dare you attack a fellow disciple? Su Yan looked at Wang Daoyun and said coldly, Humph! When did it become your turn to interfere with what I do? Clearly, Su Yan was not afraid of Wang Daoyun. Senior Brother Wang. Fang Chen told Wang Daoyun that Su Yan was looking for trouble. When Wang Daoyun heard it, he was furious. Junior Brother Fang was personally brought here by Palace Master Lei. By doing this, you are challenging Palace Master Lei's authority. Do you think that no one can punish you when Palace Master Lei enters the chaos battlefield? Wang Daoyun, don't scare me. Su Yan also knew that he was in the wrong and didn't want to be too entangled with Wang Daoyun. Therefore, he changed the topic. I naturally don't dare to question Palace Master Lei's decision, but I am not satisfied. Why is a guy with such a weak cultivation level qualified to be in the same sect as me? Su Yan said, If everyone is like him, where is the Holy Ji Palace's reputation? If other disciples know about this, how will they feel? Will the Holy Ji Palace still have power in the future? Humph, this is Palace Master Lei's decision, Wang Daoyun said coldly. That's why I want to challenge him. If Palace Master Lei didn't bring him here, I would have attacked him directly, Su Yan said coldly. Challenge. Chapter 3576. Although Su Yan was much stronger than Wang Daoyun, the latter did not give him any face. It was obvious that Su Yan was jealous of Fang Chen's potential, so he came looking for trouble. His overall strength could be ranked in the top 50 of the Holy Ji Palace disciples, and he was at the peak of the 8th rank. He had once killed a 9th rank saint on his own, and now he was challenging a new disciple. It was simply bullying. You've gone too far. As a fellow disciple, I'm also very concerned about the new disciple's cultivation state, so I want to spar with him to see if he needs my help. Why are you saying that I'm a despicable person who bullies the weak and fears the strong? Su Yan said shamelessly, You. Wang Daoyun was furious. He pointed at the door and said coldly, This is Junior Fang's residence. Not only did you barge in, but you also destroyed the door. Are you challenging the bottom line of the upper echelons of the Holy Ji Palace? Sure enough, after hearing Wang Daoyun's words, Su Yan's expression changed. Even though the top experts had entered the chaos battlefield and could not come out for the time being, it did not mean that he was invincible. There were still many peak 9th rank saints among the upper echelons of the Holy Ji Palace. Once they were lured out, there would be trouble. Su Yan pondered for a moment, then looked at Fang Chen with a smile. Since Junior Fang is not willing to spar with me, I'll take my leave first. Let's talk another day. After Su Yan left, Wang Daoyun looked at Fang Chen seriously. Are you okay? Fang Chen shook his head and bowed to thank Wang Daoyun. Although he was not afraid of Su Yan, Wang Daoyan had good intentions. He could feel the latter's concern for him. Su Yan is very sinister and has a bad reputation in the Holy Ji Palace. He often bullies new disciples. There are many disciples in the Holy Ji Palace who have been bullied by him. Wang Daoyan said in a low voice, "Since that guy has his eyes on you, he won't let it go. Be careful. If anything happens, let me know immediately." In the next few days, every time Fang Qin left his residence, he would run into Su Yan. The latter did not attack him, but followed him like a ghost. This made Fang Qin very angry. Finally, one day, when Fang Chan was about to go to the library, a dramatic scene happened. Junior brother Fang. Su Yan leaped up and shot out from the void, stopping in front of Fang Qin. A terrifying power swept across the world and slammed into Fang Chen's body. At the same time, Su Yan secretly slapped out with his palm. The sword-shaped runes on the surface of Fang Chen's skin flashed as he activated the Chaos Sword Body. His defense increased tremendously as he easily neutralized Su Yan's attack. "I'm doing this for your own good. You should know that there are countless disciples in the Holy Ji Palace, and not everyone is as concerned about the new disciples as I am." Su Yan said shamelessly, "The purpose of me sparring with you is to help you find the shortcomings of the secret method and the problems you encounter in your cultivation. Then, I will point them out to you one by one. In this way, your cultivation will be twice the result with half the effort." Fang Qin did not say anything. Su Yan continued, "Go out and ask around. There are more than 20 junior brothers in the Holy Ji Palace who have been taught by me. Now, when they see me, they treat me as if I'm their senior. They are very respectful." Ever since Wang Daoyan warned Su Yan, he changed his strategy. He no longer forced Fang Qin to accept the challenge. Instead, he used such a shameless method to harass Fang Qin. Senior brother Su Yan. Fang Qin stopped and blocked the airwaves released by Su Yan. The Chaos Sword Body went silent again. He raised his head and looked at Su Yan seriously. "You really want to spar with me?" "Of course. You will know what kind of person I, Su Yan, am." However, before Fang Qin could say anything, a roar came from the void far away. Then a burly fat man stepped on the clouds and came over. He was wearing black armor and was very burly. He carried a black battle axe on his back. His body was filled with a terrifying killing intent, as if he was an expert who had walked out of purgatory. Boom! When he arrived and saw Su Yan, he didn't say a word. He pulled out his battle axe and swung it at Su Yan. The battle axe was wrapped in the power of the origin. It cut through the void and appeared above Su Yan's head with unparalleled power. D*MN Fatty, are you crazy? Su Yan was infuriated and retaliated. He slapped out with both hands, and origin energy surged. He slammed his palms onto the battle axe with a deafening sound. Dong! A terrifying power came from the battle axe and forced Su Yan to take a few steps back. After stabilizing himself, Su Yan glared at the burly fat man and gritted his teeth. "Are you bullying the new junior brother again?" The burly fat man held the battle axe and said with a strong aura, "Humph, it's not up to you to tell me what to do." Su Yan said coldly, "Junior brother, don't believe this guy. He likes to bully the new disciples." The burly fat man turned his head and said to Fang Qin. Fang Qin was stunned for a moment before he understood. He thought that the burly fat man in front of him had been bullied by Su Yan before. "Fatty, you are courting death." Su Yan's face turned ugly when he was exposed. He attacked, and the two of them started fighting again. Fang Qin retreated far away and watched the battle carefully. Although Su Yan is not smart enough, his strength is not bad. Fang Qin commented. Su Yan's cultivation was at the peak of the 8th rank, but his combat strength had reached the 9th rank. If I attack with all my strength, Fang Qin was thinking, if he were to make a move, what were his chances of winning? After a while, Fang Qin shook his head. So far, it was almost impossible for him to defeat Su Yan unless he used the perfect bloodline. Even so, he could only tie with him at most. If I fully understand the Demon Slayer formation, I should be able to suppress him with the help of the Demon Slayer formation. Fang Chen had already decided not to fight with Su Yan for the time being. Boom! In a flash, the battle between the burly fat man and Su Yan was over. Su Yan stood domineeringly, while the burly fat man was slightly embarrassed. Obviously, he was at a disadvantage in the battle just now. D*MN fatty, if I hadn't guided you back then, would you have achieved what you have today? You don't know how to repay kindness and turn against me? Su Yan sneered. I know all about your secret techniques. What are you going to use to fight me? Humph, one day I will surpass you. The burly fat man was not convinced. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The battle here caused a huge commotion and attracted many disciples of the Dao Palace. When they saw Su Yan and Fang Chen, they instantly understood what was going on. Some of the more prestigious disciples said, Su Yan, Palace Lord Lei just left, and you are already jumping up and down. This is the Dao Palace, and we are from the same sect. How dare you have designs on us? Su Yan glanced at everyone. His face was calm, but his heart was filled with murderous intent. He did not have much time left. He had to find a way to eliminate Fang Chen. This was an order and something he had to do. Chapter 3577. The fat man's name was Xiekue. He had not been in the palace for long. His strength was similar to Wang Daoyun's, but his potential was obviously not as good. Back then, Wang Daoyun had stood out from the Nine Regions division. He had just joined the heaven-defying alliance when he had been chosen by the higher-ups of the palace. Many of the higher-ups had high hopes for him, thinking that his future would not be too low. Now he was just limited by the time he had to cultivate. But Xiekue was different. Compared to the younger generation outside, his potential was top-notch. But in the palace, he was slightly mediocre. But he was still very loyal. When he had just entered the palace, he had been bullied by Su Yan. Now that he saw him continue to bully the newcomers, even if he was no match for him, he did not hesitate to stand up for Fang Chen. But he was no match for Su Yan at all. The battle between the two had attracted the attention of many disciples. Who is he? Why is he so unfamiliar? Is he a new junior brother? Look, Xiekue is also here. This unfamiliar junior apprentice brother must be a newcomer. Seeing Su Yan and Xiekue, the disciples guessed that Su Yan must be bullying the newcomers. Some disciples could not stand it and reprimanded Su Yan. Of course, some disciples remained neutral and watched the battle. Junior brother Fang. Wang Daoyun, who had heard the news, glared at Su Yan angrily. Then he went to Fang Chen and asked about his situation. Fang Chen shook his head, indicating that he was fine. He is Fang Chen. Hearing Wang Daoyun's words, some disciples finally recognized Fang Chen. In the battle of the demonic fire domain, Fang Chen's battle had shocked the world. As a third-level Holy King, he had severely injured Tang Yi, who was 5th on the Saint Emperor ranking and killed Niu Mo. Every disciple's gaze was focused on Fang Chen's figure. They were dumbfounded. They could not believe that this seemingly weak guy in front of them was so powerful. At first, some people were doubtful. Did Fang Chen enter the palace through the back door? But when his battle results were exposed, they no longer doubted him. There was even some admiration in their eyes. Su Yan, that's enough, Wang Daoyun said angrily. Wang Daoyun said angrily. Su Yan had been finding fault with him time and time again. He had the heart, but was powerless. He felt that he had let Fang Chen down. If you continue to harass junior brother Fang like this, I can only report to the first elder and let him uphold justice for junior brother Fang. The first elder was the most powerful person in the Dao Palace apart from the 3 palace lords. A long time ago, in a battle with an enemy, his internal organs were destroyed and he almost died. Over the countless years, he had been hiding in the Dao Palace to recover. This time, when the chaos battlefield opened, the first elder did not enter. Although Su Yan knew that the great elder's strength might have already fallen, he was still a little afraid. After all, the great elder was an old monster who had survived from ancient times. Wang Daoyin, your words are a little too much. I just want to give junior brother Fong some pointers and exchange pointers with him. How can you treat me like this? Su Yan said innocently. The surrounding people were speechless. Su Yan's skin was really thick. At the same time, Su Yan looked at Fong Chun with a smile. His eyes were cold. Wang Daoyin still wanted to say something, but he was stopped by Fong Chen. Senior brothers, I am very grateful for your help, Fong Chen said. Senior brother Su Yan is so kind. How can I refuse? After saying that, he took a step forward and stared at Su Yan in front of everyone's eyes. You want to exchange pointers with me? Fong Chen asked. Su Yan nodded. Fong Chen continued. Since senior brother Su Yan is so kind, how can I refuse? How do you want to exchange pointers? Naturally, we'll fight in the arena, Su Yan said. Buzz. Su Yan's aura soared and pressed down on Fong Chen. When Fong Chen saw that, he sneered and flicked his finger. A ray of sword chi shot out and shattered the pressure that was coming at him. In an instant, the surrounding disciples exclaimed. They were dumbfounded. 5th rank Holy King. Someone exclaimed. Everyone was shocked. The battle of the demonic fire domain. Fong Chen was only a 3rd rank Holy King. It had only been a few months, but he had already crossed 2 ranks. He had stepped into the 5th rank Holy King? How is that possible? Many people could not believe it. The cultivation of the Holy King realm was against the heavens. Every step was a threshold. It was very difficult. Some people were even stuck in the Holy King realm for their entire lives. However, the guy in front of them had crossed 2 ranks. It was unbelievable. Wang Daoyin and Xia Kuei widened their eyes in excitement. Su Yan was stunned. Then his face darkened. Fong Chen's potential was stronger than he had imagined. A ray of light flashed in his eyes. He was even more determined to kill Fong Chen at all costs, even if he had to expose his identity. Moreover, he only had one chance. Once he failed, his plan would be completely exposed. He might even die because of it. Whoosh! After adjusting his breathing, Su Yan calmed down and stared deeply at Fong Chen. I can accept your challenge. However, as you know, I have just arrived and do not have any cultivation resources. If I am lucky, Su Yan waved his hand and stopped Fong Chen. I understand. If I lose, no. If junior brother Fong can withstand 10 moves from me, I will give you 10 pieces of thunderbolt wood. Once he said that, the crowd was in an uproar. Thunderbolt wood was extremely precious and valuable. It was rare in the world. Usually one would not even see one. No one had expected Su Yan to take out a piece of thunderbolt wood as a prize. However, everyone was relieved soon. Although Fong Chen's potential was unparalleled, the gap between their ranks was too big. It could not be made up. Even if Fong Chen had crossed 2 ranks in a short period of time and stepped into the 5th rank Holy King realm, he was still not favored. Potential was just potential. It could not be converted into actual combat power. Using Thunderbolt wood as a prize. Senior brother Su Yan is so generous. It's a pity that I can't take out a prize that matches it. Fong Chen smiled. However, he was very excited. The perfect bloodline had just evolved and needed to absorb a large amount of energy. Thunderbolt wood was a rare treasure and was the most suitable. Thunder was of the fire attribute. It would allow him to better understand the origin of fire. Senior brother, I just want to guide junior brother's cultivation. Why would I ask junior brother to take out a prize? In fact, Su Yan sneered in his heart. The prize he needed to pay was his life. Junior brother Fong, you can't. Wang Daoyin and Xia Kuei hurriedly stopped him. Xia Kuei even scolded Su Yan, saying that he was a despicable and shameless person. The surrounding disciples were also shaking their heads. However, they did not say anything. Since the person involved had agreed, they had nothing to say. Senior brothers, I have just arrived and am not familiar with the Holy Ji Palace. I beg you to be a witness to prevent senior brother Su Yan from going back on his word. Fang Qin said innocently. Su Yan staggered, thinking that he had misheard. However, he soon calmed down and smiled. In fact, he had already sentenced Fang Qin to death in his heart. Chapter 3578. Fang Qin felt Su Yan's killing intent towards him. Although it was just a flash, his perfect bloodline had clearly sensed it. He had never interacted with Su Yan before, but Su Yan wanted to kill him for the first time they met. This made him very puzzled. He wanted to cultivate wholeheartedly, but Su Yan kept disturbing him. Facing Su Yan's aggression, he could only accept the challenge. Moreover, even if Su Yan was strong, he was not weak either. I can take this opportunity to see how strong my perfect bloodline is. Where is the limit? Fang Qin thought to himself. He looked up at Su Yan with a slight smile on his face, as if he was not afraid of the upcoming battle. Seeing this, Su Yan frowned. He could defeat anyone in the same realm. He, who was at the peak of the 8th rank, had once killed a 9th rank saint. Any Saint King who saw him would feel fear from the bottom of their heart. However, the guy in front of him did not fear him at all. Was he putting on an act, or did he really have something to rely on? When Su Yan thought about how Fang Qin was able to defeat a 6th-level Holy Emperor when he was a 3rd-level Holy King, and even killed a 7th-level Ox Demon, he felt a slight ripple in his heart. Humph! No matter what tricks you have, I will kill you. Soon, Su Yan calmed down and snorted coldly. His confidence was restored, and he looked at Fang Qin domineeringly. What kind of person am I? How could I do such a shameless thing? If junior brother Fang can withstand 10 moves from me, I will give you 10 pieces of thunderstruck wood with both hands. Furthermore, I will not disturb your cultivation in the future. Su Yan sneered in his heart, but he spoke in a dignified manner. Everyone was speechless. He knew that he could not lose, so he said that on purpose, right? Many people shook their heads, and some reminded Fang Qin not to agree so easily. However, Fang Qin had already made up his mind. In order to show his magnanimity, Su Yan did not ask for the battle to take place immediately, but proposed to wait for half a month. Junior brother Fang has just broken through, and your realm has not completely stabilized. You need to consolidate. I will not take advantage of you. I will give you half a month to consolidate. Half a month later, you and I will fight in the arena. After Su Yan finished speaking, he turned around and left. In front of so many people, he was not worried that Fang Qin would go back on his word. Before long, many of the disciples who had come to watch the show left. Only a few disciples who had been bullied by Su Yan stayed behind. They looked at Fang Qin helplessly. Junior brother Fang, that Su Yan is despicable and shameless. Many of us have suffered at his hands. That's right. You shouldn't have agreed to it. With your potential, it wouldn't be a problem for you to join the Holy Ji Palace. Furthermore, you were personally recruited by Palace Lord Lei. If you didn't agree, Su Yan wouldn't have dared to force you. Sigh, you fell into Su Yan's trap again. Many disciples sighed, but since it had already happened, there was nothing they could do. Although they were all disciples of the Holy Ji Palace and were geniuses, there were still many who were stronger than them. I appreciate your kind intentions, senior brothers. Since I dared to agree, I have weighed the pros and cons. Fang Qin cupped his fists and thanked them. Soon the disciples left. Before Xia Kuei left, he patted Fang Qin's shoulder heavily. Junior brother, my name is Xia Kuei. You are definitely my friend. Fang Qin grinned. Xia Kuei was very forthright and spoke up for justice. He was worthy of being friends with. Junior brother Fang Yu. In the end, only Wang Daoyan was left. The latter shook his head, worried for Fang Qin. In the courtyard, Fang Qin and Wang Daoyan sat opposite each other. Senior brother Wang, you don't have to worry. Fong Qin said with a smile. How can I not be worried? That's Su Yan. Even I am no match for him. Wang Daoyan shook his head. Although you are talented, you have only cultivated for a short time. You are no match for Su Yan. In the Holy Ji Palace, Senior Brother Wang should be the one who knows me the best, right? Fong Qin said. Others may not know, but don't you know me? I never do things that I am not confident of. Since I dared to agree to Su Yan's request, I have a certain level of confidence. However, Fong Qin was a little worried. He was worried that Su Yan would go back on his word if he defeated him. The Thunderstruck wood was very important to him. It was a rare treasure. He was worried that Su Yan would act out of desperation and go back on his word. Wang Daoyan said on the spot, Junior Brother Fong, you don't have to worry about this. Today, in front of so many people, if Su Yan goes back on his word, someone will stand up for him. In the following conversation, Fong Qin told Wang Daoyan that after his cultivation had stepped into the 5th level Holy Emperor realm, his strength had skyrocketed. He could easily suppress a 7th level saint. This set off a storm in Wang Daoyan's heart. He could not calm down for a long time. In just a few days, the news of Fong Qin and Su Yan's battle spread completely. Many disciples began to pay attention to Fong Qin. When they found out about Fong Qin's battle results, they were all extremely surprised. The quiet Holy Ji Palace became lively again. However, Fong Qin received a piece of shocking news. The Heaven-Defying Alliance had found some clues about the whereabouts of the Sky Sword Peak Master and were following up. Fong Qin's heart was not calm. Back then, the Sky Sword Peak Master had taken revenge for him. In a fit of anger, he killed his way to the No Demon cult's lair and then mysteriously disappeared. Fong Qin had always felt guilty about this. Now, there was a glimmer of hope. After the battle with Su Yan, I'll go and find out more information, Fong Qin said. In the distant demonic Skyfire region, the triple origin flames were flying. The young Marquis and his group left Fire City and entered the demonic Skyfire region. Then they used a powerful method to completely seal off this place and isolate it from the outside world. After that, the 9 of them came to the Fire Marrow Mine and massacred it. Sinners, what right do you have to touch the Fire Marrow Mine? The 9 of them floated above the Fire Marrow Mine and looked down from above. The young Marquis sneered. Who are you? How dare you behave so atrociously here? Below, someone shouted angrily. Boom! A servant next to the young Marquis suddenly struck out with a palm. In an instant, the earth shook and the mountain shook. The person who had spoken was instantly crushed. The terrifying palm print affected many people in the mine, and miserable screams were heard. Whoosh! 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 The elders of the various top sects flew out of the mine and glared at the young Marquis and his group. Who exactly are you? The elder from 9 Saints' Palace asked. Why did you kill my disciples for no reason? Sinners, you trespassed into the young Marquis territory and tried to mine the mine. This is a capital offense, the servant said coldly. It is your honor to die at the hands of the young Marquis. Boom! The elder from 9 Saints' Palace was furious, and his aura surged. Since the establishment of 9 Saints' Palace, you are the first person who dares to be so arrogant and kill my disciples. I want to see who you are. From the beginning to the end, the young Marquis had not made a move. Chapter 3579. An earth-shattering war broke out in the demonic fire domain. Many sect disciples were killed, and even some elders were killed by the young Marquis and his men. Their appearance caused a huge uproar. When the news spread from the demonic fire domain, the entire Godfall battlefield was in an uproar. All the major sects were in danger and called back their disciples. Many of the top experts of the sect gathered together to discuss countermeasures. According to the information, the group of 9 people came from an unfamiliar region. They were young and vigorous, and their strength was strong. The leader of the group was the young Marquis, whose cultivation had reached the 8th level saint. However, his combat strength could even kill a 9th-level saint. His 8 servants were all 9th-level saints, but they could fight against super experts who were half a step away from becoming invincible saints. For a time, a storm was brewing. Many people were terrified, thinking that the end of the world had come. The news quickly spread to the heaven-defying alliance and then to the myriad path world. When the disciples of the Tao Palace heard about it, they were furious. More than half of the fire marrow load belonged to the heaven-defying alliance. However, these people openly attacked the fire marrow load and killed the disciples of the major sect. This was not only a matter of the heaven-defying alliance, but also a matter of all the sects in the Godfall battlefield. That day, the elders of the Tao Palace said that whoever dared to break the balance of the Godfall battlefield and kill the disciples of the major sect for no reason would be killed. Humph, provoking the heaven-defying alliance is unforgivable. The disciples of the heaven-defying alliance will not die in vain. Some of the powerful saints of the heaven-defying alliance spoke out. Their attitude was tough, and they sent troops to the demonic fire domain to kill the young Marquis and his men. In addition, 9 Saint Palace, Purple Robe sect, and other top sects also expressed their stance and stood on the side of the heaven-defying alliance. They all sent their elders to the fire marrow lode. How stupid! How dare they attack the fire marrow lode? Do they want to die? Where did these 9 people come from? Why are they so strong? Most people were mocking the young Marquis and his men. Of course, a small number of them were thinking about what they were doing. Why did they dare to attack when they knew the strength of the heaven-defying alliance? Was it because he was young and impetuous, or did he have some tricks up his sleeve? It was even to the extent that some people suspected that it was extremely likely that this was a scheme, and the mastermind behind the scenes might be the evil powerhouse that caused the Battle of Godfall all those years ago. Thinking of this, everyone was shocked. The Magic Sky Fire domain had experienced an intense battle. The various sects had suffered heavy casualties. Even some of the elders were no match for them and had fled. Presently, the Devil Sky Fire region had become the junior Marquis' territory. Inside the fire essence vein, the young Marquis had carefully inspected it. He had only found a small amount of fire essence crystals and had not found the legendary Mother Oregon. What happened? The young Marquis frowned. He came from the chaos battlefield, and the treasure in his hand clearly sensed the existence of the Mother Lode. Why did it disappear? Could it be that it was taken away by someone? Soon, the young Marquis dispelled this idea. What ability did these stupid martial artists from the land of sinners have to take away the source lode? The mother, or was born from the origin of heaven and earth. It contains magical power. Even an invincible saint might not be able to take it away. Beside him, a servant said, "Perhaps there is an old monster hidden in the battlefield of Godfall. Don't forget, this is the place where the gods fell. It is very likely that there is an inheritance left behind by an ancient almighty, or even the strongest blood, and so on. No matter what, let's overturn this place first." I don't believe that anyone would dare to lay their eyes on the source lode that the young Marquis has set his eyes on. Not long after, the young Marquis in the Magic Skyfire region called out to all the cultivators across the air. Quickly return the source lode. Otherwise, your entire clan will be slaughtered. A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. To ordinary martial artists, they had no idea what the source lode was. But to the top powerhouses, it was simply shocking to the extreme. Source lode? Fire source lode? They exclaimed. There was actually a source lode in the fire essence vein. This was simply shocking news. I see. No wonder they appeared out of thin air. It was actually for the source lode. Heavens, I can't believe I can wait until the source lode is born in my lifetime. If I can get the source lode, I might be able to stabilize the Supremes. Some of the top powerhouses began to waver. They tried to find out more about the source lode. But up until now, all the news about the source lode had come from the fire essence vein. If anyone can provide clues about the source lode, they can stay by the young Marquis' side and serve him. If anyone can find the source lode and bring it to the young Marquis, they will be given an Origin Saint weapon and a top-secret technique. The servant of the young Marquis shouted across the air. It was as if he was treating everyone in the God's Fall battlefield as slaves. This is too much. Many veteran powerhouses were angry. They were already on their way to the magic Skyfire region to kill these arrogant people. Myriad Path World Doctrine Palace. When the top inheritance appeared, many powerhouses entered the Chaos battlefield crazily. Then the Chaos battlefield was sealed and disappeared into the void. After that, this so-called young Marquis appeared. Fong Qin pondered. All of this seemed to be man-made. However, if one wanted to control the Chaos battlefield, how powerful would that require? If one had such power, wouldn't they be able to easily flatten the top powerhouses in the God's Fall battlefield? Why would they waste their energy like this? With his mind full of doubts, Fong Qin analyzed seriously. Soon he figured it out. The sealing of the Chaos battlefield was most likely man-made. It could even be the super powerhouse behind the young Marquis. Fong Qin guessed that there were super powerhouses who had survived from the ancient times in the Chaos battlefield. The young Marquis was a descendant of one of them. Those powerhouses were limited by the uniqueness of the Chaos battlefield and could not come out. Therefore, this scene happened. Trap all the top powerhouses in the God's Fall battlefield and then find the source lode? Fong Qin said in a deep voice. According to the news, the young Marquis, who was the leader, had unparalleled potential. He was even stronger than the disciples of the Doctrine Palace. As an 8th level saint, he could easily defeat a peak 9th level saint. If the invincible saints did not come out, he could almost sweep the entire God's Fall battlefield. Fong Qin also had 8 powerful servants with him. Fong Qin felt immense pressure. At the same time, he also felt darkness approaching. A storm was about to arrive. Fong Qin had already refined the source lode mentioned by the young Marquis. However, what surprised Fong Qin was that if the young Marquis came from the Chaos battlefield, then how did he know about the fire source lode? Fong Qin thought of the records in the ancient books. In ancient times, there were powerful powerhouses who had the ability to divine the future and predict good or bad luck. Fong Qin shook his head and shook off the thoughts in his mind. The young Marquis and the others were dealt with by the elders of the top powerhouses. What he needed to do now was to fight with Su Yan and then work hard to improve his strength. I hope they don't find me, otherwise. Chapter 3580. Recently, the God's Fall battlefield had not been peaceful. The top giants had entered the Chaos battlefield and their fates were unknown. There were almost no invincible saints in the vast God's Fall battlefield. The appearance of the young Marquis and his group had thrown the entire God's Fall battlefield into chaos. They were extremely powerful and swift. They were extremely domineering. They had occupied the Fire Marrow lode and were arrogant in the entire God's Fall battlefield. For a time, all the cultivators were in danger and felt that the end of the world was coming. Led by the Heaven-Defying Alliance, many elders of the top forces went to the Demon Sky Fire region to suppress the young Marquis and his group. However, the fire source lode mentioned by the young Marquis had stirred up waves in everyone's hearts. The elders who went to the Demon Sky Fire region were all thinking whether the young Marquis was telling the truth. If the source lode really existed, it would be incredible. Great Elder, does the source lode really exist? The experts of the Heaven-Defying Alliance had rushed through the night and already saw the outline of the Demon Sky Fire region. An elder asked softly. The Great Elder was in a white robe and his eyes were deep. The source lode exists in the ancient records. Even in the ancient times, it was a rare item. Even a half-step chaotic supremacy would be tempted. Pausing for a moment, the Grand Elder continued. I believe that there's an 80% to 90% chance that it's true. The Junior Marquis and his group should have come from the mysterious primal chaos battlefield. It's highly possible that they are the descendants of ancient experts. After saying that, the great elder's face was firm. No matter what, the source lode belongs to the God's Fall battlefield. No one is allowed to touch it. The source lode is of great importance and will definitely attract many people. You must be careful when you go to the Demon Sky Fire region. Hearing the great elder's words, the elder was stunned and then understood. The real danger did not come from the young Marquis and his group, but from the internal strife. In the following period of time, war broke out in the Demon Sky Fire region. Some said that the top forces had joined forces to fight against the young Marquis and his group. Some said that the cultivators had internal strife, and the root of all this was the source lode. They fought in front of the fire marrow lode just to get the legendary source lode. For a time, the atmosphere in the God's Fall battlefield was tense. Countless warriors were watching. At this moment, the Tao Palace in the myriad Tao world was still peaceful. However, something interesting had happened. Fang Qin fought Su Yan. This was a battle between a new disciple and a veteran disciple. Su Yan's reputation had long been illustrious. His cultivation had reached the peak of rank 8 and was only a step away from rank 9. Moreover, he had killed a 9th-level sage before. As for Fang Qin, in everyone's eyes, he was considered a rising star. Even though he was at the 3rd-level Holy King in the Magic Sky Fire domain and had killed the Bull Demon and severely injured Tang, the difference in their levels was too great. Many disciples did not think highly of him. This day had finally arrived. Fatty Xiakue and Wang Daoyin arrived at Fang Chen's residence early in the morning. "How is it? Are you confident?" After experiencing so many things, Wang Daoyin had already realized Fang Chen's monstrous potential. He had even begun to view Fang Qin as a 7th-order saint. "Junior brother Fang, you have great potential. It's just that you've only been cultivating for a short period of time. There's no need for you to fight over personal feelings," Xiakue said with a simple and honest smile. "Thank you for your concern, senior brothers. Although Su Yan is strong, I still have some confidence in defeating him." The arena of the Holy Ji Palace was located in the square. Many disciples came to watch even before the main characters arrived. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, a deafening sound came from the sky. Following that, Su Yan rushed over with an unparalleled aura. "Su Yan is here," someone in the crowd whispered. Today, Su Yan looked very confident and exuded a terrifying aura. He looked up and scanned the square. "Where is Fang Qin?" "Senior brother Su Yan, are you in such a hurry to give me the thunderstruck wood?" Fang Chen's voice came from afar. He walked out from the crowd and stepped onto the arena. At this point, Xiakue and Wang Daoyin could only hope that Fang Qin could last 10 moves. "I thought you wouldn't dare to come." Su Yan grinned and looked at him as if he was looking at prey. In fact, in Su Yan's heart, Fang Qin was already a dead man. "I have the thunderstruck wood. I'm just afraid that you don't have the ability to win." Today, Su Yan's attitude towards Fang Qin was completely different. Fang Qin expressed that he hoped Su Yan would take out the thunderstruck wood. He was afraid that Su Yan would go back on his word. Who do you think I am? Why would I go back on my word? Besides, do you think you can win against me?" Su Yan said coldly. Fang Qin said calmly, "Since it's an arena competition, it must be fair. I hope to see the thunderstruck wood before the battle." Then Fang Qin turned his head and cupped his hands in salute. "Senior brother Liu, please bear witness." Everyone looked over and saw a man in a white robe. Liu Yang, a disciple of the Holy Ji Palace. His strength was ranked in the top 30. Among the many disciples who came today, he had the highest prestige. He didn't expect Fang Qin to say that. But after thinking about it, he said bluntly, "Junior brother Fang is right. Since it's a competition, it must be fair. Junior brother Su Yan, why don't you take out the thunderstruck wood and let me keep it for you? I'll return it after the battle." Hearing this, Fang Qin nodded at Liu Yang. Liu Yang's words were undoubtedly beneficial to him. He was very grateful. Su Yan's eyes flickered. He raised his hand and a laser beam shot out. Lu Yang reached out and caught it. When the light dissipated, 10 pieces of black would appear before everyone's eyes. The wood was emitting a terrifying aura of thunder and lightning. It was the legendary Thunderstruck Wood. Thunderstruck Wood. However, the disciples were envious. Some of them were even jealous. Is this the Thunderstruck Wood? Fong Chen's blood stirred. He seemed to be extremely eager to absorb the power of the Thunderstruck Wood. How about it? Can we start now? Su Yan's eyes turned cold. Fong Chen smiled brightly. He stretched out 2 fingers and gestured the number 10. It meant that they were going to have a 10-move agreement. You think you can withstand 10 moves from me? Su Yan sneered in his heart. Junior brothers, don't go overboard when sparring. Don't go for the kill, Lu Yang reminded. Then, as soon as Lu Yang finished speaking, Su Yan released a terrifying aura. Boom! Su Yan's body expanded. Above his head, 7 origin stars revolved. Flames surrounded his body. He was like a demon god. His pitch-black eyes stared at Fong Chen. First move. Su Yan clenched his hand into a fist. It contained shocking power and blasted towards Fong Chen. This fist was like the light of the sun. It was incomparably powerful. Wherever it passed, the void would be refined. Fong Chen was very calm. Even if he was facing Su Yan, who was at the peak of the 8th rank, he was still fearless. Under everyone's gaze, his chaos sword body was activated. The sword-shaped runes formed an armor and blocked Su Yan's first move. Dong! The two collided. The power was so shocking that the arena was shaking. Fong Chen took a few steps back and looked at Su Yan. Senior brother Su Yan, did you not eat? Is that all you have? Hearing this, Su Yan was furious. However, he suppressed his anger. Chapter 3581. The previous exchange was just a test. Even though Fong Chen was a rank 5 Holy King, he could not get Su Yan to take him seriously. In the square below the arena, many disciples were waiting quietly. Regardless of the outcome of this battle, Fong Chen was already in an undefeatable position. To be able to achieve so much in such a short period of cultivation and reach rank 5 Holy King in such a short period of time, it was too dazzling. Many people looked at Fong Chen with envy. If there were no accidents, Fong Chen could be on par with the eldest senior brother of the Holy Ji Palace and even reach the level of Palace Master Lei. To be able to evolve the Chaos Sword body to such a level, he is indeed a disciple personally brought in by Palace Master Lei. Some disciples recognized Fong Chen's special body constitution and were shocked. Everyone was a disciple of the Holy Ji Palace and knew a lot about the Chaos Sword body. It could be said that a disciple with the Chaos Sword body was born to be a sword cultivator. Although the Chaos Sword body was the top special body constitution in the way of the sword, it was nothing in the Holy Ji Palace. There were many special body constitutions that were stronger than the Chaos Sword body. However, they could clearly feel that the Chaos Sword body that Fong Chen displayed was extremely powerful and seemed to have reached the peak. Amazing! Even Lu Yang could not help but exclaim. Boom! Sword chi surged from Fong Chen's body. He stood straight like a sharp sword and stood in the arena. His eyes shone, and the hidden star sword appeared in his hand. In the next moment, he attacked first and displayed the Chaos Sword principle. Whoosh! Terrifying sword chi swept across the area and covered the entire arena. For different sword radiances entered the arena. Demon Slayer array completed. After feeling the threat from the Demon Slayer array, Su Yan did not hold back. He formed a seal with both hands, and the power in the sky swept across and covered both his hands. He then slammed his palm forward. Kaboom! A deafening sound reverberated through the heavens and earth. Su Yan's palms ruthlessly slammed onto the demon slaying formation. The formation shook, and layers of ripples spread out. In the end, it blocked Su Yan's powerful attack. This is the Demon Slayer array? After all, Su Yan was a disciple of the Holy Ji Palace and a top disciple. He was familiar with the Holy Ji Palace's records and knew about the Demon Slayer array. How is this possible? Su Yan was very surprised. He stared at Fang Chen in disbelief. What kind of secret was this guy hiding? At the same time, a white-robed elder appeared in the depths of the Holy Ji Palace as soon as the Demon Slayer matrix appeared. The space beside him twisted and the black-robed elder appeared as well. The two of them saw Fang Chen and the demon-slaying formation through the void. After so long, has the devil-slaying array finally reappeared? The white-robed old man's voice was hoarse as a smile appeared on his withered face. I see. The black-robed old man also nodded. At this moment, he finally understood what Palace Master Lei had said back then. He vaguely remembered that Palace Lord Lei had said that the world was about to change, and that the Holy Ji Palace would welcome a turning point. At that moment, he finally understood that Fang Chen was the turning point that Palace Master Lei had mentioned. Back then, when Wukong Saint fought the demon-slaying formation, he defeated all the invincible opponents in the world. His enemies trembled in fear upon hearing his name. He even killed an ancient powerhouse behind the No-Demon cult by himself. Now, after so many years, the demon-slaying formation has finally reappeared. In ancient times, the demon-slaying formation was famous for its ferocity. It wiped out all the foreign races and protected the world. Unfortunately, Wukong Saint had fallen in the end. This little guy is interesting. They sensed carefully and found that Fang Chen's control of the demon-slaying formation had reached the point of perfection. It was not easy to have such achievements at his age. Old Hey, do you think he can win? The white-robed elder suddenly laughed. The black-robed elder thought for a moment and then said, His cultivation is too low after all. It will be difficult for him to defeat Su Yan. However, with the demon-slaying formation, he won't be defeated. Other than the reclusive old monsters of the Holy Ji Palace, the other disciples were also paying attention to Fang Chen. In the arena, Su Yan's face was completely serious. She was bathed in flames as she shuttled through the demon-slaying formation, looking for an opportunity to kill Fang Chen. I was worried that if I killed him, it would attract those old monsters. Now I don't have to worry at all. The demon-slaying formation was very strong. At least, no one below the invincible saint could sense what was happening inside. This also made Xia Kuei and Wang Daoyan a little nervous. With this formation, junior brother Fang shouldn't be defeated, right? Xia Kuei said to himself. On the side, Wang Daoyan was silent. Boom! Inside the demon-slaying formation, there were big movements from time to time. Many disciples were curious about the battle situation. Would Fang Chen be able to withstand Su Yan's attack? Damn it! After several consecutive attacks failed, Su Yan fell into a state of madness. Her eyes were scarlet as she stared at Fang Chen, wanting to tear him into pieces. I'm going to kill you. Su Yan was completely angry. She stomped her foot and the demon-slaying formation shook. Her figure flashed and instantly came in front of Fang Chen. Her fist flashed and enveloped Fang Chen. Swoosh! The shocking sword light, with the help of the demon-slaying formation, rushed out of Su Yan's attack range. 7 moves. Fang Chen said, Humph. Su Yan snorted angrily and then the power in her body surged. However, at this moment, 2 people quietly appeared in the demon-slaying formation. Seeing these 2 people, Fang Chen's pupils shrank, but he soon understood. In the myriad Dao world, people who could enter the demon-slaying formation so easily should be the upper echelons of the Dao Palace. Su Yan, the black-robed elder said, in this demon-slaying formation, you can't defeat Fang Chen. Looking at the 2 elders, the restless power in the depths of Su Yan's bloodline instantly retracted. A trace of panic flashed in his eyes, and then he said, Disciple Su Yan greets the 2 elders. Let's end this battle here, the white-robed elder also said. No matter how unwilling Su Yan was in his heart, facing two invincible saints who were also old monsters that had survived from ancient times, he felt very weak and was afraid that his secret would be discovered. He was speechless and didn't know how to answer. In fact, he knew very well that if he didn't use that power in the demon-slaying formation, it would be impossible to defeat Fang Qin. He also didn't expect that this battle would draw out these two old monsters. He immediately decided not to attack. "Little guy, you're interesting." The white-robed elder smiled at Fang Qin and then clapped his hands lightly. Suddenly, the demon-slaying formation that Fang Qin was so proud of collapsed silently. The demon-slaying formation disappeared. What was the result? This was the question that everyone was curious about. When they saw the black and white elders as well as Fang Qin and Su Yan, who were unharmed, they were a little stunned. Could it be that the two elders stepped in and stopped the battle? However, the black-robed elder's next sentence directly caused many disciples to boil. Chapter 3582. The appearance of the black and white elders meant that the battle had come to an end. Even though Su Yan was unwilling, he did not dare to show it because the people standing in front of him were the legendary black and white elders. If he made any strange movements, he would be discovered. Once his identity was exposed, he would die without a burial place. He could die, but at least his death had to be worth it. He looked coldly at Fang Qin, and a cold, killing intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. He only had one thought now, and that was to kill Fang Qin. Others might not know about the battle with Fang Qin, but Su Yan knew very well that even without the help of the Demon Slayer formation, Fang Qin's strength had already reached an unimaginable level. What worried Su Yan the most was Fang Qin's incredible potential. A 5th-level Holy Emperor already had such combat strength. If he stepped into the 7th-level Holy Emperor realm, would he be able to defeat the 5 elements Holy Realm? Thinking of this, Su Yan felt a lingering fear. Fang Qin must die. The more he thought about it, the more he knew how to endure. Humph! He snorted coldly and did not say anything else. At this moment, the entire square was in a state of shock. All the martial artists were tongue-tied. The words of the black and white elders were still echoing in their minds. What? After a long while, someone finally reacted and cried out. Fang Qin actually withstood 10 moves from Su Yan. How is this possible? Su Yan, who is at the peak of the 8th level, actually could not suppress Fang Qin? It's too terrifying. Junior brother Fang's potential is really amazing. Many people were shocked. They increasingly realized that Fang Qin's potential had already reached an unprecedented level. At the same time, they also understood why Palace Master Lei had personally come out to welcome Fang Qin. Everyone's eyes fell on Fang Qin. Their gazes were filled with desire. The black and white elders were full of praise for Fang Qin. Lu Yang, who was hosting the battle, also took the initiative to step forward and handed the thunderbolt wood to Fang Qin. Junior brother Fang, this is your thunderstruck wood. The 10 pieces of thunderstruck wood gave off a terrifying electric light. Many of the cultivators looked at them with envy. Fang Qin nodded and received the thunderstruck wood. Immediately he felt a strong energy. This thunderbolt wood is not bad for you at your current stage. The black-robed old man stroked his beard and said with a smile. The white-robed old man nodded and explained the uses of the thunderstruck wood to Fang Qin. Everyone thought that the thunderstruck wood was only used for cultivation, but after listening to the white-robed old man's explanation, the disciples realized that the thunderstruck wood could also be used to refine weapons. The thunderstruck wood contains the strongest power of thunder in the world. Thunder is of the fire attribute. Absorbing the power of thunder in the thunderstruck wood will make it easier for an ancient martial art practitioner to comprehend the origin of fire, the white-robed elder said. There was a limit to the power within the thunderstruck wood. Once it was completely absorbed, there would be no value in cultivating it anymore. However, it was originally a type of wood, a wondrous treasure of the world. Refining it into a weapon would greatly increase the origin energy of the weapon, and it might even be able to raise the level of origin weapons. All right, let's end the competition here. The black-robed old man said a few words to Fang Qin and then turned around to look at the ancient martial art practitioners. Now, the god-perishing battlefield is in chaos. There are evil forces from the primal chaos battlefield invading. Try not to go out. Stay in the myriad path world and cultivate hard. Dark clouds covered the god-perishing battlefield. Everyone realized that the end of the world was coming. Experts from various top forces gathered and headed to the Demon Sky Fire region to suppress the young Marquis and the others. At this time, there was no doubt that the morale of the army needed to be stabilized. Hence, the black and white elders appeared. Soon, the disciples dispersed. Fang Qin followed the black and white elders and left. Damn it! Su Yan clenched his fists and was extremely angry. Bang! He punched the wall and mud splashed. His face was hideous and his demonic chi was dispersing. His heart was bleeding. 10 pieces of thunderstruck wood. That was all of his property. He had actually given it away to someone he had to kill. Whoosh! 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 His communication token vibrated. His expression changed, and he quickly disappeared. Not long after, he left the myriad path world and appeared on a barren mountain. Senior brother Su Yan. They were Yang Xian and Yuan Lai from the giant fire peak of the heaven-defying alliance. Both of them looked solemn. Did he fail? Yang Xian frowned. He didn't expect Su Yan to fail to kill Fang Qin. If the black and white elders hadn't appeared, he would have died. Su Yan said in a deep voice, "He's lucky this time. I'll kill him next time." Yuan Lai stepped forward and said in a low voice, "Senior brother Su Yan, the god-perishing battlefield isn't peaceful now. The mysterious expert who occupied the Demon Skyfire region might start a war. When the time comes, the people will be plunged into misery and suffering. So, we have to kill Fang Qin as soon as possible." Su Yan remained silent. Yang Xian flipped his palm, and a palm-sized bronze mirror appeared in his palm. As soon as the bronze mirror appeared, it emitted a terrifying aura. There were complicated ripples flowing on the surface of the mirror. Su Yan was stunned when he saw the bronze mirror. "Senior brother Su Yan, the Lord asked me to give this to you," Yang Xian said. Su Yan grabbed the bronze mirror and smiled. "With the sun-extinguishing mirror in hand, he's dead. Senior brother Su Yan, we still have things to do. We'll go back first and wait for your good news." After saying that, Yuan Lai and Yang Xian left. Su Yan looked at the sun-extinguishing mirror in his palm and sneered in his heart. Myriad Dao World, Dao Palace. On a mountain peak, Fang Qin followed the black and white elders to the thatched hut at the top of the mountain. "You're Fang Qin?" Black Elder asked. Fang Qin nodded. Then Black Elder continued, "Do you know why we brought you here?" Fang Qin shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. The black and white elders looked at each other. "Old White, you tell him. Do you see this thatched hut?" White Elder pointed at the thatched hut. Fang Qin looked up and sized it up seriously. Suddenly, he felt dizzy as if he had fallen into an illusion. Phew! His breathing became rapid. He shook his head violently to wake up. Just now he was a little scared. He had just seen a shocking scene. On the tragic ground, there were countless corpses and rivers of blood. An evil force swept across the land as if it was going to devour heaven and earth. He saw the end of the world. Set up the Demon Slayer array. White Elder continued. Fang Qin was a little confused, but he still followed White Elder's instructions and set up the Demon Slayer array. Buzz! As soon as the Demon Slayer array was set up, the thatched hut suddenly trembled. A terrifying force penetrated the thatched hut and rushed into the Demon Slayer array. The two resonated with each other and burst out a bright force. For a moment, Fang Chen felt that his primordial spirit was about to be crushed. What a terrifying power! Fang Chen exclaimed and retreated. What was going on? Why could the Demon Slayer array resonate with the thatched hut? What was hidden in the thatched hut? He tried to stabilize his body and turned to look at the black and white elders. Dong dong dong. Chapter 3583. The mountain peak was barren, and the surrounding origin energy was illusory. Fang Chen even felt like he was in a barren land. However, the thatched cottage in the middle of the mountain peak gave him a very strange feeling. Dong dong dong. However, after he set up the Demon Slayer formation, the Demon Slayer formation resonated with the thatched cottage, and the blood in his body also became restless. Fang Chen was shocked. What was going on? What was in the thatched cottage? Why did it cause his blood to become restless? With all kinds of doubts in his mind, Fang Chen turned to look at the black and white elders. The two of them smiled faintly and nodded at Fang Chen. Elders, what is in the thatched cottage? Fang Chen could not help but ask. The black elder stroked his beard and said, since you can set up the Demon Slayer formation, it must have something to do with Wukong. Today, we will give you an opportunity. Let's see if you can grasp it. The white elder also said, there is something you want in the thatched cottage. What you need to do is enter it. Fang Chen retracted his gaze, and his expression became serious. The two elders recognized the Demon Slayer formation, so they gave him an opportunity. He took a step forward and approached the thatched cottage. The blood in his body became more restless, and he was even a little excited. The terrifying power that enveloped Fang Chen before was actually becoming stronger. Fang Chen gritted his teeth and continued forward. Do you think he can succeed? The black elder asked. Elder Bai thought for a moment, then said, this child's potential is unimaginable. In my impression, there are many third-level holy kings who can kill sixth-level holy emperors, but there are almost none who can fight against seventh-level saints. After a pause, the white elder continued, he can comprehend the Demon Slayer formation and has a perfect bloodline. This is simply destined. I believe the Alliance leader and the others already know of his existence. That's right. He is destined to bear a heavy burden in the future and save the world. Now it seems that their original plan was right. The black and white elders were full of praise for Fang Chen, and they even had some expectations. Time passed by slowly. The closer he got to the thatched cottage, the stronger the power became. When he finally reached the door of the thatched cottage, Fang Chen could barely move. Activate the Demon Slayer formation. Suddenly, a voice sounded in Fang Chen's ears. He was startled for a moment, then his eyes lit up. He opened his arms and combined his body with his mind. The Demon Slayer array began to operate crazily. The power of Demon Slayer spread out from his feet and quickly enveloped the thatched hut. At this moment, Fang Chen finally felt something strange. Around the thatched hut, complex runes flickered and emitted a dazzling light. The power of the Demon Slayer quickly seeped into it and then merged with it. At this point, Fang Chen closed his eyes and sensed the starry sky. He could even see the movement of the Devil Slayer formation. In the next moment, Fang Chen was enlightened. He clenched his hand into the void, and the space distorted into fragments that quickly spread out. The power of the Demon Slayer took the opportunity to enter the thatched hut. Then, Fang Chen felt a terrifying power in his heart. He found an opportunity and took a step forward, arriving in front of the thatched hut. He struck while the iron was hot, and with the power of the Demon Slayer, he opened the door of the thatched hut and entered. Boom! After he entered the thatched hut, lightning flashed in the sky, and a bright light burst out, resonating with the thatched hut on the peak of the mountain. The black and white elders looked at each other and did not speak for a long time. They did not expect Fang Chen to enter the thatched hut so easily. This, just now, did he see through the core movement of the Demon Slayer formation? The black elder was dumbfounded. It was the first time he had seen such a strange scene. If I remember correctly, Hokong was just like this back then, right? The white elder recovered after a long time. He thought that Fong Chen would need at least half a month to enter the thatched hut. Who would have thought that he would enter in the blink of an eye? After thinking for a moment, their eyes shone with golden light, as if they had seen hope in a hopeless situation. The stars were everywhere, and the stars were moving. Looking up, there was a brilliant starry sky. Looking down, there was a barren land. Fong Chen stood in the middle of heaven and earth, and it took him a long time to calm down. How did it form? Fong Chen was shocked. The thatched hut contained heaven and earth, and it was all-encompassing. It had melted heaven and earth into it. What kind of work was this? Even an invincible saint would not be able to create such an uncanny work of art. After the shock, Fong Chen began to look for opportunities seriously. He merged his primordial spirit into the starry sky, and his blood moved strangely, resonating with the thatched hut. Soon, he entered a state of enlightenment. At the same time, news came from the Demon Skyfire region. Many top forces had formed an alliance to suppress the young Marquis and his group. However, they were defeated in the first battle. The young Marquis didn't even need to make a move. His 8 servants joined forces and defeated the saints in the lead. For a moment, both sides were in a standoff. Many forces did not dare to attack rashly. They were stationed in the Demon Skyfire region, looking at the fire marrow mine from afar. In the sky above the mine, the young Marquis stood with his hands behind his back, looking arrogant. He glanced at the camp of the Alliance and sneered. A group of sinners dare to fight with me? He was the young Marquis, the son of Marquis Xiaoyao. He had a noble status and was extremely powerful. In the current situation, he was not afraid of anyone. He could suppress the God-Fall battlefield with one hand. Young Marquis, these barbarians are really stupid. Humph, hypocrites. Some people were disdainful. The top forces seemed to be denouncing them on the surface, but they were secretly scheming against each other and were not united. Some people even secretly expressed that they wanted to defect. Those spineless people are still useful. Let them help me find the source, said the young Marquis. The source was very important to the young Marquis. He had to get it. Don't worry, young Marquis. These sinners are very spineless. As long as we promise them some benefits, they will be hell-bent on working for us. Of course, some neutral people were watching. They thought that the young Marquis had an invincible divine art. They wanted to get it, so they wanted to get in touch with the young Marquis. Bullshit, young Marquis. I can crush you any time. Suddenly there was a clamor. The young Marquis did not speak. One of his servants attacked. Boom! Explosions sounded between heaven and earth as the two of them fought fiercely. In the camp of the Alliance, some people recognized the combatants and cried out in surprise. Dark Ghost! It's actually Dark Ghost Lord. He's still alive? In an instant, the camp trembled. Many elders were shocked, and some of the younger ones asked, Who is the Nether Ghost Lord? You don't even know Dark Ghost Lord? 3,000 years ago, he was an invincible super expert who swept through the world. His methods reached the heavens, and he was arrogant. He never lost. Back then, who didn't know Dark Ghost Lord? He influenced a generation. Chapter 3584. The Nether Ghost Lord had once been a super expert. His name had shaken the world. His Nether Ghost life and death technique had shocked the world. Back then, when people talked about the Nether Ghost life and death technique, they were all terrified. After disappearing for countless years, the world had long forgotten this expert who had once shocked the world. Who would have thought that he would return at such a critical moment? The Nether Ghost Lord. The camp was in an uproar. The elders of the various forces were all excited. The appearance of the Nether Ghost Lord might be able to change the current situation. His black robe fluttered in the wind. Beneath his feet, a sinister and cold aura spread. The temperature in the air dropped rapidly. Everyone trembled. "You're courting death." The Nether Ghost Lord's palm suddenly pressed down. His palm gave off a dazzling black light. One could vaguely hear the screams of ghosts. Countless black aura condensed into a savage creature that rushed out of his palm. It swept through the world and attacked the young Marquis servant. "A mere sinner dares to attack me. You're courting death." The servant seemed to be born superior. He looked down on everything and looked down on the Nether Ghost Lord. "Let me refine you," said Yi Fu-Tian. The servant raised his hand and slapped out. An earth-shattering dragon roar reverberated in the air above the demonic sky fire domain. Everyone trembled. Such power! What kind of secret technique is this? Why is it so strong? Someone exclaimed in shock. The combat prowess displayed by the little Marquis group was simply too powerful. Moreover, the secret technique they cultivated was completely different from the secret techniques of the God's Fall battlefield. Even their origin power seemed to be different. Roar! The Nether Ghost Lord was too powerful. His aura was like a rainbow. He stomped his foot and soared into the air. He followed behind the evil creature and arrived in front of the servant. "Shatter!" The Nether Ghost Lord roared. The black creature formed from black aura opened its mouth and instantly swallowed the servant's palm. Crack! The black creature easily dissolved the servant's attack. After swallowing the palm, its aura grew stronger. Under the control of the Nether Ghost Lord, it attacked again. Ah! Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream was heard. The black creature had bitten off one of the servant's arms, causing blue blood to flow out. The servant's face was ferocious as he broke free from the black creature's attack range. He quickly retreated and roared in anger. "Despicable sinner, you dare to cut off my arm? I, Ning Qi, will tear you into pieces so that you will never be reincarnated." However, just as he finished speaking, the black creature opened its bloody mouth again and charged at him. "Kill!" The Nether Ghost Lord was expressionless as he used the Nether Ghost life and death art, his killing intent surging. In the encampment, an elder revealed a smile. As expected of the Nether Ghost Lord, truly powerful. After all, he was a super strong cultivator from 3,000 years ago. He could control life and death. Back then, he had already stepped into the invincible Saint realm. Now he is even more unfathomable. The dark ghost life and death art is too powerful. It can forcefully strip a cultivator's primordial spirit and destroy it. The most important things for a cultivator were the primordial spirit and the origin source. If the origin source star was shattered, it could be reformed. But if the primordial spirit was destroyed, the cultivator would die completely. The dark ghost life and death technique targeted the primordial spirit. Ah, the elders in the encampment spoke one after another. On the battlefield, the Nether Ghost Lord had complete control. The servants were suppressed, and the black creature constantly tore at them. In the air above the fire essence mine, the young Marquis face was gloomy, his eyes filled with killing intent. He did not say a word, but the other servants could feel his anger. One of the female servants said, "Young Marquis, this person is a bit demonic. The secret technique he used is somewhat related to our place. Ning Qi is not his match. What is there to say to a sinner? Let's attack together and destroy him." Myriad Path World, Dao Palace. The power of the Thunderstruck wood was very strong. After Fong Chen absorbed 5 pieces of the Thunderstruck wood, he had completely comprehended the fire origin source. Boom! He suddenly opened his eyes. Flames surrounded him as if they could burn the sky. The fire origin source filled his entire body. Is this the fire origin source? Fong Chin stretched out a finger. A wisp of flame danced on his fingertip. The power of the origin source was hidden within. Of the 5 origins, one could become a saint if they could comprehend one. Those who could comprehend 2 were few and far between. Their potential was comparable to the top geniuses of the God's Fall battlefield. Those with 3 origins were rare. Even in the Tao Palace, there had only been one in all these years. Whoosh! Fang Chen withdrew his aura and exhaled. He relaxed his mind. With a thought, the 2 origins circled around him, swimming slowly like yin and yang fish. The repulsion is very strong, Fang Chen whispered. Although he had mastered 2 origins, he could clearly feel the repulsion between them. The ancient Almighty spent their entire lives searching for a way to fuse the origins. If they could fuse them, their power would increase exponentially. The 5 origins were the original power of heaven and earth. They formed the balance of heaven and earth. The 5 powers were completely different and repulsed each other, but the creativity of humans was limitless. Since it existed, it was reasonable. The ancient Almighty had succeeded. At the same time, they had also found a path for cultivators to reach the peak of martial arts. After thinking for a moment, Fang Chen shook his head. He had just mastered 2 origins. It would be too difficult to fuse them. He should not bite off more than he could chew for the time being. The power of fusing 2 origins is already earth-shattering. What about 3 or 4? Suddenly, a curious thought popped up in Fang Chen's mind. Since ancient times, was there anyone who possessed 5 origins and merged them together? Can Primal Chaos Supreme do it? Fang Chen murmured. After stepping into the 5-element Saint Realm, one would understand how difficult it was to cultivate in the Saint Realm. It was like a threshold with every step. There seemed to be only one level of difference between an invincible saint and a primal Chaos Supreme. But in reality, there was an insurmountable gap. After the God's Fall battlefield, heaven and earth changed dramatically. The primal Chaos Supreme had become a legendary existence, extinct in the world. There were almost no records of the primal Chaos Supreme in today's books. Fang Chen did not understand much about the mysteries of that legendary realm. Gently shaking his head, he stopped thinking about it. He stood up and put away the remaining 5 pieces of thunderstruck wood. As for the 5 pieces that had been used, they had already dimmed. Fang Chen could feel the excitement of the hidden star sword. He smiled and said, "Don't worry, old brother. I'll let you devour these pieces of thunderstruck wood. Wait for me to find a blacksmith in the Tao Palace." During this seclusion, Fang Chen had comprehended the 2nd origin. His strength had skyrocketed. He had also completely comprehended the origin sword art. His trump card, the heaven-severing alchemy, had also improved. If he were to face Su Yan again, he was confident that he could defeat him. Dong dong dong! Wang Daoyan came, bringing news of the demonic sky, fire domain. Fang Chen's expression was grave. Even the Nether Ghost Lord was defeated. Fang Chen was a little surprised. He did not expect the young Marquis to have a heaven-defying treasure that could block the Nether Ghost Lord's attack. Who are they? Fang Chen was even more puzzled. He thought of many things. Chapter 3585. Fang Chen was deep in thought. Who were the young Marquis and the others? Where did they come from? In fact, Fang Chen had already guessed the origins of the young Marquis and the others. As soon as they appeared, strange signs appeared on the Chaos battlefield. It was completely sealed off and isolated from the world, trapping the leaders of many top forces. Fang Chen even guessed that this was most likely a conspiracy against the God's Fall battlefield. He recalled the evil expert he met in the ancient Chaos Demon Emperor's mausoleum and the expert who was worshipped on a mysterious altar in the forbidden land of the North Sea. At that time, he thought that it was only an invincible saint. However, as his cultivation increased and he came into contact with more and more secrets, he was sure that the aura that made people tremble was not something an invincible saint could possess. Could it be that all of this is related to that evil expert? Fang Chen frowned and pondered. In the God's Fall battlefield, no one had ever heard of that evil expert. However, if such an expert was really in the God's Fall battlefield, he would definitely be discovered. Could it be that his headquarters is in the Chaos battlefield? The appearance of the young Marquis and the strange movements on the Chaos battlefield are the prelude to the God's Fall battle? In the past, Fong Chen had learned from the ancient records that the God's Fall battle had occurred many times, not once. Every countless years, a God's Fall battle would suddenly erupt. All of this seemed to be controlled by an invisible hand. "Junior brother Fong, what's wrong?" Wang Daoyun's voice pulled Fong Chen's thoughts back to reality. He glanced at the latter and gathered his thoughts. He shook his head and said, "Senior brother Wang, I'm fine." Next, Wang Daoyun told Fong Chen everything he knew. After Wang Daoyun left, Fong Chen had mixed feelings. At this moment, he really wanted to ask Palace Lord Thunder for advice. Unfortunately, the latter had also entered the Chaos battlefield. Even the Nether Ghost Lord was defeated. Who else in the vast God's Fall battlefield can suppress the young Marquis? Just as Fong Chen was thinking, the black and white elders appeared. "How is the thunderstruck wood?" White Elder asked with a smile. Fong Chen looked at the black and white elders, somewhat stunned. He had just finished cultivating, and the two elders already knew? Could it be that they had been paying attention to him all along? Disciple Fong Chen greets the two elders. Fong Chen cupped his fists. "How much did you absorb?" Elder Black asked with a grin. "The way I see it, at your current level, you can only absorb the energy from 3 pieces of thunderstruck wood. If you want to completely comprehend the origin of fire, you'll need to absorb at least 10 pieces of thunderstruck wood." As he spoke, Elder Black stroked his beard, as if he was very confident in his judgment. "Old Black, don't forget that this kid's potential is unprecedented. Even in the Holy Ji Palace, he would at least be ranked in the top 3, Elder Bai said. There was some debate as to whether or not he could be ranked first. After all, the heaven-defying Alliance Master had already become the overlord of the God's Fall battlefield. Fong Chen still had a long way to go. As for the top 3, it was certain. My guess is that Fong Chen can absorb at least 5 pieces of thunderstruck wood. As for comprehending the origin of fire, he still needs some time. Little fellow, how is it? Elder Black and Elder Black looked at each other. Then their eyes fell on Fong Chen. Fong Chen chuckled. Your disciple is stupid. I only absorbed 5 pieces of thunderstruck wood. I knew it. Elder Black clapped his hands, as if he was very satisfied with his guess. However, Fong Chen's next sentence stunned the two elders. However, your disciple has already comprehended the origin of fire. What? Elder Black and Elder Black repeated, as if they were afraid that they had misheard. After receiving Fong Chen's confirmation, Elder Black and Elder Black's eyes widened, somewhat at a loss. How is this possible? The two elders could not believe it. They had never seen a monster who could comprehend the origin of fire after absorbing 5 pieces of thunderstruck wood. This, with a thought, Fong Chen released the power of the origin of fire. Elder Black and Elder Black were speechless. They had just said that Fong Chen's potential was at least in the top 3 in the history of the Dao Palace. However, now they could say with certainty that Fong Chen's potential was number 1 in history. Even the alliance leader of the Heaven-Defying Alliance could not do this at his age. Such potential! Elder Black and Elder Black took a deep breath, feeling excited. The two walked to a corner and whispered. No one knew what they were discussing. Fong Chen shrugged, expressing his helplessness. Soon, Elder Black and Elder Black returned to Fong Chen's side. They seemed to have reached a consensus. Elder Black, you say it, Elder White said. Elder Black looked at Fong Chen. You should be clear about the current situation in the Magic Sky Fire region, right? Fong Chen nodded. Elder Black continued. Those people in the Magic Sky Fire region came from the Chaos battlefield. On the surface, they are looking for the Mother Ore, but in reality, they want to start a war. Elder Hay's next sentence caused Fong Chen's heart to tremble. The battle of the gods in the ancient times was caused by the super experts behind the young marquis. What? Fong Chen exclaimed. It seemed that his guess was right. Elder Black then told him that there were very few top experts in the battlefield of the gods. However, it would be difficult for the young marquis to defeat them all. In the dark, there were some old monsters who had hidden themselves from the world, waiting for an opportunity. At the critical moment, the two of them would make a move. Since the chaos battlefield has been closed, then the experts behind the young marquis should not be able to come out, right? Then why don't the top experts in the battlefield of the gods eliminate the young marquis and the others? Fong Chen asked. Elder White sneered. Humph! This matter has too many implications. We cannot act rashly. Otherwise, there might be another battle of the gods. Fong Chen wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Elder Black. Currently, the Magic Skyfire region is in a state of confrontation. There won't be any trouble for the time being. However, the news of the mother will definitely cause chaos. The young marquis has issued a reward for the Mother Oregon. There will definitely be some people who want to join the young marquis and cause chaos in the world. Elder Black said, Right now, the most important thing for you is to find a way to increase your strength. You are not qualified to participate in the battle of the Magic Skyfire region. Elder White said, I have come to you this time because I have something for you to do. The first is to fulfill your unfulfilled wish. The second is to train you. The third is to get rid of evil. Sky Sword Peak Master. The news of the Sky Sword Peak Master and the No Demon cult brought by the Black and White elders greatly shocked Fong Chen. Back then, the Sky Sword Peak Master fell into the No Demon cult's trap because he wanted to avenge him. Since then, he had been inquiring about the news. Now, there was finally some progress. You don't have to think too much about the situation in the Magic Skyfire region. Go and do this thing first. With another ghost lord leading many elders to confront the young marquis, he could not be distracted. This was the perfect opportunity for Fong Chen to increase his strength. Elder Black flicked his finger, and a ray of light entered Fong Chen's mind. Chapter 3586. During the trip to the Tsang Kingdom, Fong Chen and the others had ruined the plans of the No Demon cult, causing the No Demon cult to seek revenge. They had escaped from the brink of death. A stronghold that the No Demon cult had painstakingly built was exposed by Fong Chen. Therefore, they were filled with hatred towards Fong Chen. They had tried everything to get rid of Fong Chen. However, with the help of the Sky Sword Peak Master, Fong Chen had successfully returned to the Heaven-Defying Alliance. Later, the Sky Sword Peak Master had charged to the Tsang Kingdom in a fit of rage and killed all the remaining members of the No Demon cult. Later, the Sky Sword Peak Master had disappeared. This had always been Fong Chen's inner demon. The Sky Sword Peak Master had disappeared because of him. Before, he had not been strong enough to save the Sky Sword Peak Master. Now he had stepped into the 5th level Saint King realm. Even if he faced a saint at the peak of the 8th level, he had nothing to fear. In addition, he had comprehended the origin of fire. With 2 origins in his body, his strength had improved by leaps and bounds. He was much stronger than Su Yan. After the Black and White elders left, Fong Chen seriously checked the information in his mind. After a while, he slowly opened his eyes and sat on the stone bench. A cold, murderous intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. Complex patterns flowed on the surface of his skin. The surrounding temperature plummeted. No demon cult. Fong Chen clenched his fists. He was unusually angry. I didn't expect you to be hiding here. Fong Chen took out a map of the God's Fall battlefield. His finger fell on a certain location in the southeast of the map. Broken Thunder Mountain. This was a dangerous place in the God's Fall battlefield. It was not much different from the demonic Skyfire territory. It contained great danger. The slightest carelessness could cause one's soul to scatter. Many years ago, there was a rumor about Broken Thunder Mountain. It was said that in ancient times a Thunderwave master had fallen on this mountain peak. The mountain was filled with the power of thunder. Anyone who approached it would suffer the pain of being struck by thousands of thunderbolts. Who would have thought that the lair of the No Demon cult was hidden here? After a short rest, Feng Chen set off. "Junior brother Feng, where are you going?" Just as he left the courtyard, he saw Xia Kuei walking towards him with a smile on his honest face. Feng Chen's battle with Su Yan had left a deep impression on him. He felt that Feng Chen was worth making friends with. "There are some things I need to take care of." Feng Chen also had a good impression of Xia Kuei. When Su Yan made things difficult for him, Xia Kuei still dared to stand up for him, even though he knew that he was no match for him. This alone was enough to make him a friend. Leave the myriad Dao world. Xia Kuei's eyes flashed as he asked in a low voice. Feng Chen nodded. Xia Kuei's expression changed drastically. He shook his head and said, "Junior martial brother Feng, the God's Fall battlefield has not been peaceful recently. I advise you not to leave the myriad Dao world so easily." The myriad Dao world was the core and secret base of the heaven-defying alliance. It was created by the alliance master himself. Even primal chaos supremes would not be able to invade the myriad Dao world. "Thank you for your kind intentions, senior martial brother Kuei, but there are some things that I must do," Feng Chen said. Seeing Feng Chen's firm attitude, Xia Kuei did not try to dissuade him. He just whispered in Feng Chen's ear, reminding him to be careful of Su Yan. "That guy has always been a vengeful person. This time he lost to you 10 pieces of Thunderstruck wood in front of everyone. He will definitely hold a grudge. He might even be watching you." Xia Kuei knew Su Yan better than anyone else. That guy was a hypocrite who would do anything to achieve his goals. Therefore, he had a bad reputation in the Dao Palace. "Su Yan." Feng Chen shrugged. If Su Yan really dared to come, he would not mind teaching him a lesson. Whoosh! 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 Feng Chen left the myriad Dao world through the space-time gate and appeared in a wasteland. He checked the map and then disappeared into the horizon. Not long after Feng Chen left, the space-time gate shook and Su Yan appeared. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he sneered. "What an arrogant guy." Having said that, he took out his communication jade pendant and sent out the news that Feng Chen had left the myriad Dao world. Then he got up and chased after Feng Chen. In front of a mountain range in the distance, 2 figures were waiting patiently. Senior brother Yang Xian, "Do you think Feng Chen will take this path?" Yuan Lai asked. Yang Xian's face was gloomy as he stared straight ahead. Senior apprentice brother Su Yan's message shouldn't be wrong. What we need to do is think of a way to stop him. Once senior apprentice brother Su Yan catches up, our mission will be complete. Killing Feng Chen was an order from the higher-ups of the limitless demon cult. Yang Xian was a little selfish. If they could help Su Yan kill Feng Chen, they would be rewarded greatly. I hope he will take this path. Yuan Lai looked around with a blade of grass in his mouth. Rustle. Suddenly, rustling sounds came from the mountain range. Yang Xian's expression changed as he prepared for battle. Yuan Lai seemed to have realized something. "Is he here?" Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Feng Chen entered the mountain range. He was worried about the Sky Sword Peak Master, so he was extremely fast. "Feng Chen." A stern voice came from the depths of the mountain range. Then, 2 figures appeared in front of Feng Chen. "It's you." Seeing Yuan Lai and Yang Xian, Feng Chen was a little surprised. What a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet junior brother Feng here. Yang Xian said with a smile, "Junior brother Feng, you seem to be in a hurry. Where are you going?" "Why, do you look down on your former sect mates after joining the Dao Palace?" Seeing that Feng Chen was silent, Yuan Lai said, "Are you still holding a grudge about what happened on the giant fire peak?" "What's the matter?" Fang Qin did not have a good impression of the two. Moreover, he was eager to save people and did not want to waste time with them. Junior brother Fang, we've been talking about you ever since you joined the Dao Palace. Since we finally meet today, why don't we catch up? Yang Xian pointed at the blue stone beside him and sat down first. Back then, when I first saw Junior brother Fang, I thought that Junior brother Fang would definitely become an outstanding disciple of the Heaven-Defying Alliance in the future. Fang Chen ignored them and walked around them, preparing to leave. At that moment, Yuan Lai blocked in front of Fang Chen. Junior brother Fang, where are you going? Fang Chen frowned. Are you trying to stop me? I wouldn't dare. Junior brother Fang is a disciple of the Dao Palace, and I, Yuan Lai, am just an ordinary disciple of the giant fire peak. I just want to ask Junior brother Fang about cultivation. What? Junior brother Fang, are you not going to give me face? Yang Xian said coldly. Face? Fang Chen sneered and continued forward. Boom! Yuan Lai exuded a terrifying aura as he stood in front of Fang Chen. Junior brother Fang, I hope you can cooperate with us. Cooperate? Fang Chen muttered to himself. Do you think you're worthy? With a boom, Fang Chen punched out, carrying the power of the origin of fire, and landed heavily on Yuan Lai. Yuan Lai's body was instantly sent flying. His clothes were burned, his organs were shaken, and his face turned pale. Yuan Lai's heart trembled. It had not been long, and Fang Chen had become so powerful. Chapter 3587. Yuan Lai's heart trembled. When he fought with Fang Chen in the giant fire peak's purple bamboo garden, the latter was just a fledgling. Now he was actually suppressed by his opponent's aura. He tried hard to stabilize himself. His heart was beating fast, and his forehead was covered in sweat. He turned his head and looked at Yang Xian. His eyes were pleading for help. Fang Chen's strength was beyond his expectations. At this moment, a trace of fear appeared in Yuan Lai's heart. He was waiting for Yang Xian to speak. As expected, Yang Xianfeng immediately stood in front of Yuan Lai. His pitch-black eyes stared at Fang Chen. You are indeed worthy of being the genius disciple that Palace Master Lei has taken a fancy to. It has only been a short period of time, and your strength has already grown to such an extent. If you are given more time, you will definitely become a threat in the future. Yang Xian spread out his hands and slowly rotated them. Hot air emitted from his palms. The aura on his body gradually soared. In the blink of an eye, it soared to the maximum. Rumor has it that you defeated a 6th-level Holy Emperor in the Magic Sky Fire Domain as a 3rd-level Holy King. You can even challenge a 7th-level Saint. I, Yang Xian, would like to see if you are as strong as the rumors say. In the outer sect of the Heaven-Defying Alliance, Frost Holy Emperor and the others were already considered the top disciples. Back then, the 5 of them had gone together for the mission in the demonic fire domain. The outside world was abuzz with rumors that Fang Chen's combat strength was heaven-defying. He had killed Niu Mo and severely injured Tang Yi. He had even caused a battle between the top figures. Yang Xian was unwilling to believe it. He thought that the outside world was wrong. Even if Fang Chen had done it, he must have borrowed the help of Frost Holy Emperor and the others. Yang Xian was the chief disciple of the giant fire peak. Not long after the battle in the demonic fire domain, he had broken through his shackles and his strength had improved. He had successfully challenged the chief disciple and become the new chief disciple. He thought that his potential was not inferior to the disciples of the Holy Ji Palace. He just lacked some opportunities. In addition, the big figure behind him had given a death order to kill Fang Chen. Combined with all these, his anger towards Fang Chen had reached its peak. Kill! Yang Xian roared. He stomped his foot and his body turned into a rainbow. He pierced through the void and pierced toward Fang Chen's chest. At the same time, a spear appeared in his hand. Demonic spear suppresses the heavens. Yang Xian's long spear suddenly turned, and the power of fire origin erupted, condensing into a fire dragon in the sky. Then, Yang Xian leaped and arrived above the fire dragon. The long spear in his hand crazily absorbed the power of the fire dragon. Hoo hoo hoo! The mountain range turned into a sea of fire, and the surrounding void was sealed. Fang Chen stood in the sea of fire, coldly watching all of this. If it was before the Magic Sky Fire Domain mission, he might have been afraid of Yang Xian. However, things were different now. Primordial Chaos Sword Art. The corners of Fang Chen's mouth curled up, revealing a cold smile. Without saying a word, he took out the star-concealing sword and displayed the origin sword art. After absorbing the mother ore and refining the thunderstruck wood, he had mastered the Hunyuan sword art and cultivated it to the extreme. The 9th sword had combined the power of the previous 8 swords, and its power had reached the extreme. When the sword was unleashed, heaven and earth shook. The dazzling sword light soared into the sky and turned into a shocking sword shadow above the sea of fire. It carried the endless power of metal origin and released an invincible sword chi. It was as fast as lightning above the sea of fire. Puchi! When the shocking sword shadow hit the sea of fire, the primordial chaos sword chi quickly penetrated the sea of fire. At the same time, countless cracks appeared on the sea of fire. Kacha! The star-hidden sword cut open the sea of fire as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Then, the sword hacked at Yang Xian's body. You're courting death. Looking at the incoming star-concealing sword, Yang Xian sneered. He melted into the sea of fire and launched a crazy attack on Fang Chen. However, in the next second, he went completely crazy. How is this possible? The invincible sword chi cut through the sea of fire, and his body was severely injured. He fell to the ground with a bang, and the sea of fire was quickly extinguished. Covered in blood, he quickly got up from the ground and glared at Fang Chen. You, too weak. Fang Chen shook his head and seemed to be talking to himself. The star-concealing sword slashed down again. Yang Xian was horrified. Let's attack together. He yelled at Yuan Lai, who was behind him. Only then did Yuan Lai react and attack in a panic. The two of them joined forces to stop Fang Chen. Puchi! The 9th sword of the primordial chaos sword art was too powerful. It was so powerful that Yuan Lai and Yang Xian couldn't resist it at all. They were very embarrassed and prayed that Su Yan would come quickly. Senior brother Yang Xian, what should we do? After Yuan Lai was defeated, he shouted loudly, Su Yan will be here soon. Hold on a little longer. Yang Xian secretly complained. Su Yan. Hearing this, Fang Chen's face was completely gloomy. He had guessed that the two of them should have a premeditated plan to stop him here, but he didn't expect that Su Yan was behind this matter. Humph! Fang Chen coldly snorted. He waved the star-concealing sword and performed the primordial chaos sword art again. This time, Fang Chen didn't hold back. With a slash, an invincible sword chi swept through the world. No, Yuan Lai didn't have time to dodge at all. His body was split open and his flesh was badly mangled. He died directly. Yang Xian was obviously scared out of his wits. He no longer attacked and frantically fled. At the same time, he sent a message to Su Yan. How can he be so strong? Yang Xian's heart was trembling. He didn't want to see Fang Chen for a second. He just wanted to get away from this place. Rip! Suddenly, a figure wriggled on the road in front of Yang Xian. Want to leave? Fang Chen held the star-concealing sword and pressed the tip of the sword against Yang Xian's throat. Plop! Yang Xian knelt on the ground. His body trembled as he constantly begged for mercy. Junior brother Fang, I was wrong. Considering that we are from the same sect, please let me go this time. I promise I won't attack you again in the future. It's all my fault. I was blinded by greed and was ordered by someone. All of this was Su Yan's idea. He asked me and Yuan Lai to stop you here. He wants to kill you. I'll give you a chance to reorganize your words. Fang Chen obviously didn't believe Yang Xian's words. With a slight force, the tip of the sword pierced Yang Xian's throat. Blood flowed out, causing Yang Xian to be even more terrified. Yang Xian gritted his teeth. If I tell you, will you let me go? You don't have the qualifications to bargain. Yang Xian lowered his head. He was depressed. I know you want to kill me, but I have no choice. I'm just a small fry. Whoosh! In the distant horizon, a bright light pierced through the void and shot over. When Fang Chen reacted, the light had already pierced through Yang Xian's head. Bang! Yang Xian fell to the ground unwillingly. He died with his eyes wide open. Whoosh! Whoosh! Su Yan approached from afar and coldly glanced at Yang Xian's corpse. Then his gaze fell on Fang Chen. Silencing a witness? Fang Chen seemed to have smelled something and stared at Su Yan. Chapter 3588. Amidst the raging winds, a figure shot over. Su Yan had arrived. Fang Chen's expression turned grave as he looked at Su Yan. Based on Su Yan's actions, it seemed like there was a secret behind Yang Xian. Earlier on, Yang Xian was just about to speak when Su Yan silenced him through the void. Fang Chen thought of many things. Why did Su Yan challenge him as soon as he entered the Dao Palace? Moreover, when they fought, it was obvious that Su Yan wanted to kill him. Even though he hid it well, Fang Chen still felt it. However, due to the sudden appearance of the black and white elders, he did not succeed. Now, Su Yan did not hesitate to expose his identity to stop him. What was all this about? Fang Chen. Su Yan did not even look at the two corpses on the ground. It was as if Yang Xian and Yuan Lai were nothing to him. He narrowed his eyes and stared at Fang Chen. His killing intent was naturally emitted, giving people a creepy feeling. Fang Chen also felt that something was wrong with Su Yan. Su Yan stretched out his hand and said with a smile, "Hand over the thunderbolt wood." Su Yan's things weren't something that anyone could touch. Moreover, those were the 10 pieces of thunderbolt wood that he had painstakingly obtained after entering the Dao Palace. I don't understand what you are talking about. Fang Chen shook his head. Are you trying to play dumb with me? Do you think you are still in the myriad Dao world? Su Yan sneered. He waved his hand and sealed the void to prevent Fang Chen from escaping. The thunderbolt wood is a rare treasure of heaven and earth. It is not something that you can touch. Hand it over, and I will leave your corpse intact. For 10 pieces of thunderbolt wood, you let Yang Xian and Yuan Lai stop me, and even put their lives on the line? Fang Chen said. Su Yan sneered and looked at Fang Chen as if he was an idiot. He shrugged his shoulders and said, "After today, many disciples of the Dao Palace will know that it was you who held a grudge against Yuan Lai and took the opportunity to kill them." Not only did Su Yan want to kill Fang Chen, he also wanted to portray Fang Chen as a devil who killed his fellow disciples. "Why are you doing this?" Fang Chen looked at Su Yan. "Just because of 10 pieces of thunderstruck wood." Of course, he knew that Su Yan didn't kill him for the 10 pieces of thunderstruck wood. He suspected that Su Yan had something to do with the No Devil cult. "Why are you asking so many questions when you're about to die?" Su Yan was getting impatient. He slammed his palms together, causing the void to tremble. The terrifying origin energy in the surroundings gathered crazily. In the blink of an eye, it formed a terrifying vortex in front of him. Upon closer inspection, there were specks of resplendent light within the vortex. Su Yan's palm struck out toward Fang Chen, causing thunder to rumble within the vortex. Rumble! A deafening sound resounded through the sky. The palm, which carried infinite power, arrived in front of Fang Chen in an instant. The peerless aura completely enveloped Fang Chen. This was a sure kill attack. No one in the same realm dared to face it head-on. Go to hell. Su Yan was confident in his own strength. Back in the Dao Palace, he couldn't use his full strength because of the Demon Slayer ray. Moreover, The appearance of the black and white elders forced him to endure. Now that the surrounding void was sealed, he wasn't worried about being discovered. In other words, he could fight without holding back. If it was before, I might have been afraid of you. Looking at the approaching palm, Fang Chun mumbled. He then threw out a punch. The chaotic sword body was fully activated. Sword-shaped runes shone and covered his fist. Dong! The fist shadow collided with the palm imprint, and an explosion ensued. A terrifying shockwave swept across the area, causing the seal in the surroundings to shake violently. When the smoke dispersed, Fang Qin stood motionless. Seeing this, Su Yan was shocked. You absorbed the energy of the thunderstruck wood. Su Yan's eyes were filled with rage. He couldn't wait to tear Fang Qin into pieces. When he exchanged blows with Fang Qin, he sensed the fire origin energy in Fang Qin's fist shadow. This energy came from the thunderstruck wood. Damn you! Su Yan was furious. He had comprehended the thunderstruck wood for so long, but he didn't dare to absorb it. He didn't expect that this guy would benefit from it. Die! Su Yan couldn't care less anymore. He attacked crazily. Palm after palm, the void was about to be smashed. Boom, boom, boom. After a series of crazy attacks, Su Yan was shocked to find that Fang Qin blocked his attacks so easily. Most importantly, Fang Qin didn't look bad at all. He didn't even feel like he had used his full strength. Thunderstruck wood. Su Yan gritted his teeth. He attributed Fang Qin's increase in strength to the thunderstruck wood. He thought that Fang Qin's strength came from the thunderstruck wood. He was greatly stimulated and went into a frenzy. Die for me! Su Yan unleashed his ultimate skill. Like a lion, he engaged in an intense battle with Fang Qin. However, Fang Qin was able to withstand his attacks with ease. The same unique skill, the same secret skill, and the same person used it. The power was even stronger than before. However, Fang Qin was able to deal with it calmly. He didn't even set up the Demon Slayer formation. What did this mean? Fang Qin's strength had increased to a terrifying level in a short time. In the last fight, Fang Qin was a 5th-level Holy Emperor. With the help of the Demon Slayer formation, he blocked 10 of Su Yan's attacks. Now, his strength was comparable to Su Yan's. Today you must die. Su Yan was completely enraged. Every attack could erupt with the force of a thunderbolt. Fang Qin executed the primordial chaos sword technique, using his sword technique to deal with Su Yan's palm technique. The battle between the two caused the sky to fall and the earth to crack. Demon Slayer formation. Finally, after a fierce battle, Fang Qin set up the Demon Slayer formation. None of the disciples of the Holy Ji Palace can be underestimated. Fang Qin muttered to himself. After all, Su Yan was one of the top 50 disciples of the Holy Ji Palace. His strength was incredible. It was difficult to resist with the chaotic universe sword technique alone. He needed to borrow the power of the Demon Slayer formation. The Demon Slayer formation is useless against me. Su Yan's eyes were red as he roared in anger. He stared at Fang Qin and said, word by word. The hidden power in his body was restless. His palms shone with a strange light. With a thought, the power in his body could be completely unleashed. Useless. Fang Qin sneered. He controlled the Demon Slayer formation to suppress Su Yan. Roar! Su Yan didn't seem to want to delay any longer. He didn't expect Fang Qin to be so powerful. Now he only had one thought, and that was to kill Fang Qin. Let's end this quickly. Once he used that power, it would cause a huge commotion. At that time, the people in the myriad Dao world would be able to sense it. Therefore, after killing Fang Qin, he immediately left the place. Whoosh! Su Yan's ferocious face gradually calmed down. He took a deep breath and said coldly, You are indeed a genius comparable to the ancient era. Unfortunately, you will still die in my hands. Chapter 3589. Su Yan's aura soared to the extreme in a strange way. and then the aura condensed into a blood-red phantom behind him. As soon as the blood-red phantom appeared, Su Yan's strength increased several times, from the peak of the 8th rank to the 9th rank in an instant. Seeing this, Fang Chen was stunned for a moment, then took a deep breath, and a shocking anger appeared in his eyes. No demon cult? Fang Chen had once fought with the No Demon cult in the Tsang country, so he was very familiar with their aura. After such a long time, Fang Chen immediately thought of the No Demon cult when he felt the bloodline aura again. The perfect bloodline in his body was vibrating abnormally, as if it was about to break out of his body. Su Yan had completely demonized, and the No Demon cult bloodline hidden in his body was completely activated, thus obtaining supreme power. You're from the No Demon cult? Fang Chen suppressed the anger in his heart and asked coldly, Kiki, you only know now. It's too late. For so many years, anyone who knew Su Yan's true identity had been killed by him. I endured humiliation and infiltrated the heaven-defying alliance and the Dao Palace in order to steal secrets and give the heaven-defying alliance a fatal blow at the critical moment. Su Yan's face was ferocious as he spoke crazily. In order to let him infiltrate the Dao Palace, the No Demon cult had paid a heavy price. So he was particularly important, and the No Demon cult had always been unwilling to expose this chess piece. But now it was different. Fang Chen's battle in the Magic Sky Fire domain had shaken the world, and everyone knew that the heaven-defying alliance had produced an amazing genius. After the No Demon cult obtained detailed information about Fang Chen, the upper echelons immediately issued a death order to kill Fang Chen at all costs. Otherwise, he would definitely become a stumbling block to the No Demon cult's domination of the world in the future. You should be proud that my No Demon cult mobilized so many forces to target you and set up a plan. Generally speaking, even a 9th rank saint might not be valued so much by the No Demon cult. After all, the No Demon cult was a superpower left from the ancient times and had been hiding in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to take control of the God's Fall battlefield. All those from the No Demon cult deserve to die. Fang Chen said coldly. He didn't have any good impression of the No Demon cult. Moreover, from the ancient records, he had read that the No Demon cult's evil methods were beyond redemption. They were basically like street rats that everyone had the right to kill. Now that the chaos battlefield had disappeared and the top giants were trapped and unable to return, the No Demon cult began to stir again. However, Fang Chen did not expect that there would be people from the No Demon cult infiltrating the Dao Palace. Looks like the No Fiend cult's scheme towards the God's Fall battlefield was not just a day or two. If it weren't for the Black and White elders, you would have been dead long ago in the Dao Palace. Su Yan sneered. Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you have great potential? Boom! Su Yan stomped his foot and levitated into the air. His body exuded a monstrous demonic aura. In order to kill Fang Chen, he had no choice but to use his demonic bloodline. Let's end this quickly. Su Yan slammed his palm towards Fang Chen, shattering the void and causing the devil-slaying array to tremble. Devil-slaying power. Fang Chen growled, forming a seal with both hands. He constantly controlled the devil-slaying array, using the devil-slaying power to suppress Su Yan. Devil-slaying array? What a joke. Su Yan's figure flashed, constantly shuttling through every node of the devil-slaying array. Every time he moved, a violent demonic aura would surge out. Crack! The nodes of the devil-slaying array were constantly being destroyed. When Su Yan appeared in front of Fang Chen again, the nodes of the devil-slaying array had completely shattered, followed by the array base. Boom! Fang Chen sensed that something was wrong. His figure flashed and retreated far away. At this time, the devil-slaying array exploded. Su Yan looked down at Fang Chen from above, sneering. As the saying goes, the devil-slaying array is 10. My No Demon cult represents the strongest demon in the world. You want to suppress me with a mere devil-slaying array? Fang Qin shook his head. Obviously, he had underestimated the power of the No demon bloodline. With the support of the No demon bloodline, Su Yan's strength is at least at the level of a 9th level saint. It will be difficult to kill him. Fang Qin muttered to himself. The devil-slaying array of Wukong saint was said to be able to kill all demons in the world. However, his level was still too low, so he could not unleash the full power of the devil-slaying array. Therefore, it was destroyed by Su Yan. However, facing such a powerful Su Yan, Fang Chen was not worried. Instead, he was full of fighting spirit. After he comprehended the origin of fire, he had not fought with all his might. Now, Su Yan might be able to force out his greatest potential. Let me see just how strong the so-called demonic bloodline is. The perfect bloodline in Fang Chen's body was running wildly. A blood-red light covered his body, forming a bloodline armor. At the same time, Fang Chen performed a series of sword techniques. Invincible sword technique, chaos sword technique, and so on. Sword light flashed, crisscrossed, and cut the world into countless pieces. Su Yan controlled the No demon bloodline, and his strength skyrocketed. Every time he punched out, he would shatter a sword light. Ha ha ha, it's useless. My No demon bloodline is the nemesis of your so-called righteous X. The No demon bloodline skyrocketed, and a terrifying aura kept approaching Fang Qin, suppressing him. So strong. Fang Qin closed his eyes and sensed the No demon bloodline. After a short fight, he had realized that it was difficult to compete with Su Yan with the chaos sword technique alone. Even with 2 origins, it can't fight against the No demon bloodline. Fang Qin said to himself, unless, as his voice fell, Fang Qin spread out his palms, and the 2 origins came out. A golden storm surrounded his body, and a sea of fire shrouded the world. The 2 different origins burst out with unprecedented power. Very well. Let me see exactly how powerful my strongest attack is. At this time, the hidden star sword in Fang Chen's hand suddenly trembled, and the golden storm suddenly began to become violent, constantly drilling into the hidden star sword. His sword crossed the sky, as if it had existed for a long time, and the momentum was magnificent, as if an ancient god had descended. Swoosh! A sword light that seemed to split the world fell from the sky. Heaven slashing alchemy technique. This was the secret technique that Fang Qin obtained from the altar in the North Sea. So far, he had not been able to fully comprehend it. However, he knew that this secret technique was by no means simple, and it may be related to the battle of the ancient gods. Boom! Boom! When the heaven-slashing alchemy technique was performed, the whole world was like purgatory. The perfect bloodline also completely suppressed the No demon bloodline in a domineering way. It's useless. No, what bloodline is this? Su Yan was about to speak when he felt his heart palpitate. The No demon bloodline was suppressed and could not be activated. He felt the danger and was shocked. Chapter 3590. Heaven Slashing Alchemy Technique. It came from the mysterious altar in the North Sea. At that time, it was invaded by powerhouses from the God's Fall battlefield. Fang Chen wanted to solve the problem, so he went deep into the North Sea and saw the altar and the dazzling array of offerings on it. He even got one of the copper bowls. Fang Chen had always suspected the identity of the mysterious powerhouse. As his cultivation improved and his understanding of the origin, he felt that the heaven-slashing alchemy technique was too powerful. It was so powerful that the secret techniques of the Tao Palace couldn't compare. This was also his trump card, his strongest trump card, and the source of his sword Tao. The reason why he had the courage to fight against a peak 8th rank saint was because of this trump card. Swoosh! The sword light that broke through the sky traversed space and time as if it was surging over from the long river of history. Everywhere it passed, thunder rumbled, space collapsed, and its imposing aura was like a rainbow. Su Yan swore that since he cultivated for thousands of years, He had never encountered such a powerful sword intent. It was too powerful. Facing this sword intent, he didn't even have the courage to attack. How is this possible? He panicked and wanted to dodge, but the no demon bloodline was completely suppressed. He trembled and couldn't use it at all. Fear rose in his heart. He had once sensed this kind of aura in the no demon cult. Could it be? A terrifying thought flashed in Su Yan's mind. Other than the reincarnation of an ancient powerhouse. Who else could erupt with such shocking power at such a young age and realm? He didn't lose his composure like this when facing an invincible saint. Run. He didn't even think about it. He dragged his heavy body and tore through the void, wanting to escape. Where there's life, there's hope. If he lost his life, then everything would be for nothing. Rip. In the blink of an eye, Fong Qin slashed down with the hidden star sword. Su Yan couldn't dodge. The sword intent locked onto him, and he had nowhere to run. Kill. Fong Qin roared and pressed his palm down. The shocking sword light swooped down and slashed directly on Su Yan's body. Crack. Like cutting through glass, Su Yan couldn't resist at all. The no demon bloodline instantly evaporated and was swallowed by the perfect bloodline. Without the no demon bloodline, Su Yan's strength was greatly reduced. His body was cut into pieces, and his internal organs were completely crushed. At the same time, he felt a terrifying power spread out from the sword light and drilled into his mind, eroding his primordial spirit. He widened his eyes and roared crazily, but it was too late. The heaven-slaying alchemy technique was too powerful and didn't give him any chance to breathe. His primordial spirit. No, I can't accept it. Within the chaotic aura, Su Yan's unwillingness reverberated. Dust flew up and blood spewed out. Su Yan's body was annihilated along with the sword light. It was as if the entire world had undergone a baptism. The origin energy in the air was completely incinerated. It is sword slaying sword technique was primordial spirit was sword primordial sword was sword was technique was sword primordial heaven. The heaven slashing alchemy technique was not just a sword technique. It involved the power of space, time, origin, chaos, and so on. It could corrode a cultivator's primordial spirit and cause them to die completely. Buzz. After a long time, the void gradually calmed down. Fong Qin glanced at Su Yan, who had turned into a bloody mist. Su Yan's summer ring was also annihilated. The commotion just now was too big. I will definitely be discovered. Fong Qin put away the star-hidden sword and disappeared into the sky. Whoosh! Whoosh! Not long after he left, many elders in the myriad Tao world rushed over. What's going on? An elder asked. There was a great battle here. Judging from the traces on the scene, one of them should be a sword Tao expert. Many elders were shocked after seeing the scene. The sword chi lingering in the air made even their hearts palpitate. They were curious. In this world, other than that big shot from the Sword Saint Mountain, who else could unleash such a powerful pressure of the sword Tao? Such a strong sword intent shows that this person's attainments in sword Tao are extremely high. The sword Tao he used is also the best sword Tao. The elders looked at each other, their faces full of astonishment. They guessed that it was a reclusive sword Tao expert who was fighting. The god-perishing battlefield is not peaceful. It is very likely that doomsday will come. Many reclusive old monsters have come out. We should be more careful. This place is very close to the myriad Tao world. Is the other party targeting our Tao palace? The elders were deep in thought. At the same time, they were also carefully investigating the scene. As for Fong Qin, he had already left the myriad Tao world. A few days later, he entered the Tsang Nation. He flew in the air, looking down at the earth from above. He was filled with emotions. Back then, the Tsang Nation colluded with the No Demon cult and angered the Heaven-defying alliance. They sent troops to destroy the Tsang Nation. The Tsang Nation's royal bloodline was cut off, and the Tsang Nation became a desolate place. Looking at it now, it was still desolate, but the heaven-defying alliance had taken over this area. Fang Qin clenched his fists. He could not wait to rescue the sky, Sword Peak Master. Phew! Fang Qin adjusted his emotions, took a deep breath, and then prepared to leave. At this moment, he saw a place in the Tsang Nation. Over there, a black-robed man was massacring a sect. Why? In a pool of blood, the last fallen elder of the sect roared unwillingly. Opposite him, the man in black looked at the sect that he had destroyed with his own hands with an evil smile on his face. Back then, you were subordinates of the Tsang Nation's royal family and were protected by the royal family. But at the critical moment, you betrayed the royal family and joined the heaven-defying alliance. You all deserve to die. You are. Hearing this, the fallen elder's eyes widened and his body trembled. You are a surviving member of the royal family? Pucci! Before he could finish his words, the man in black killed him with a punch. This is just the beginning. No one can stop me from taking revenge. Fang Qin saw it clearly in midair. He was a little surprised. Back then, the Tsang Nation's royal bloodline was cut off. He did not expect someone to escape. Stubborn. You didn't realize how much pain the Tsang Nation's wrongs brought to the people. You still want to take revenge so cruelly. You deserve to die. Boom! Just as the man in black was about to leave, he felt a dazzling sword light in the sky swooping down. Not good. He screamed and quickly fled. Pucci! The sword light was too fast. It pierced through his body, and he fell to the ground with a bang. Who are you? The man in black was furious. Heaven-defying alliance, Fang Qin. As soon as his voice fell, Fang Qin swung his sword again. The man in black's face was ferocious as he fell into madness. The no-demon cult will not let you go. Soon, the no-demon cult will make a comeback. Even if you don't come, I will go find you. Blood dripped from the tip of the hidden star sword. Fang Qin held the sword and left. The grudge between him and the no-demon cult was too deep. Whether it was for public or private reasons, it was already irreconcilable.